Yo, we're here for Master Madrid.
Fala, manito.
cara.
Quanto tempo, hein?
Que doideira,
Um
mano.
aninho.
Um aninho. Demorou.
Demorou,
Tá aqui.
tô atrasado, né? Demorou um ano pra eu ganhar. Aí você deixou eu ganhar também, muito
Não,
obrigado,
não,
inclusive.
jamais.
Muito. Valeu,
Muito
valeu.
merecido. E agora, né? É muito feliz que estamos aqui, internacional
Finalmente.
junto.
Internacional
Depois de
junto.
muito tempo, cara.
Tentar fazer a final, né? De novo, igual a
É
Américas.
verdade.
É isso.
Final América contra América.
Exato. Fotinha?
Putinho.
Fotinha. Vamos lá.
So today on the menu we have KC Fang plus Phoenix and then the big game Genji against Lao.
No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por
So
mi
C2 China against Seed 1 Europe, and then we have Seed 1 Pacific against Seed 2 America.
Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
Upsets, surprises, we've seen it all on the regional stage, but can these teams continue their dominance when the stage is so much bigger and the stakes are so much higher?
For Carmen Cara, most of these players were picked up from Tier 2, were new prospects heading into this year. They've done something incredible by beating the best in EMEA, coming out as champions from that region. But now it's a new pressure, it's new opponents, it's new styles on a big stage. And FPX, if they are one thing, they are a team that can upset, that can surprise, they can push you off guard.
And every single team, because of the opponents that they're going to be facing, are so hungry to be the winners of this tournament. You were saying it, Mimi. Anybody can win this tournament. The favorites are very, in the air. Anybody can take this game. And I think the FPX is hungry, is devoted to change our minds, to just not thinking that China is just EDG.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of rookies this year, It seems like the rise of all the rookies, but it's been such a long time since N was on this stage. And just to remind you, the two tournaments that N made globally, he won one of them and he reached the final to the other one. So he's got a lot to prove coming into this as well.
I mean, technically, the next one he's going to get grouped, or what is he's not making it to playoffs? He's going down one.
No. Hey. I'm not about that life. I'm not about that life.
For FPX, it's been a while since they've been on an international stage. This team has represented at previous events, but they didn't make it to Champions, the big event at the end of last year. They made some changes, picked up stars into this year, and I think are looking better than they used to, but still have that same identity, right? They play weird comps, and Icebox is no different. They're playing a Jet, Reyna, Gecko composition.
Well, at least we expect so.
Yeah,
Could you imagine changes?
They could definitely change it. They've had time to do so.
I mean, we've seen that already, right? Teams are starting to adopt the Na'Vi way of having multiple comps on one map. I don't think they will change anything coming into this, but Mimi, it will very much disrupt their preparation if they did.
It absolutely will, but this event had very low turnaround time for the teams that went deep, especially for a team like KC, who played so many matches. They had to go through the group stage, through the play-in, through the playoffs. Like, there really hasn't been a huge amount of time to turn around new ideas, which is why I, again, think that today, in a match like this, it's really going to come down to adaptation, to the leaders in the servers, and not necessarily the coaches in the prep ahead of time.
I think it's going to be all about exploiting the weaknesses, and I can see a lot of them in the FPX comp. The way that you have to play it, the way that you have to default, having, as I said, someone always in the middle. We do not see many teams playing 2-1-2 on a map. This is not New York, by the way.
But and as we can see from the agent select here, what do you guys make of this?
I mean,
No surprises.
it's what we expected, right? I think looking at Carmen Corp starting betting on defense. Their biggest strength with this composition is their retakes. They have Sage Wall and Wingman to get on that spike, and they have good flash utility with that Dizzy to fight forward. FPX, I think, need to be taking space past the spike site if they're planting on B, or holding forward on A, and kind of having a scaling defense.
No Sova on Icebox.
To not fall victim to these retakes.
And we have Jet right now.
Mentioning with the retakes, because that is what has made the difference for most of the teams, especially in EMEA. KC was the best. The protocols were the cleanest probably out of the entire world, the way that they were playing off of pairs and knew exactly what utility to invest. And again, exploiting the weaknesses even with the retakes. Out of this entire tournament, they have the highest success after the spike has been planted.
You have to watch this Jet head-to-head. Autumn and Martine, both of them prospects at their first international event on the star roll for Icebox.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. But that is enough from us. I know there's been two gentlemen waiting in the flanks, waiting a very, very long time to cast Carmichael. Give a warm welcome to Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Yeah, I'm going to let loose an Ale Le Bleu at some point, maybe, potentially.
We'll
Bias casters online, mate. I mean, I don't know. We'll get into it. It's Madrid here, the Swiss stage, day one to get us started. Carmichael versus FPX. You know, you've got
The fuck is
quite
that
a one-sided
music?
matchup here on paper, but a real chance to potentially show some of that parity that might be there at these international events. I mean, Magnum has spoken in press interviews as well, talking about
Music
how,
guy?
you know, they're familiar, I think, with the way that FPX are going to be playing, but they're not going to be coming into this underestimating a team like
So we have FPX who haven't played
Quoted in the press conference,
Icebox,
Valorant, anyone can lose.
but they
Here we
picked
go then,
it.
into the pistol round, and Carmichael had 3 players up towards A. Anticipating this space control perhaps, but FPX are not committed with it.
Not quite flash to clear.
So
with
FPX
Dizzy,
picked
all behind,
Icebox
three.
and kick up
Flash
big
active now for
defense.
Martin. Using that in the responsive.
I mean, with a Sage and a Killjoy.
FPX keen to just wait this one out on the opposite side of the map. Autumn went poking around, and he managed to catch Tomazy. Good opening here. I mean, it does open up the B side entirely. A repeat from Live. He's got the heal online, but Martin returns with the kill. Nice trade.
Iso didn't buy the orb in this round, so having to use the wall in order to escape there, that means there's going to be no wall placed down over towards B. So Carmichael are going to have opportunities to try to deny this plant, though they are players down.
That's true with the paranoia here, FPX. One of the sight lines blocked off.
Now look at this.
Should
The
be an
Omen's most
FPX
lovely for them
home.
to take more aggressive positions on site.
Carmichael all up towards Kitchen, doubled up here, but just picking and choosing their battles at the right time.
Oh, wow.
They have no idea where they're being shot from. Through the grates here, one player left standing, it's Liso. We'll see what they can do. Snake bites, at least one connection, but the wall's up in their face. They've got to really just get a move on as well, wrapping all the way around here. Shin.
And he can
taking the
defuse.
here for the pistol round. It's all Carmichael.
And that's the power of that retake. It's what the devs were talking about.
Damn.
Carmichael look so good in those kind of situations. Really, the retake was
FPX very disorganized on that pistol.
It was the fact that Magnum was able to pick off 2 from this angle. I mean,
Yeah, looking all over.
Yeah, he thought it was behind,
On
but
us with
and this is where you might start to see the cracks in FPX, because they've talked about the fact that the language barrier has been an issue for them, a really big one in the past. Berlin said in the press conference he's having to repeat the communications twice a lot of the time in English and in Chinese so that everybody on the team's on the same page. That's going to introduce delays, and it was an unusual position anyway for Magnum to be taking that fight.
the pistol rounds.
yeah, because I saw him on like
Has to body check a lot of this space, really. There was some danger there, but clears out towards mid. No,
on orange, but
lurking.
he
Those
then
lurks
went
gonna
back
be
from
a pretty important
kitchen
part of how
to his
FPX
spot.
creates threats on the attack side. Smokes from Lysor and Berlin need to be dealt with. And sometimes that's going to require face checking, and when there's opponents hiding inside smokes, that's a great way for teams to get upset wins.
Yeah, here we go. Offload into util here with a Dizzy. Play's not been pushed off from the backwards positions, though, out towards the back and aside. It's a nasty and messy spray. No kills collected there, but only just for life here with the heal online. But now reinforcements are here, finally arriving.
They denied the
Multitude of targets to
plant.
pick From, but really Carmichael coming up green in the kill feed.
Blue, surely.
I mean, well,
No
okay,
plant,
some kind
one
of
death.
it's a tail,
That's a
you could
pretty
make
good
the
eco.
Easy cleanup despite it looking a little labored there from the right.
It's gonna be a competitive bonus for KC.
First round where they can do some serious damage after the pistol. 5 Vandals facing off against KC, who have 3 Bulldogs online as well. Clear weaponry advantage for FPX, especially down these longer angles, so they might want to take over towards B. And defaulting the Viper wall, A, at the start of this round. Not quite the same as they did on the pistol, because this time we've got that Viper orb coming down mid too.
Does have that threat of potentially working their way through into mid. McCall Lovely would love to set their sights onto a bonus round conversion. As you said, longer fights to be taken with the rifles of FPX, and they're cautious just at the beginning initially here. Don't want to run into things. Omen Smoke now propped up, will divide up the site and allow them to start to take a bit more of that space once they clear through the appropriate positions. But
it's weird that they don't place a player yellow. Yeah, they're gonna rotate back towards A.
Too many threats in mid either.
Almost betrayed there by the ponytail, but Shin gets away with it.
And Berlin, with nobody there to try to support, the IGL gets picked off with no advantage, no possibility of a trade, no information even as to where Shin and Martin could have repositioned to. As FPX come back in here, they're going to have to use these flashes, the Dizzy, just to try to figure out where those brains
have a late lurk
and orchestrates kind
on
of
the
exactly where
Viper.
these FPX players are going. Now it really does feel like landing into an A hit. Shin,
it's great timing
saved.
on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, for the precisely right moment in the raid. Flash over the top, it's going to be going straight through the gap at the top there. Good connection, Martin willing to take the fight, the transfer damage done but no kill. In fact, that's all life here, just leading the charge for the rest of his team. Is there only going to be clean up onto Shin eventually?
It's a 2v2.
12 seconds, and yeah, life is weak. Pops the ult off, might be able to get something going with this one. At least needs one more kill for it. Nobody watching. There it is. Healed back
The
up.
deny? He has to blend.
Out,
No
4
time?
seconds. Taps. Forcing into the 1v1. It's the only win condition for life, and time is born and played.
And that's a competitive bonus from Casey.
Minute moments, I mean, minutia making a difference there.
That's a wild one for FPX to not convert, honestly. The spray from Martin was really labored, a little similar to Narrate when we saw him with the Bulldog in round 2.
10 seconds left.
But how Magnum gets past there without Life being able to get the kill. Life whiffing on the spray means that Autumn goes down. And Life unable to convert in the 1v1 as well. He decided to go for that, the duel instead of just sticking the plant. That's a tragedy for FPX early on.
You can feel the pressure for FPX.
Like,
Like,
down a peg or two, so going to be working with some.
now we have 5 people on me
Life's going to be after
and a very light buy.
this Guardian purchase.
It looks fairly explosive here over towards B. Aeon having that ult online, it would be a really large investment early on before you've managed to create a pick for yourself.
Smoke's finally back online now to just cut off sections onto the site. Snake bites and mollies just in case they want to press the advantage and push towards the back of the site. But it's just being held for control here. Carmen Core happy to play this retake.
A lot of focus being put on that angle where Magnum managed to pick up 2 on the pistol. A weak spot, perhaps.
We'll see now. There's Wingman. That's going to be spotting out a player or two. Berlin. Let's get the initial kill, but not enough to get the follow. Down below the bridge. Where's the expectation of it? Narrate, he was dropping down, but not enough bullets in the clip to really finish him off. 3v3 shots live.
Good shot.
Gaining the advantage potentially there.
Trade,
Traded
1v1.
It's Narrate versus Ayang. Narrate
And the weapon I.
comes up with the goods. Rifle in his hands to get the job done.
Plenty of time left on the clock too. That one had danger in it. It absolutely did. But Carmen Core still managed to forge their way.
Another round 1
FPX deciding not to invest
with
Aeon's
just
ultimate
1
into that
person
round.
alive,
But
so
perhaps
they are not really
could have made
building an
difference. It did
economy.
end up being fairly close. Frankly, if Autumn even gets that kill, the round is looking really
One enemy
dodgy.
remaining.
I gotta say, while Carmen Core are up 4-0 here, this is not the same level of clinical play that we saw from them in EMEA when they were making that run. There's a lot of conversation about, because we've seen so many unexpected teams make it to Masters Madrid, with so many rookie players as well ascending to this premier level of the game, are people going to adapt to the stage quickly?
A timeout for FPX probably.
If feels like it's a little touch and go at the moment for Karmine Corp, but enough to be able to get them over the line in these rounds. And similar nerves on the other side for FPX. You got to remember,
I feel like
FPX
it's
this
early.
is their third time getting to a global event. They've only ever been able to take one map at a global event before, and that was against the old Karmine Corp when they played first time at Lock-In. It was a 2-1 victory in favor of Karmine Corp.
I feel like it's early because it's a buy round for FPX, and generally you want to
clean, clinical Karmine Corp
time
to
out
expect after their running kickoff.
Well-honed squad, and you know, to just
on an
touch on
eco
that rookie point
and
as well,
prepare like
maybe
the
having
eco round
experience
and the
really
next
sets
buy
some
round.
players. Karmine Corp looking like one of the
So
youngest
you
rosters, I think,
generally want to time out at round
showcase. Of
5.
course, some of them do have that international experience.
Right, because your beginning is generally scripted. That's the thing you work the most in scrims and stuff.
Consistent so far on the defense side for his team.
And we see a spread
We get to see
for
another rifle round here, starting to get up towards some big ultimates too. Narrate and Magnum's ultimate.
we see a spread again for FPX.
Takes first contact and wants to hunt for more.
He's not scared, is he?
No, Shin was holding up towards the belt, so he had angles covered. Martin's crosshair placement looked like it might have been off for just a moment as Ayoung's head poking below, but I don't believe they caught any whiff of the jet stuck in that corner. I say stuck, hiding.
And they're gonna rotate.
Yeah, it's a lovely position to play in. FPX quite like
The
what
orb
we're
going up
seeing.
to a low rotation.
There. They show a bit of that.
It could be a
presence initially,
fake,
now
Kiss
making
is
their
not
way over towards
moving.
B. Contact reclear, is that what's going to be called here?
Certainly looks like it. The same kind of B end with that double omen smoke setup that we've seen from FPX in a few rounds so far.
All the util combined
Oh,
together.
nice.
Unfortunate for life there. He will fall just through the smoke as it was propped up.
What a nice shot from
Blossomed, but FPX keen to still play this one.
Thomas
Maybe
V.
a bit more aggressively as well. Look at the position of some of these players. Berlin taking a peek out towards Kitchen. Expected though. Now you see it. Thrash
We have
exchanged.
double
Dropping
ultimate.
down onto either side. Detainment
It's
potentially
gonna
there.
catch
Like it, yeah,
someone.
Berlin. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And now positioning, being swarmed and approached from every possible angle. I saw.
And now they are aware
Realizing now that
of the
really
position.
has to give it up. Wasn't that mid position. He was the insurance policy, but now has to save that rifle.
Gutting as Karmine Corp get up to 5. Absolutely putting away FPX. This is looking like they've got a very good idea of how they want to deal with this classic exec that we're seeing from FPX. Nobody is getting caught on sight. Tamashi is just getting a kill by spamming a common angle where he's expecting them to be pushing up, defending that over push into Snowman and making sure that they have the pieces together to be able to get back in onto site. FPX are finding it difficult here to force the fight. It's one of the big powers of their composition is the ability
And
to
the
combo
opposite
flashes
spread
together.
for
Not really finding an opportunity
FPX
to do that
this
because
time.
Karmine are playing so much further back.
Initial expenditure.
We see the Omen alone on B, on A, sorry. Well, he was on B last time. So we could expect a finish on A.
Yeah, the bread and butter really of what was getting them so many of the wins because they were looking so well honed.
And there's always a little bit of danger when you allow your opponents to plant against you so often that you wouldn't be able to pull it off. Most teams, even the great ones, are only converting something like, a third of their retakes. But these teams at this event are looking to try to change
The Omen flash is a bit late.
So this makes it feel like it's something similar over towards B, but it's not a full commitment.
No, in fact, they haven't used both the smokes. I mean, Berlin hasn't locked off the angle. So
Yeah, but they've made like...
Magnum has just been egoing the angle on B.
And Martin, ready, waiting, not spotted in this position before.
Be able to receive this. Now, Dizzy wasn't collected over towards B to clear it, so they don't even have that util to clear this angle. Up top, though, yeah, crosshair placement. You've got to take a gamble if you play in that spot. It could come from 2 different directions, so gambling incorrectly there. Life is the one to capitalize.
Magnum, though, still with ultimate. How does FPX deal with that?
Down with a wingman, clears out a bit of the site. Now the plan online, but here's the lockdown.
Oh, Ayoung denied from even going for that.
They can't go for the plan. Time. They have to fight this one. FPX have to make a call to do so, but now detainment. It's going to be happening anytime soon. This is a round basically done and dusted. Online there with a res. Magnum back into the fight, 3 versus 3, but with time like this, I mean, there's just no chance. You have to kill everybody. It's not there for FPX.
And a complete tactical outplay
wow.
there by KC. They're thinking ahead to in terms of the ultimates that they have available, it's very clear that that lockdown is going to get used. And FPX didn't come up with a game plan quickly enough to try to challenge it before it went down, didn't have a game plan to try to increase the tempo, and I think we're just expecting to get the plant for free. They're thinking, all right, KC, they've been playing retake this entire time. They're just going to use lockdown, we're going to be able to play the plant. And Aeon could not get that spike down.
I love to see this. The overall game plan of Karmine Corp just fundamentally is fantastic as well. They've been playing super far back on B, almost conditioning that they've got nobody playing towards B main or towards yellow whatsoever, and then they're playing these one-and-done angles towards A. I mean, yes, Martin ended up falling, but they've just been doing such a fantastic job. And like you said, you know, too delayed in terms of just thinking about the game plans. Karmine Corp one step ahead.
This is also the second timeout for FPX called already. So if we, you know, framing this in the context of FPX trying to get this revenge matchup against a Karmine Corp that's retooled so heavily, looking for a potential good beginning to Madrid, this is a disaster. They had their chances early on in some of these rounds, but the later that this is going, the less and less chance it looks like they're getting as Karmine Corp polish things up a little and get comfortable, get into the groove. Down 0-6 without any timeouts remaining. If they don't end up winning this rifle round that we're about to watch, it's a disaster zone.
That could be dire.
I mean, they are quite literally running their heads into a brick blue wall right now. They cannot find a way through.
Now, are they going to get conditioned? You can see elements of it from Karmine Corp again. Like I was saying before, they weren't playing anybody up close towards B. They've got Martin with an op now. He's playing in this spot. Karmine Corp, I think, are hoping now that FPX make the decision to start contacting into B.
And they are.
Dizzy broken. Martin can now play onto the ankle. It's watched.
Missed the shot.
Missed and go to wide.
But they haven't heard the dash. They know that Martin has not left that in a hurry. There they hear
he's
the
gonna
shot from the
leave to
operator,
get
and
the
Martin's gonna
in.
make that out, make it feel like he's still there and try to rotate, to anticipate this attack side rotate that Berlin is calling.
Yeah, and he is. He's already called it for the rotation. The troops on the move. And guess what, Martin? Again, one step ahead. Like you said, still has the dash in his back pocket. Didn't end up using it to escape.
A lot of flashes that he has to dodge here, though. Leah, Dizzy, both broken. Narrate with a pick.
I mean, Narrate just back towards rafters there. Dizzy also returning as well, getting the acknowledgement that there's players there. Now there's 45 seconds left. Could pivot into a different direction if you want to, but FPX looking a bit indecisive. Just a pause in the play. Now the paranoia. Sent flying here, but again, no connections. Martin towards the back. Trying to go wide here with a Dizzy. Narrate is on one, man. He's on one. Almost there for the ace, but 4 kills eventually shut down in the end, but 7-0. The scoreline we're looking
Do
like.
they save the O?
Differential is immense right now, and you're truly seeing
They haven't.
We said on paper it was going to look like one of our more one-sided matchups, but Karmine in almost just every element of the game.
They're not gonna buy one back, I think. They don't have the knives.
Kukuga said on the desk, trying to break the Leah and the Dizzy in one go. Narrate's like, yeah.
Oh wow.
What
a nice lineup.
Before FPX can use them to get into the site, and then swings around for 4 kills afterwards. FPX are getting pasted. And
Oh, they
I
both
think
won
it's a really
back.
interesting idea, right? This is one of our most
And he's
one-sided
playing way
matchups
closer
you could
this
see in
time.
the tournament on paper. But what does the parity look like? Everybody was saying, you know, anyone can win Madrid. There are chances for even these teams to be able to make upsets.
Even Magnum himself, you know, coming into this. They're not going to make a mistake with prior
They have
teams, you know,
Gecko's
in terms of
ultimate to play with.
They expect to have a freebie.
But B is really open
match
for
that just is so one-sided, but
trash.
of course still showing him respect.
Absolutely. Yeah, Magnum said, quote, if I had to rate FPX in terms of macro, I think they have a lot of gaps. And then he said, but it's Valorant. Anyone can lose. Martin, under pressure, though.
Yep, Dizzy in his face, though. It does fade away. He's just absolutely caught a timing still. Autumn will shut down a counterpart. Damage done, but no kill collected. Smokes at some point surely going to be fading. How are they going to get this spike down? They really don't have any options.
Oh,
but there we go.
That's a huge
that's
one.
a lovely
Gap
kill.
available with that op drop down. Autumn picks it up. Acquiring that upgrade. Now we can really just see if he can hunt for any more sort of kills. Now this is a player advantage for FPX. Question is now, how do Karmine Corp approach it? Dizzy, round to the back along with the molly. Players all over the place. Thrash to lead the charge. Entertainment there. Shin round to the side, but doesn't expect Berlin. And there it is. Okay, a round on the board.
Now they're saving the Hope.
Thrifty win.
Yeah. It's
And that
on the
one basically
Omen.
set up by Autumn getting into a nice spot. Martin has been caught out in a number of these more aggressive positions.
And 7-1 Basil. Never
This is
forget.
the opening. He had a chance trying to take the timing, but then Autumn also finding this pick onto Tamashi over in Snowman. That sets up the player advantage, and FPX are finally able to capitalize and bring around to themselves. Can they work this into a little bit of momentum and make it less of a one-sided matchup?
They would love to. Now, back into the action, you're seeing it. Line in the sand drawn in terms of the skirmish.
Berlin has the
He's got
operator.
the operator, yeah. I mean, he's TP close.
Yeah, of course your IGL Omen has the op. Angel emote.
Now an attempt for them to try and get themselves into the
They are
sand
really
drawn,
deep already.
impeding them. Dash to the top here, Dizzy in their faces, everybody. Not able to see really anything at all, but FPX granted the site now. So that's online for them. A forward position here, playing inside
The
pits.
Viper
Really gonna
pit.
test Mamical once more, especially with Autumn ripping off heads. And towards the back of the site, just really impossible to clear this through. And here it is, momentum on the side of FPX. This is basically a done deal into the round. Look at it, second one on the board now. Maybe
Clean round
they
for
can start to keep
FPX.
this going.
Good shit.
That's huge. Didn't even have to use all of the ultimates at their disposal. Still have the Thrash available for them in the next. And FPX using the pit to be able to establish much more aggressive post-plant positions. Put pressure on KC before they can get into retake spots. Look, Narrate's just flooding out heaven there thinking, yeah, they're going to give us this space for free. That's what they've done every other time. And FPX have brought the battle to them. Amazingly enough, those 2 rounds have actually been enough to knock down the economy of Carmichael. So we're not seeing a full buy here.
I think the money would be flourishing, but instead, okay. At least Martin has a rifle. Really quite aggressive into mid.
Very aggressive. But Martin hasn't been able to do too much from these extremely aggressive positions. He's the danger in the round. The rest of KC mostly playing for a little bit of plant pressure and then the retake. Martin's been the dice that they roll to see whether he can find value. And this time, just missing the timing of FPX, who've all gone into B.
Clear and Dizzy all comboed up. Smokes to get himself into the deeper angle. Autumn, he's here this time. Not using that second smoke to block off this one. Autumn, he's got the operator. Aiming to lock this one down. 2 potential positions. Shin, he's taking out Berlin. Now Berlin's been playing in that angle all the time, honestly. Most of the time.
Yeah, and it's a spot where Autumn can't actually hold for Berlin to get into position. It's a bit of a freebie there, actually. Carmichael giving it. That's decent damage there, actually.
Yeah, diligence being shown with the util to clear through most of this.
KC have a wall to work with, but there's a Thrash on the other side. Martin, what a peek.
What a return! Ayang goes straight there. And here it is with a spray down.
That wall.
Wall can't save you from that one.
The wall was
Great awareness from Live.
too deep, I feel
Adapting
like.
to what Carmichael have been doing, making sure that he's in a position where he's still going to be able to get picks over the top of the wall. FPX holding on in these post-plant situations. I mean, Ayang is like lining up a shot with Martin and Tomashi's right behind. FPX going from 0-7 to winning 3 rounds in a row with the potential to make this quite a competitive half.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it. You would not think it if you were only tuning in for the beginning, but they have
Otherwise, from the stage.
slow warp. Used here, Shin feeling the danger now. The heat turned up. That isn't okay. Slow warp. Don't think it was intended for that one. Molly's being used. Snakebite here close, and there it is. Actually,
And they found the sage.
Martin can't evacuate. Can he stand his ground? Can he hold it down? The answer is no.
And that's probably going to incentivize Trey to try to make a play here instead of just playing for the player down retake. We get to see now, do they trust the system? Do they try to go for the hero play?
Man down here, Snakebite forwards, Life. Tucking behind the box, out into the open though. Has to just spank on the rest of his teammates. Lovely move from Ayang, Magnum. Nasty stuff! Oh, my! Almost making a go of it.
Very close.
So close! And Berlin, the player with the up in hand, goes for the rifle to win the 1v1 at the end and keep this momentum.
And no timeout for KC though.
KC making a good job of it despite the fact that they were down players. But this opening play as Shin swings to try to relieve pressure from Martin. Martin can't quite get enough kills to help. Final round of the half here, and KC are going to be knocked down to 4 Bulldogs. There is a great chance that FPX get up to 5 and rewrite this terrible beginning they had to Icebox.
That's just insanity.
The pick got popped down over towards B. No immediate pressure. So Tamaji might think that the rest of FPX are looking to work down mid or over towards A. Martin once again alone on A, tucking himself into these aggressive, unexpected positions. But generally, FPX have been able to either dodge or deal with it. It's slow and somewhat ponderous, though, for FPX in the first 40 seconds of this round.
They are
making a
lurking.
commitment to deal with some of Magnum's utility in mid. And create
They're gonna
some
force
pressure around.
the Gecko to stay in.
Oh, it's betrayal. And there it is, sets up Autumn for an easy one.
No possibility of that being rezzed.
It's now being offloaded, dash towards of Autumn. Top of the box, just spotting head of Shin, unable to rip that one off, but Berlin's caught in.
He found the
Now
mid
ult
lurk.
online. Magnum has that retake ultimate that caused so much pressure for FPX previously.
Could be opting to use this as a really forward backside position. FPX are trying to fight this one. Then they realize at least now that the lockdown is down, but do they have any util to try and fight this one and clear it? Out and through.
Oh.
Indeed, util man.
What?
Guns and weaponry still locked down. Didn't get broken. 1v2. Plays out a dodge here from FPX. The positioning is going to be known and noted. Narrate. How do you hit that into the 1v1? Wingman. Exactly the partner in crime that you'd want, at least taps out of position, trying to force Life out into the open, but it's a guessing game for Narrate entirely, doesn't know where he is, and Life playing time immaculately. It's 7-5. And how the bloody hell did FBX salvage that?
What a ridiculous
Nice comeback from
We
XPA.
were all ready to talk about how it was playing out as expected on paper, and then FPX fire back with 5 in a row.
One enemy remaining.
And a lot to do with the rifling coming online. I feel like Ayoung has just woken up.
Go on, look at me, bro. Let's go.
They're fired up. They're feeling it. Life on his feet.
They certainly are. Let's send it down to the analyst desk to bring it down for the half.
Thank you very much, guys. What a great half that was. A nice comeback from FPX, but Kukuka, it all started with a great chain of rounds coming from KC.
Yeah, exactly. And it was a perfect example of what we were discussing, right? Those retakes coming in, the protocols being completely sharp up, coming in from KC. I think that round 5 is a perfect example of it when we would see the exchange of the ultimates from Gecko, and they know exactly where to put the pressure and how to address everything that is going on in the map by the positions that they expect the other players to be in. The follow-up from each of the players, it's clean. But then after those 7 rounds, something changes in FPX maybe.
And for FPX, I think the adaptation was really good. In these post plants, once they got that spike down, once they got that space, they were using that second Dizzy refresh to fight forward and get space in these late rounds and really punish KC while
I don't
they were
know.
still setting up.
I feel like maybe there is a miss of a timeout once you're at 7-3 for KC, just to reset your player and like try to get the last 2 rounds, because it's very different if you go in 9-3 versus 7-5. Like,
but then when they realize that they just have to disrupt that and just keep pushing a little bit more, that changes. Now, coming into their defense, as I said, it's very complicated to defend this map without a sentinel. The aggression has to be there. FPX is very known for that, and they have to keep it up if they want to keep that score.
It absolutely does. But if KC wants to close this map out, they have the fans to do so in this arena right now. There's not a huge amount of fans out on day 1, but every single KC fan feels like 10 of them.
Yeah, shout out to the Gentlemates fan as well in the Gentlemates jersey. But this blue wall, it is looking so strong. But I'm going to send this back to the casters and see if KC can close this one out.
We'll see if they can close it out. But listen, FPX, kind of momentum behind them as well. All it takes is a pistol round. You've got an even match, at least an even map. And this is a team, and I mean, a reminder, I think this is an FPX squad that's got a bit of a chip on their shoulders from the previous international appearances. They want to turn up to this event, and they want to really prove as well that teams should be paying attention to them. They want to teach teams how it's done. They've literally said that themselves. For Carmen Core, left reeling a little bit, I think, as well off that string of rounds, but we'll see. It's a new half now, getting started with a pistol.
And it looks like there might be a clash of B main to begin this one very quickly. It's an unusual spot to fight over. Not too many teams trying to fight this area aggressively. But FPX have got a pistol round strat that involves them pushing down mid off the back of this pressure.
The Viper Wars.
They've actually
so
abandoned
much
it
chaos.
very early though, Brent.
I mean, it is surely you collect the kills. Berlin gets 3.
That's wild.
Get the hell out of here. Dealing with the util single-handedly. I mean, a man was basically alone. And now, how do you clear this one out? Lee Saw to the side, lovely peek, off with the dizzy. That is a slam dunk finish.
And a huge momentum for FPX.
I don't want to hear any more about the blue wall.
Gonna
Tell
be-
me about the Berlin wall. That's
Really hard.
I mean, how has he managed to pick up
Like,
3?
where are the
That protocol of
KC?
jumping through the one-way, I think is a really nice idea. First player jumps through, drags the crosshair is the game plan. Perhaps doesn't quite drag it far enough in that situation because they're swinging almost exactly into Berlin's crosshair. It just worked so well. Bottom of the scoreboard and comes out like that on the pistol. That's what you're saying, Brent. It only takes that one round.
They are being swamped in this position. Lysol doesn't know which way to look. Teammate hammers it back. Okay,
And
traded.
it's so 2 for 2.
3 versus 3, equalized here. Dash forward to the peak, Ayang.
They want to get aggressive and defend these weapons, I think. But Kamikor aren't even going for them.
No, not quite. Waller onto the high ground, really just props up Thomasy for an easy peek. Easy kill for Ayang. Autumn there. Can't quite land the shots there with a Marshall, but finally a bit of damage done to the body. 100 left, 1 player left standing. It's Martin. Sort of plant down, but this is a really difficult situation to try and win. And there it is. Spam damage and the flank attempt there.
It's a better bonus
Very
than
surprised that
XPX
Kamikor played that
one.
round so quickly after they got themselves into a 3v3. If they'd slowed things down, I believe there were 2 bulldogs
saved 2
lying around
bulldogs.
for them to be able to try and pick up and use. But they got roped into the pace
But
of
Karma and Corp
all of the
got,
danger just kind of trickled away. See,
got the
deals with
plant.
that boost play. It's quite a nice idea from Kamikor, but something we've seen a lot from these Sage teams. And you wouldn't have believed it if you only watched the first 7 rounds, but 7 in a row, straight back for FPX, means the game is tied here on Icebox.
He's set up now onto the bonus round. 2 players survived in a prior round here for FPX, so there's not too much danger, but guess what? The Avengers are bloody here. I mean, listen, the amount of players they've got trying to play that 4 position. Belt not really accounted for. It's a high-low setup. They are really mopping up the rest of these players. An attempt by Life, repositions, but just out into the open. It's all being watched for. Cheeky idea.
Nice.
We respect it.
That's a
I
tense
love the
TP.
idea. But FPX take a gamble, shove 4 players in, and KC, that discipline that we were seeing from them all throughout EMEA, I think that's the first round where you really see it exemplified here in Icebox. All down to 1. Looks almost impossible.
So it's just going to be looking to do that.
Surely,
Damage.
surely here the streaks are broken. We don't see another 7 in a row for KC, right? It's not even possible.
It's really not. I mean, at that point.
You end the map 14-7.
Yeah, dusted. Maybe we get them to skirt the rules. We'll do first to 16.
I was gonna save a weapon.
FPX, though, really have shown that they're not willing to just roll over in these kind of games, especially when they're pushed. I mean, they certainly come into this one as the underdogs, but I had a chance to talk to Berlin before, these games kicked off. And I asked him, how much better do you think this version of FPX is compared to last year's? If you were following this team in 2023, okay, they looked all right. They were making it to some of the international events. Since then, they've added Life, who's up towards the top of the scoreboard for them here. He's been a big player for them. And Berlin said 2.5 times better.
It's very precise.
I don't know where he quite got that from, but he's a lot more confident this year than he was in the last, when they were only able to get 1 map at 2 global appearances.
They've run the numbers. 2.5 times, maybe enough to try and take it against them. That's a cheeky play.
Cool idea.
All to boost themselves up. Berlin, no.
They found Thomasy
Trespasser.
and Magnum.
Well, there is the follow-up. Ayang.
It's gonna be a very hard round.
Standing for Carmine Court.
Looks like a read to me that they were expecting Berlin to be playing B. Both of those controller players for FPX fighting over B. They baited out Lysor there, who swung a paradise that was extremely optimistic.
Shin is 2 points away from us.
willing to
And they
take the
don't
risks,
have the
aren't they?
killjoy
Eyang
utility,
is
so they have to
all the way
look behind.
And all of this in a player advantage situation where you don't need to force fights like
He's
this.
gonna wait for
It's
life.
a round winning or losing play probably that Eyang and Life have gone for. Karmine Corp are well and truly trapped here. Though I don't believe they know it yet.
No indicator.
Here.
Contacting together. Opened at the gunplay, can carry them through a round like this one. Looking behind, never know, not to the side, not
They
expecting
don't expect
Claire.
someone
Still has
yellow.
Berlin. Still not cleaned up. Spike though, planted, 2 players though for them. Flash over the top, Martin. How's he doing this,
No
man?
way.
No way.
Wow.
Karmine Corp find that.
That's outrageous.
Martin,
FPX had them
if only we could
cornered,
have that POV.
caged up, no exits. Utility being used from the back as well.
We have a
Martin
shotgun for
darts,
Martin.
bobs, weaves and picks up 3.
I don't think he's gonna keep it.
How have they done that? I mean, the first pick, lovely. But then this kill before getting the dizzy, and then a jump push into the... Stand up now! All right, a bit of fire with these Karmine Corp players in their first time on the Big Masters stage.
Getting heated. Stack though from the FPX players here. Ball is made to refight. What a shot. Still aggression showcased here by Martin.
Oh, because he has the knives.
Back live. What?
You see, KC have no idea that that was gonna happen.
Even a possibility. Yeah, just no idea at all.
They didn't even think of that as a timing that FPX could have chosen for some aggression. You can see how the unexpected nature of how FPX plays can catch teams off guard. But thus far, Martin in the last round and this has managed to bail his team out.
Berlin, knives out. No gun. Watching for the mid-aggression.
And Eyang, they should have some idea, was over towards A earlier on. That dizzy was used. His shooting's been fairly good. The most likely outcome here is that he just goes down and gets the thrash online for the next. This game has been so streaky. There's only 30 seconds left. I don't see how he's able to convert. And KC are going to be able to respond with 3 in a row after FPX got 7 to tie it up. Now, would you refer to this one as a back and forth game, Bren? Because technically, it's gone back, and then it went forth, and now it's going back again.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. By the technical definition.
yeah, but it really has not been competitive in the like round-to-round basis.
No, no.
Very streaky.
Very, very streaky.
Autumn's going to get an op online and try to peek under tube by the look of things. Would anticipate him just getting smoked off by Tamashi very early on, but we'll see.
Yeah,
He's gonna find him.
Wow, okay. Tomazi, Thrash. Used to see if they can clear.
We have a res
the
though.
way in through B main. Yeah.
For KC.
He's open to the window here. Look, timing could be brutal.
Martin
Look, timing
could
be
find-
brutal. Spots the head.
Oh!
Spots the head, Magnum.
He saw the beanie.
Racing ahead, man. Doesn't want anything to do with this. Look at him. Ducking straight into the floor, maybe anticipating a repeat, but no, he's backing it away. In the meantime,
Yeah, speaking about repeats,
could rest the
in a player
Viper.
advantage situation again.
They're gonna go
FPX
for
deciding
it.
to try to make the play to win the round. Unnecessary, for sure. And Berlin does get punished for it.
Res on live for Shin. He's going to play for this one. Portion of the wall.
Nice
broken,
wall.
but all good.
Yeah,
All
thankfully.
good.
Thankfully, Autumn wasn't watching that again.
There's only 45 seconds left. Walking their way over towards A.
Gonna be
Move on, though.
8.
What util do they have to try and clear close? They are.
And we know
Scared of
Life
the
plays
prospect.
aggressive, so he's gonna go for that defense.
He's playing Reyna.
He popped his ultimate, yeah.
There, just on the belt there. Looks unlikely. Orb in his face.
And we still have a Magnum lurking mid, but he's gonna get fine. It should be a plant.
Only 20 seconds left here. No real utility as far as I can see for FPX to deny this one. Magnum is really far behind and has missed the timing.
Yeah, he has, but he's going to be making a call at least for his team here. Over to buy some time. Really wide-faced by Narrate. Claiming it. He's feeling it, man. It's 4 in a round for him, and this time Karmine Corp are not messing around.
This is another situation where KC lost players early on in the round. They weren't expecting the op to be on that sight line. It is entirely possible for the Viper to throw that mid lineup without exposing any part of their body. But Autumn caught Tomaji at the beginning of the round. And Berlin ended up making a mistake when they were up, and it just opened the door for Narrate to take over. Narrate for Karmine Corp, one of the North American imports over to EMEA, has been lighting the world up. He's been looking unbelievably good, but certainly one of those players that we don't know quite how they're going to perform when it gets to the Masters stage. Are the nerves going to be there? And Berlin goes walkabouts again in this round.
They just expect it. It's happened so many times now. They were doubled up. I mean, basically, Milo said it. One player crouched in front of the other.
Yeah.
Just waiting for the aggression.
Yeah, and it's very, very similar to what Berlin did in the previous round.
And there's a deep push A from Live.
FPX have got to be careful. They've clearly got what it takes to be able to bring the game to Karmine Corp. But this is giving me flashbacks of the finals they played in VCT, where they arguably should have beaten EDG, and they let so many of those advantages slip through their fingers. Here comes Ayang with the play again.
He's got a flash out in his hand, still gets one kill. Maybe setting up Autumn for a bit of success, but no, everybody cleaned up. Karmine Corp not even kicking with 3 of their players. Just got to try and hunt out where is Life. Healed up now, not letting anything slip. Thrash there, connects, detained. Humiliation time on the grand stage as Karmine Corp up to 12.
For our first knife kill of Masters Madrid. Do they really count when you've got the Thrash Detain on them? I think it is the disrespect.
Yeah, I think they shouldn't personally. Don't think we should be recording those in the stats, but...
Yeah, this is very well dealt with by KC. You can still see some moments where they're not quite anticipating what FPX are going to go for, but for the majority... For the majority, they have got this on lock. The anticipation of Berlin's push at the beginning of that round and the way they executed was immaculate. They're looking for that punish again onto Tomaji. It's not there.
Not gonna get it.
Yeah, this time playing a little safer. Doubling up with Magnum as well. KC 1 round away, 5 chances of converting. Keep it clean.
It's gonna be their aim. Tucked to the corner, that's Life, avoiding the initial flash across from the ropes. Not accurate enough to win that fight out, but Dismiss in towards the back now. Underneath rafters, plenty more players ready to try and fight him. Target-rich environment. Take your pick, take your time, son, because this is you lighting the world on fire.
And an ace for Life.
With the ace. Holy.
Is it gonna be the same thing as the first half?
Players are trying to keep him rooted in that seat. They've well and truly failed in round 20.
He's dropped 24 kills.
I mean, he's the only player that's actually able to evade the way that KC are playing, because he can get one, get out, and pick the most awkward timings through all of their utility. Springs out of his seat, almost knocking it off the stage.
He's feeling it, definitely feeling it. Back into the fight. Back into the action. Karmine Corp, slow and steady. It's their approach to begin. They know how aggressively FPX are liking to play, and they do have both the duelist players. Dash still available. Dismiss there if Life gets a kill. Lots of exit strategies, but here we look at this. I mean, they're just holding. 4, it's still Life claims it.
He's on fire. Barely a shred of Narrate poking out. Still manages to catch the headshot. Magnum's 1 away from having a massive ultimate, and they're sneaking around underneath them. Life goes for the re-clear.
It's a Dizzy, still, it's traded. Magnum is there. On for the 2 there. Ayang drops down, Dash is there. Martinez finds it. Forwards now. After the lockdown, it's 2v2. This could be it to seal the map. What is going to be the answer from FPX?
Walking out.
Holding, walking out, hoping that they can punish, but no. Just granted the kill. And Berlin, the IGL, it's a 1v2. All on the line to keep his team in the map. Paranoia available. Smoke's still there, wants to walk though, doubled up, they're dominating the position. If he chooses to just peek ever so slightly into it, there was going to be a shorty ready and waiting.
It's over.
Smoke used. Tap. Force them out into the open. No easy fights, no easy exits. That is Karmine Corp sealing it up. Nice and pretty for map number 1. 13-8.
A bizarre opening to Masters Madrid, but it had some great moments. FPX 7 out
First
of 8
knife,
of their
first
rounds
ace.
taken in a streak.
Yeah, absolutely. Was going to set it to a short break on the other side of things, of course. The continuation of the series don't go anywhere.
The next map is Lotus, and the decider is Sunset. What? Oh.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey guys, Mega Fabs here, and I'm standing right now with Coach Eng of Carmen Card. Congratulations on that first map, the first map win of Valorant Masters Madrid. Now, of course, we saw FPX had that near comeback. So how did the boys keep their calm and how were they able to close it out? Let us know what's going on behind the scenes.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't say anything, to be honest. I feel like we are...
Yeah, they didn't use a timeout, did they?
People don't understand, but FPX pretty decent team. They're really strong aimers, and yeah, it just... I expected that they gonna...
Strong gamers.
So yeah, it's kinda... But about us, yeah, I didn't say anything, to be honest. It's just all... Like props to our teams, and you and Ahmed, they prepared them also. The mentally wise, that's... Yeah, we are ready, so I don't know. I'm just happy we won.
Full trust in the team, gotta love it. Let's hope that Carmen Card can close it out in map 2.
Oh, if N is happy, I am happy. What a start it is for KC at Masters Madrid. I'm your host, Yingson.
Eng is my god.
With Mimi and Kukuka. It was a great start, and Kukuka, and also a very convincing way for KC to close it out.
Yeah, exactly. It's also not the fact only that they managed to get that first win here at Masters, it's the fact that they managed to mentally reset for what was happening on the server. I think that Eng was very right. FPX can shoot very hard. Like the rounds that Live was having, how they were just pushing onto them and doing this kind of things we were talking about before, how they thrive in the chaos. It is something that KC had to overcome and did.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I think they looked really good in that second half with their game plan on how to shut down the aggression that even on the defense is being brought out by FPX. It's kind of hard to get that initial bit of space and punish people who have pushed up when you only have that Gecko, but I think they play around that one piece of utility, even though you can't combo it with another flash very well. For me, that second half was a showcase of just how strong KC's fundamentals are.
Yeah, Mimi, let's take a look at round 18 because not many people can deal with K-Core's pressure, and unfortunately FPX couldn't do that either.
Yeah, not many, including FPX in this game, like you say.
That's
but
the
this
ace.
one was pretty cool for me. The way that KC are scaling together into this site, and also I think
no,
it's
it's not this one.
of how FPX's comp really does show some weakness. Running no Sendy on this map means that if you're hard
Look at where Magnum is.
rotates, which you kind of need to when you have this initiator comp where you're trying to set up those combos, you leave gaps like this, and Magnum was just taking advantage of this.
Yeah, exactly. And if you combine it with a narrate that was extremely explosive and just going in for the kills, he said that he wanted to pick when he got to Madrid, so he's definitely doing so. And I love that we have this sass for him. We were talking about the versatility, the feeling comfortable, and I think that this was a perfect showing for him.
It absolutely was. He said he was just gonna swing everyone at this event, and you saw
take the fine. Take the fine.
He did swing in this one. I think that when KC is willing to in the late rounds take a little bit of that risk and let him go crazy when he's feeling it is really good and adds an extra dynamic to this team.
I mean, this is the thing. He does this on Gecko. He will do this on Fade as we see him later. Which version of Narrate do you guys think is the final boss of the Narrates?
I really like his Gecko.
I'm on the Gecko train yet, but I'm a big fan of
It's so hard
Gecko.
to play Gecko solo initiator.
Yes.
He does it so well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that he has a very good balance on how to support the team, how to go on those more aggressive plays, because he's the kind of player that can do it and will do it without shaking or having like second guesses. When we see him moving around the map and taking the right covers and making the right choices, everything is very well wired in his head. So I think that is why I like the Gecko, and also because he can just like
do it. You have to do the voice. It's too good. Wait, also,
she's actually the voice actor.
I am actually Carnalito.
Yeah, can you please share that? Because I feel like it's a way better name than Wingman.
Carnalito, yeah. It's not even the Spanish one. It's in Latin America. They call it little boy Carnalito, and he's very cute.
Carnalito.
Carnalito.
I vote that we only call him that from now on.
I'm ready for it.
Carnalito! But we do have a Narrate here, can you believe it, warming up in the Aim Lab shoot-around. I need his sense, I need his game sense, everything, you know the meme, how it goes, because he's able to perform EMEA on LAN, and it's great to see that Mimi, he's also able to perform on a global stage already as well.
He just had to get out of an A.
Oh!
He was good.
He was getting held back. He was getting held back.
It was actually... he is what your ranked teammates want to be, in that he needed the right team, right?
Yeah.
He can probably.
Honestly, he needed Eng. I think that there is a lot of similarities between the case of Narrate and some other players in KC. For example, Alpha Year. People might not remember, but there was this moment where Alpha Year was just 16, just picked up by Fnatic and just performing the way that he was because of the coach that he had. And probably in another environment, Alpha would not be where he is today. But going back to Narrate, love the fact that he's feeling this comfortable, that he has this sassy personality outside and inside the game, and he can bring it to the international stage.
He absolutely can. And we've talked a lot about the coaches today, but I think you have to credit the IGLing of this team as well. Magnum played with Fnatic right at the very beginning, famous for the ill-fated Sky Flash at the end of Reykjavik. But since then, he's been grinding down in Tier 2. He's a name that I think a lot of people had forgotten. But now he comes back in with this KC roster and is absolutely a pivotal part of this system they built. We saw some great adaptation and mid-rounding on that map, and I think you can accredit a lot of that to this guy Magnum.
Yeah, this is the thing. People people forget that he was never IGL before. He only started IGLing on this team. I also love a moment we had in EMEA where N called attack pause when they were like 11-1 up, and he did that a lot back in Gander. And we asked him, "You're 11 up, why are you calling attack pause?" And he's like, "Look, I want us to close out the game, and I heard Magnum make a call, and it was just the wrong call. I had to step in and be like, Magnum, look, I appreciate what you're doing, but you should not be doing that. You should be doing this." And he also said that as time went on, he's had to do that a lot less. His trust in Magnum has grown a lot over the kickoff period. And given the fact, I don't think they called a single timeout, right? I don't think.
No, I mean that's what Eng was saying in the interview, right? He was
hearing the right thing.
Magnum must have been saying all of the right things.
Many people might think, yeah, after you lose so many rounds in a row, why didn't you call a tech pause? Eng is hearing everything, and if he feels that the right calls are being made, and to every problem they're already thinking of how to fix it for the next round, you don't really need to call that tech pause. Do you think that your team is going to be a little bit thrown off the game? You don't want to interfere too much. You think that first tech pause, attack pause was enough? Why do it again?
I think you also have to remember that those pauses also give your opponent a chance to talk to your coach. I think we've heard from like Mini before that sometimes he wouldn't call pauses because he trusts his IGL more than the opponent's IGL.
Talking about Fnatic.
I thought you were going to say he trusts the other coach more. I thought you were going to say that.
No. But it is something to think about always, of like that trust in your IGL. Once you build it up, it means you can save those pauses for that perfect moment. And I mean, right now, I don't think that game ever fully got out of hand for KC. They started losing those 3-4 rounds in a row, but the last round, they turn it back around, they fix it, and then go into the second half quite strong.
Yeah, and he didn't need to talk to his players, but his players were giving it on the server. Take a look at this. There's some trash talk from the last
Guys, some smiles in your faces.
Hey, play the game, play the game.
So it's just for Mazzy.
Tomasi, by the way, another youngster. If you remember seeing him last year in Seoul, we had to do it. It was completely different, right? I think that the environment that they have created, how they're living everything on stage.
Oh, Mazzy, over here.
So I watched some of the Carmen Core vlogs this
Did
week.
we get some Mewin from Martin already? Not yet?
No.
It will be there.
I really thought we could go a long time without bringing that up here.
No.
Sorry, I'm kind of disappointed we haven't seen it yet.
I'm disappointed in both of you, but what I'm not disappointed in is what I was saying with Tamezi being such a great emotional leader. But we're into the agent select here already. Carmen Core, we saw them play the Fnatic comp and beat Fnatic.
We have a chamber for FPX.
So they pull out the chamber back.
Yeah, exactly. Funny enough, even though KC has a very good record on this map, this has never been their choice. This is the first time that they actively choose this as their battleground. It was always like either the third map or something that other teams picked up for them in EMEA. Even with that, I think this is the map that shows perfectly and more exactly how good they are on the retakes and how the protocols are perfectly sharp, because of course with 3 sides things change, and they also change when you have a chamber on the other side. Not very popular in EMEA.
Absolutely. This comp, beyond just the chamber, has a solo.
We saw a chamber, but I think it was in NA. I think it's EG that played the chamber.
Which, honestly, map 1 KC was doing a great job at. If they can continue to do that, I think they can really punish this dive player. This is an opportunity for KC to close in 2.
Yeah, well, things are going to get a little bit harder for FPX here. It will be KC's map choice, and it's time to send it back to your casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get to it then. Map number 2. In for Carmen Core versus FPX. I mean, listen, map 1 was an interesting one, to say the least. I mean, very streaky in terms of the rounds with Carmen Core. You've got to expect You know, these guys are phenomenal on Lotus. It's a map that they've taken, you know, many a strong team to. They look really primed on this map. They have a ton of great ideas. But now, you know, how are they going to be dealing with FPX, especially life on the chamber? This guy has been a standout in the past, and now he's going to be looking to do a little bit more. There's a smoke here. Haunts dealt with, taken care of. TP back with a rendezvous, but, well, Lysol just trying to help out his teammate.
Yeah, bit of a strange decision, actually, because Life already had the exit with the rendezvous.
Or maybe it's C9.
Now they're headed into Magnum's setup, where the turret is going to take contact. And this Viper wall, previously used by teams like Loud on this map, going to allow KC a really nice C retake.
No, who was it? Is it G2?
Make sure they can't cross past the wall, buys time for the rotates. Here now, the spike's going to be planted. Nice shot onto the target. The fight into the back of the site. They're not clearing the corner. Half clearance still. Autumn snaps it back around again. They want to really just take the fight in a battle straight to them. FPX are not messing around. Shin, so much to do. Doubled up, stacked up. They give him a freebie. 3 kills now. But a 1v2 and 17 health to do it.
Almost impossible. He doesn't have very much information about where the others are positioned. And Life, the Sheriff just watching this smoke. Gonna put it down.
Yeah, with the double set up there, high, low, and kind of caught. Not quite ready there for the aggression, at least a second wave of things.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looked like they were ready for the aggression, if anything. I mean, Narrate is tucked into the corner, has his pick, should have been able to pick off Autumn. Oh, that glance behind. And yeah, it's just the fact that Narrate isn't able to hit the go shots to be able to pick up a couple of them there in that split second. But certainly, I mean, to your point, FPX pushing so deep. They were taking a fight against Shin and Spawn, basically. And if that's the adaptation that they use, going from map 1 to map 2, to keep trying to fight Karmic Core at all times, never allow them to set up for the retakes, I think that's a very good strategic idea.
Works well, it really does.
And you said as well earlier, Brent, that Karmic Core have got a lot of experience on Lotus. They feel very comfortable there. The desk was talking about that too. But they've also played mostly against more meta compositions and relying on having a great understanding of how those work, the timings those take, the utility that they throw. They had very good specific anti-strats in EMEA too. This FPX team does not play conventional Valorant. No. And the composition shows that, but also the way that they run it shows that too. And it's going to be a little harder for KC to get a read on.
KC showed her hand, really, that the stack is over towards A, forcing the pivot now in towards B. Having to stop this. I saw back position, almost asleep at the wheel there. Needs to call for reinforcements and backup here to try and play this crossfire. Setup, Bulldog singing true.
Looking like a clean.
Very wide face, but the second shot of the Outlaw is enough to shut that one down. So should be very clean and clinical round here for FPX. Second one now for them.
And it's also close to getting Ayoung's ult online, so I would assume he's going to try the chase. Berlin snipes it, steals it for his first ult point. Don't worry, we don't need the Gecko ult anyway, I suppose, as we head into the bonus round. It would have been nice to have it online. Still possible, of course. Ayoung might get it for post-plant here, with something like an ult or pick up and a plant.
Have you played Chamber on Sunset?
KC, the War Machine, starts to rumble. Tomaji picks up the Odin.
One enemy remaining.
This team as well, Karmic Core. Warbang lineups. I mean, you're seeing FPX as well take a turn with it as well, initially in the prior round, but now we're getting started. Just trying to punish that peak. You can hear the shoulder just sticking out of life. He goes for another one.
Very bold, very confident. He was dominating in the individual fights when it came to Icebox, so I can respect that level of confidence. But KC, punishing him there. And despite the fact that there were 3 players from FPX defaulting over towards Mound at the beginning of the round, they don't actually have any control there. Double smokes, and Ayoung's Dizzy has had to be used twice already in the round.
Foot also played Chamber on Split and Icebox, but who played it on Lotus?
Shin smokes as well. I mean, they jut out just far enough to really put the fear into FPX, wondering if there could be a player lurking and creeping. The door is going to be hit there with a switch. Now a call is made. Paranoia, Dizzy, everything offloaded
I
all
don't
together.
find
Shin
it.
is really in dire straits. He needs some help from the rest of his team. Dodging and juking side to side. How does he get the one kill eventually? Falling. Backing away here, Narrate realizing he has to respect this one. Doesn't want to toss away his life. Wants to play for the full retake with the rest of his team now. Plans. Actually denied there. That's a perfect placement of the nade, yeah. And a kill.
I mean, if anyone was going to go down, I thought it would be Autumn on 30 health, but Lysol just tanks it. Maybe not hearing that in the moment.
Narrate, despite the fact that he's spamming down, trying to get a second bite of the apple, taking out all of it, leaves it to Berlin. He's just got so much working against him. Berlin,
And again.
hello. Here's your time to shine, but Tomasi shuts that one down right quick. So bonus round conversion not there, but he made it a hell of an expensive round. I mean, it was another one player surviving.
Yeah.
KC.
Absolutely. I mean, when Lysol goes down to the nade, it looks like KC are going to have their pick of that one. It's going to be an easy battle, but Berlin once again in a pretty similar manner to what he did in round 13 on Icebox.
30 seconds left.
Being able to get way more value from a position than you would expect from
Oh, it's Undatus that played the chamber on Lotus during the elimination map
coming into the next round, have a Bulldog and a Judge to work with.
against
Martin is
Sentinel.
playing Judge Raze here at the front of B to start this round. FPX haven't been wandering close to B, but I wonder if they're going to try to set up some kind of trap here on Mound.
A chance of it.
Open the door, blast pack out, do something crazy with the Judge perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, Shin's position is playing really quite far forward there.
The problem is, the more space that you give them over towards A here, Bren, the more that you're going to allow A-Young to get set up with the Thrash, push Magnum into uncomfortable positions, and get plants down on A. So this is, despite the fact there's a Killjoy and an Odin playing on the A site, this does look a little weak.
There it is now, Thrash clearing out towards tree. Magnum smart enough to give up the space. Be free gained now. Plan down for Berlin. Unconventional plan spot. Post plan doesn't allow you to play from stairs to really try and spam that one down. It's actually tucked to the corner. Heavy reliance on tree. See if that bites them here. Here's the initiation, the moves in with the Judge, eventually shutting down that threat. Martin can't get anything done, but Carmine Core still there with the rifles. Off to the side, Autumn inside the smoke. Narrate. Last player left standing. 1v2, maybe even second guessing himself, wondering if he gets another one, could be played, but no, now making the smarter decision here, so saving a rifle, running away with it, so FPX up to a third round.
Yeah, getting themselves into a really nice position. The thing that catches Carmine Core off guard there when they go for the retake are the unconventional swing timings from FPX. As soon as they hear the Paranoia double blast pack come out, FPX don't respect it, they swing into it. And that catches KC as they go to try to push off the back of the utility, taking gunfights at unfavorable timings. And you'll see here Berlin just manages to catch this one. And you also have Autumn coming out through the smoke. Perfect timing to try to catch Martin in the back.
Enemy remaining.
The damage that they did on the bonus, capitalizing there. And leading to a really nice beginning to this map from FPX.
That's fantastic. Keep this one going as well. Listen, generate the ultimates, keep using them to just snowball your way forwards. I think the more rounds as well that FPX get and start accruing is that question you brought up earlier, you know. Carmine Core, they've been playing against the Metacomps. How do you deal with something that's a little bit less standard, especially against a team that plays a little bit less standard too? You know, FPX, we've been seeing them play. I mean, they don't shy away from a lot of individualistic plays.
No, not at all.
Shin tucked to the corner. Will he be taken out? Yeah, and dealt with. Winning the showstopper there against the weaker Eye.
Yeah, so expensive, but starting to build up to, you know, a Viper's Pit for the next as well. So the ult cycle is still not in a terrible situation, even though they felt it necessary to invest that. They're in a great spot to be able to close this one out too. The weaponry is not great on anyone other than Narrate.
Oh, Northern players down for the double face. Autumn, 3 in a round, might be looking for another one. There it is, with the fourth, so...
With the classic of all things too.
Steadily building his way back up to his own ult that he just expended. 4-1 here, FPX might be starting to run away with it. Important round coming up now. Take a look at the economy. Carmen Core be able to get some of those rifles online, but they don't have any big ultimates of their own, really. Yeah, I mean, okay, Martini's one away. Maybe if he gets a kill, get the showstopper too, but it's imperative, really, that they put a stop to FPX here.
Especially if Lysor starts getting into position to pit on the site. Because we saw that on Icebox, that the pits and the more aggressive post-line positions really messed with KC in the way that they wanted to approach things.
Early fight, here my life. Doesn't expect that Shin has already crossed one way, might just see the feet.
Not quite catching it.
Yeah, quite.
Oh,
He saw him.
A glimmer of it there, perhaps? I don't think so. The boombot used from Autumn close to B main as Life forced to teleport away. Autumn has not quite cleared Thomas yet.
Yeah, it was broken. It gave the indicator. It gave the indicator for Autumn.
Great movement to be able to
Wonderful.
escape.
Really heads up as well. Knowing that the boombot was cleared, he's expecting it. He's like, okay, potential there, behind the box tucked. First kill for them, so 50 seconds now. Making the moves over towards the A site. Magnum is here, ready and waiting with the setup. That's the Nanostorm still. Paranoia goes wide. He's holding an off angle. This is really quite aggressive. And Autumn just offsets the movement ever so slightly enough. Flank around Shin. They weren't expecting that one with the TP, but he's only one man. What can he do? Paranoia glides TP in face.
No way.
No way. No way. Shin. That's monstrous. And Life, he's nowhere near. Sticking this one through. Where's the defuse, but not a clue. Still half on it. Life.
That
Puts
smoke.
him to bed, puts him to rest.
What a kill to end that! And what a play from Carmen Core. An attempt to try to set that up. And timeout called. That was an enormous investment. I mean, the play that they went for there, Nightfall into the Omen ult. They had no idea that Shin was all the way back there. They had no audio cues. Paranoia, so they have no audio cue on this either. Shin was set up for success. And Life shut it down.
I said at the beginning of the round, that was a pivotal one. Economy going to be reset here for Carmen Core. Instant timeout called.
Yeah, this is now serious danger. KC unveiling one of their big ideas for how to go for a retake there, or at least to put pressure onto FPX as they were going for the plant. Using a really nice ult combo, still gets stuffed. And Autumn is currently sat 12-3, up at the top of the scoreboard for FPX. Finding so many good timings. His awareness in that round to be able to pick off Tomaji early on. In the previous round, to be able to catch Martin as he went for the double blast pack retake on A. Autumn has been playing wonderfully here.
Pride of OCE. Stepping up here onto the big stage.
And so many conversations about, you know, what do the communications look like within FPX, because Autumn isn't super comfortable with only speaking Chinese inside the team, so they're having to do a lot in English too. Is it worth it? Well, if he plays like this, it is.
Yeah, it definitely is.
And Life, who was at the top of the scoreboard on Reyna, is still 6-1, barely been punished. Only that one time where he overstayed his welcome slightly on A.
Double control given up, FPX happy to do so. Autumn also one away from his ult.
Yeah, and look at how that round is about to spiral the ult economy out of control for FPX. This ult cycle is getting monstrous.
Magnum tucked here, has the stinger. Too much util, still finds the kill. Just taking the timing as well, knowing they were going to explode into the side, and he backs away, so toss away his life for no reason. Plant.
This is going to be difficult, though, for Carmen Core, because they're going to come back into this against potentially big ultimates, if Autumn or Lysor are able to get a pick. There are huge ults on the other side. It might have been a good idea to try to stack one of them, the plant.
Yeah, potentially, because Martin's now going to be coming back in. Nade, rebounding, snake by ults, offloaded. Thomasy, what a shot, what a shot indeed! The players are toppling here, the rifles matter not. Carmen Core on display, showing exactly what makes them that #1 seed from EMEA.
And just a bit too passive from FPX.
Thrifty.
Resting on their laurels, not remembering the game plan that they had coming in. And that's our second MasterCard Thrifty of the series, I believe. But from what we'd seen earlier on, when Karmikor were fighting aggressive post plants deep into spawn to this, like almost the most passive way that you could play this situation, not loading the plant into Lysor or Autumn where you would have a big ultimate to be able to work with. Bit of a misplay, but like I said, the ult cycle is demonic right now for FPX.
Everything online.
They have literally everything, yeah.
It's a rubble fight, not being contested early by FPX, they want nothing to do with it. KC not even really using too much util of their own. Stalemate just to start things off. Knife with the tour de force. Hoping that he can contact in as a slight gap into the smoke. He was praying that Magnum potentially cross into the sideline.
And Magnum is just holding angles where he would be able to catch people, you know, blast packing in with an ultimate. He's looking to try to catch Autumn in a very non-committed place, Magnum, but one where he can just catch headshot sightlines.
ISM flying out towards B. Narrate's going to be calming this. Still
not a full commitment though at all, is it?
No.
It's just supposed to feel fakey.
All over the place here, but really there's not too much behind it. Still, okay, Prowler, peek, Martin.
Wow.
A shot, the quick scope of life. Shuts that one down, now the showstopper. All laid out on top of it. Magnum, he's out of there, vacates it, wants nothing to do with it. Side control going to be gained for them. Fight's being lost all over the place here with Tomasi losing that one. Paranoia swinging through, a little bit delayed here, but FPX are the ones that are coming out on top. Kill feed, filling up with red, and that's all they're seeing right now. Hunted for the kills. Magnum. Lovely shot with the discipline. Shin setting the aim just enough. 1v2. Does he still choose to make a go of this?
He's worried about those aggressive timings that FPX like to take.
He's gonna save though.
Fear in his heart, causing this to be a retake. Sorry, a save. Meaning that KC are in a hole right now, and in a whole lot of trouble. FPX still with some big ultimates that they didn't feel incentivized to use there. We were watching that fight happening over towards the defender's side spawn. Actually, the big deaths happened in Waterfall.
Yeah.
Those are kills that I think either happened over the top of or through a smoke, and obviously that first pick is massive. But yeah, just as that smoke was about to bloom, it's a one-way actually from Berlin. That's so nice.
Interesting ideas.
Lovely idea. And not something that KC was set up to deal with. It is an attack-sided map from everything that we've seen, but FPX here are looking so much more successful than they did on Icebox.
Ways exchanged, Berlin.
We have a very interesting Viper wall to wall of B.
FPX previously, when they had Ayoung's ult online, did end A. They expected it to only be one player there. It was Magnum with an Odin. And now Ayoung looking to make his way towards A again. But Berlin with the spike on B. So there's a serious potential that this becomes an A fake with the Gecko ult into a B pivot. That's going to be challenging for KC to deal with.
I think it depends on the success of these A players. Berlin does have the ult tucked away to reposition to A if they are able to find a kill, but no. All broken wide. Paranoia.
And it's a
flying a
bit.
bit prior here, and they've put players into 4 positions with Lysor. Could be attempting the backstab.
Weird though, because that means no pit available on site.
Locked down. Close forwards here with a Thrash. They want to seek to try and fight this one. Really far back positions. Can they deal with it? Magnum nails it with a detainment. There's 2 players there. They can't actually enter the fight, but really, they've done the damage here with the bodies. Nothing to break this lockdown whatsoever. Life was being pressured onto that position. Once more detainments across the board. Narrate sticking forwards here. Sees half on the board. Magnum really just seeking to delay. He's got his teammates back. Ayoung forcing out the wingman. Horn drops down, rebounds, half on it, really needs to swing wide. Magnum needs to shut it down, not even necessary. It's Karmikor with the win in that round. Themselves that 3rd one.
Really important round for KC to be able to get on the board. But I like the ideas actually from both teams. Sure, we didn't see the pit on the site, but we did see them save that Thrash for a post-plant situation to try to challenge the lockdown. Unfortunately, the fights just simply didn't go their way. Magnum being able to pick up both of them in that situation is just enormous. If he hadn't picked up both, there's a great chance that FPX are able to push forwards, get the kills, break the lockdown, and it's a round done and dusted.
A lot of aggression out towards A-Rubble now. Well, okay. Deep Horn just tagging up there onto Lysor. Couldn't stand his ground there, and even Life Traded taking out Paranoia to set that one up, jumping up into their face. Shots going wide. It's the weaker weapon, so it should just be an easy job finishing them up.
One enemy remaining.
Strenuous. There's a rifle gained here for Berlin.
He doesn't have the spike.
No.
Oh wow.
Just TP himself out of there and doesn't win the fight out. So, real rapid one.
What a nice flick to kill the Prowler.
But now FPX rifles back on board. And this is where the ult cycle has declined a little bit here for the attack side team. But they haven't really been able to find use out of this pit. It's been the one big ultimate, actually, that they haven't used at any point. They're going to take a timeout here. Discuss what the
FPX
round
timeout.
game plan should be. I feel like the game plans have been good from FPX.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, apart from that one round, was it round 7, I believe, where they just played a little too passively. For the rest of it, they've been up, aggressive in Karmine Corp's faces, forcing the duels, utilizing nice pieces of utility like the one-way on C, the Thrash to push the lockdown over towards B as well.
They're really proactive calls being made by an FPX team that, honestly, I thought were going to be riddled with these communication issues, you know, having to really translate twice, you know, Berlin having to talk and describe these game plans throughout. It led to the macro game of FPX looking a bit weak. I mean, Magnum pointed it out. We've said it many times now over the course of the series. But that hasn't really been the case. I mean, they have been rapid in terms of the way they've been pressing the issue, forcing KC to react to them. And it's been by hair's breadth, really, in terms of KC being able to win some of these rounds out. Maybe they can even it out. Maybe they can make it 6-6 here. Timeout is being taken by FPX because they're feeling that struggle now to hold on and maintain this lead that they've gained.
KC have also, I think, found it a little difficult to tell exactly where FPX have been moving around the map. Because they're playing quite far back. I mean, they're pushed forward in like B main at the beginning of the rounds, that kind of thing. But generally speaking, Karmine Corp are taking a more passive approach to the defense, relying on those good retakes. And that's giving FPX a lot to work with. Here we see KC start the round with 3, ready to play around A-Rubble. A very classic setup here on the defense.
Just a one-way used. Berlin hoping they hear the sound cue of that one. Viper's Pit dropped down in through C.
And Narrate actually saved all of his Fade utility. Didn't throw any for the Rubble fight at the beginning of the round. They're not worried about that area of the map. KC have maintained control of it at the start. And now you can see both teams saving a lot of their utility. They're expecting KC to play passive, and they're also not really fighting Rubble, so both teams coming into the mid-round here with tons to work with.
Just conserving everything. A lot of contact plays online. Reclearance of Rubble is called. Snakebite and a nade combo is excellent, but no players ready to receive. Still, it gives them the space. Haunt. Really actually catching on to a few of these players. They're lucky to be alive, backing away. Meanwhile, out through B.
Oh, he's not expecting to.
Even more so.
Oh, that's wild.
He's ripped away Narate's head.
And he's just swinging through an Anaswarm there as well. He's opened the round up so wide for FPX. Looking to try to get another, and he does. Aang's been such a beast in this series so far.
Pit dropped down. Berlin's watching for it. You can hear it, the rumbling of the footsteps. That is 7-2-4. You're exactly right, Josh. I mean, Aang has been a difference maker.
Like I said, Narate didn't use a Prowler, a Seize, a Haunt, whatever, at the start of the round. But he did Prowler B main, and he found out that there was a Lurker there. But he thought it was only one. Magnum is about to pull out his turret after killing Life there, because they are so convinced there would only be one B Lurker. They're getting caught off guard by the unconventional way that FPX are playing, and it creates moments like that, where KC have an assumption that is wrong, and it bites them in the ass.
The money is just absolute bargain bin purchases for Karmine Corp. Working with scraps to the final round of the first half. It's led to them to make the decision, really, to just give up C. I mean, they went aggressive towards B main early, hoping that they could maybe get a favored fight, taking it with the numbers that they've got. But for now, space given and granted for FPX out towards C mound.
And Young picks up his ultimate. So FPX.
We still have
really
two people on B.
And this is looking like another one where they fake it. Bit of a feint over towards C. Now opening the door, putting pressure on Magnum here.
Pulls out that trap play setup, this wall tucked behind it. Magnum, maybe he could do something about it. Nightfall here, forward sound cues, missing, taken away. Plant still online for it. No, he's just spotted. Everybody watching towards the wall, but that is a nasty shot by Tomazi. And through main, able to block that angle up. Actually, might just be through to Smoke here. Oh, sound cues, Life is really just going to rely on his aim. Smoke finally blooms and blossoms to cut off these available players, but guess what? That flank of Lysor is coming in right from the side. Tomazi sticking, half already, has to get off of it, has to get the kills, but not expecting it. The full wrap around and an 8-4 finish for this opening half.
Very nice ending there from FPX. Good way of adding extra layers into that. And a very competent attack side.
Yeah.
On a map where
Strong
KC have
attack
been
side.
very dominant in EMEA. It's an attack-sided map in general, so don't count out the European squad from being able to make a comeback happen. But the pressure is now firmly on them.
I mean, it's their map pick.
Send it down to the analyst test to break it down.
They are expected to play
Thank you
defense.
very much, guys. It is a great half and a nice start from FPX here. But let's take a look at a Verizon high-speed moment of the match, because this one goes to Shin. And what a play this was, Mimi.
Yeah, it was impressive, right? But this round started off so good for FPX. They got a huge advantage. And then Shin, I mean, just incredible instincts to get behind instantly on this TP and almost win it. But he did lose the round in the end. And that's the story of this half. It is FPX up 8-4. And for me, this was a very different FPX from map 1. It wasn't defined by Life going crazy, by these super aggressive pushes in the late round. It was instead them playing really good fundamentals. Starting off normal 1-3-1, pressuring the extremities, and then late round making really good reads and actually out-calling Magnum to get ahead.
Yeah, I think they out-mental the plan that K-Corp originally had for this map. If we look at the Viper wall that they were using from the attack, it differs completely from what we see in EMEA. We were talking about the Odin, Tomazi going crazy on that. It doesn't hold a lot of value if that position is not going to be held by them.
But this does get risky in the second half. This map, as the casters were highlighting, it's a lot harder to defend on, even with FPX having this lead. And I think on this defensive side as well, this is where we really get to see what this team is made of. They have to be on top of these rotations, because Karmine Corp is a team who's really good at selling these little fakes, at playing into the right site in the mid round, and then having super strong post plants.
Yeah, it is a healthy lead, but a pistol could change everything as we head back into the second half. With your casters, it's Brandon Seischer.
So for Karmine Corp, I mean, backs against the wall with this one. Hefty lead for FPX. Look to keep it going with the pistol.
Look at this pistol round by. It's really interesting, actually. We've got 3 players with Sheriffs online. Shin on attack side Omen has bought 1 smoke and a teleport. So he's clearly planning to get value out of that as part of their pistol strategy.
Shin hasn't bought a smoke. The smoke is free.
Here. That means that they're only going to have 1 smoke. They're going to fight Heaven aggressive with the Viper wall.
Or again, trying to disrupt this one. FPX cracked open the wall out towards C, trying to double face this one, but they've gotten deep into Heaven. Karmine Corp. There's the second protocol, just leaping. Wow. Boundless, man. Jumping straight into the face of Ayang, and he can't withstand that kind of pressure. Into Link now, Paranoia. Sent flying, corners cleared, making sure they're there with the diligence. Nade rebounding, but Magnum holding down the ground, forwards. It's the approach, but again, there's just nothing to deal with this guy. He's just rattling off shots. Left, right, and center, straight from main. Finally smoked off. Berlin diffusing. Half, sticking, hello, gets off of it, but now damage is done. Snakebite tap, they've got to realize this now, surely, with the time cues, but they all collapse.
He could have diffused, honestly.
Pistol round win.
That's why he pulled on fake.
Turns out, Tomazi, he had his orb and a snakebite on the plan. So not too much danger. Berlin was maxed out at only being able to get half on the spike. This is the play, though, that really wins them the round. They're not just fighting Heaven aggressively with the Viper Wall. They're planning to swing through their own Viper Wall to be able to hard clear out anybody that was looking to try to play retake in that area. Great pistol round strategy. Well cooked up by KC. Gives them a chance.
A lot of util going to be expended here by KC. Some control towards a rubble, but a stack of 4 players going to be meeting them pound for pound. Yes, they don't have the weapons, but they do have the util. And look at that dizzy connection. Which way is the fight going to go? Paranoia blinded up. FPX could have gone in any direction, but eventually
The weapon
Bulldogs carried them through it.
Yeah, after that initial wave of utility, got the first 2 kills for FPX. They just couldn't quite hold on. As soon as the KC players could see, they shot back.
Player standing.
And Life tries to make the play there, shut down. All down to Berlin. We've seen some outrageous situations from Berlin so far in this series. He's managed to pick up a Bulldog. But I think this would just be a little too much. He's gonna need a freebie.
Karma Core haven't really been offering too many of them. There's an option though. Magnum's just jiggling the corner out towards Link. Berlin making sure to clear everything before he starts the approach now. 1 smoke, 2 smokes. Freshly rejuvenated.
He's found a timing past Magnum, but he's set up a crossfire. This triple setup is so strong.
You just don't win it. There's too much to account for. Too much to account for. So, 3 players surviving here for Karma Core. 3 rifles to carry into the bonus.
The Bermuda Triangle post-plant setup, you ain't getting out of that one.
No, you can't do it. Can't do it.
So yeah, this is going to be a fairly potent bonus round, but not the most that we've seen. There was a little bit of damage there. Also something to keep in mind, Autumn was 12-3 to begin this map. So you look at where he is on the scoreboard right now, he hasn't been doing too much since that absolutely electric beginning.
Bit of a struggle.
In order for FPX to be able to close this out and take their 2nd map ever at a global event, you're going to need big players like Autumn or Life to really make sure that they can close this one out.
Berlin trying to make the most of the Odin spam. Well, that util was used just to set Shin up into a forward position through rubble. Now the 2nd wave is going to be used early on here. I mean, talking a minute 20. Now, Karma Core could look to try and go all the way back over towards A. Berlin. He's going to get pushed out into the open. He's going to get pushed out into the open!
I mean, the Berlin moments.
Oh my! Berlin, what are you doing?
They are wild.
Oh no, I can feel it, the danger zone. And it's there.
And it's
FPX now forced to try and do a lot more. Ayang out wide into the open. Lysor, he's found his straggler up onto the opposite side of the map, but really the damage is done. Life has to make a go.
It's gonna pick. Oh, the wall.
No one accounting for it. Spike drop down. He's brought this into a 2 versus 2. Definite chances here for him.
Serious opportunity for FPX to be able to recover this. Oh, that's a ton of damage onto Life, though. The Odin spam perfect, but he might have distracted for Lysor to find a timing.
What happened to backside? Shinny's just on top of the ropes, man.
That's a bonkers play to go for.
This post plant now gets so much more difficult. Lysor, how do you cut up these angles? How do you find the right fights? How do you isolate them? He's not even clearing Shin. Tucked up there, and there was a player ready to swing. Him and Tomazi, dynamic duo.
Should have been more dangerous than that, actually. For
nice hound by Shin.
Somehow manages to make that one look easy by pushing with an Odin into heaven. But it's the
and losing that bonus
side,
is huge
Shin's
for
opposite,
FPX.
Berlin,
Like,
who just threw the round away so early on. This is an anti-bonus. You have an economy advantage to clear the round out, and he just wanders out through the rotating door. It's the kind of play that you should never be going for. And I think he just got completely lost with what was occurring there. Didn't think that KC were committed to rubble whatsoever. And we've seen a few moments from him throughout this series. He's matched the big round-winning plays with those kind of moments where
they're gonna send it here.
Certainly has. Interesting play by FPX here on their half-buy, eco, whatever you want to call it. They throw a ton of utility at a rubble, and they over-rotate immediately, so they have the stack. They're trying to force Karma Core right into them. They're going to get their wish granted. Martin can't see anything yet with the Phantom in his hands, making short work at him. Wide face, driving by. One player left standing, it's Autumn. Feels his position. Earns a kill because of it.
Spike planted.
Really should not be any more danger in this.
With the stack dodged, KC should be able to rely on their discipline to get them through this one. No problem. The time's an issue. Autumn's been stuffed into a corner. Has no idea that these two players are so close.
He's getting bullied. Lunch money taken here. The high-low setup.
Brian.
Very little chance and opportunity. And so 8-8.
And not only 8-8, Bren, Karma Core now actually favored, in my opinion, because I talked about it on the attack side for FPX. The ult cycle is just monstrous. Look at what they're starting to get up to. Nightfall, Lockdown, available. Those are going to start to build up. The Pit and the Showstopper. This composition has so many tools to be able to chain stuff together on the attack side.
One enemy remaining.
And this now might be a little too late for FPX. They had their opportunities early on in this half to make it dangerous for KC. Round 15, round 16, getting that stack that you called out too, and yet weren't able to convert on them. Now they need some hero plays. Because if you just look at things, all things being even, an attack side map where KC is starting to get big ults online, with the quality of this team, FPX should be in the squeeze right now. So they are going to need somebody to step up.
That's why the timeout's called. Honestly, maybe just reining Berlin in a little bit might help. It hasn't been costing him too much, just that one round that just sticks out in my mind, of course, when he donated over the Odin.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you have those round losing plays in big situations, they're actually worse than the round winning plays that you get in some other spots. And when we think back to Icebox, one of the worst parts for FPX was that they were only winning 43% of the time when they were up a player, when they were 5v4, when they got the first pick.
I mean, speaks volumes, I think, about Karma Core's ability to turn situations like that, but also for FPX, I mean, that is...
They were tossing some of those situations.
It's pretty dire, isn't it, not being able to convert?
With things like going for those mid-round reclears and trying to take possession of the round even though you were up players. It's a very risk-positive play style that FPX have, but they can bite them. This is where you gotta try to take the risks, though, I think. You can't just sit back and allow KC's ults to come at you.
Nightfall, whole cacophony of util, used to try and clear out towards the C site.
And the stack was on A this time.
Yeah. Looking to try and put pressure on anybody who might be anchoring into the site. They would have been deafened. Shin might have been able to get huge value out of an ultimate there. But they're not overstepping themselves and overreaching. FPX are now going to be in a retake with life, opping, no ults to work with.
And this lockdown. Precise time to be used here. Ults, util, paranoia, but it really doesn't do enough damage to clear this one out. So FPX forced to run away, tail between their legs.
Yeah, the mosh, the nade, none of it finding value.
Time now becoming an issue. Here comes the approach. Satchel's in, Dizzy's there, but Wingman follows it up, stunned up. Well, cosmetic in nature. FPX still all here now. Shin, last one left. Having a defuse. Oh. They're watching for it. They knew he was there. Barely enough with the time.
Huge round for
What
XP.
a retake from FPX. They hit the commit button and they won all of the aim duels. And they'd already used such big pieces of utility too.
How did they win now when they're retaking with it off?
It's wild. I mean, look, no paranoia, no nade, no mosh. Just being able to win the raw fights, particularly those kills against Martin and Tomasi there, being massive difference makers. Head in hands for Zeish. That was a round that KC were expected to win and did not. Big ultimates used too. It's broken their ult cycle.
What a time to do it for FPX. Same opening for Karma Core. Out towards C now. Lysor. That is a snake bot going to be using. Wow, okay, just spanning straight through. That's one way to clear the pit. If he didn't get it, at least Martin with a showstopper might have.
And I say broken the ult cycle, but Martin being able to enter the showstopper and Tomasi being able to get the pit online as well. They're fighting tooth and nail for this. making sure that they don't get pushed into an uncomfortable spot.
Real uncomfortable though as the retake. How do you choose to take this one? The pit blocking off all the avenues out towards Waterfall. Thrash might be the answer here for Ayang. Berlin can't work his way through that one way. A lot of util being used to try and push them back, but look at how difficult this is. I mean, you're just clearing one section of the ult. Detained. Did catch, I believe, the one. Clearing through. Need the guns, at least with the fight. It's Magnum. Just dominating that one angle. Looks to really just step towards them now when he spots the final few players, and Berlin's out of there.
But what a response from Karmine Corp. Kept it simple, used the ultimates, got themselves a round win. And that builds up the economic safety net that they have.
Yeah.
But now it's 9-9 with all of the big ultimates starting to try favor FPX. You know, it's going to be a while before Karmine Corp have those to rely on to be able to string around together like that.
They're gonna go back to A.
Based on what ults you have online.
That's their default. So. No, they're going C again.
Economy disadvantage. But it might not feel like that if you end up running into life. KC just looking like they want to focus on mount control into the C hit.
It's the same hit over and over again. The deep smoke that Shin places down, everybody plays inside of it to dodge any attempt of a flash repeat.
And this feels like they're just punishing the lack of the killjoy on the other side.
Yeah.
They're not worried about running into life.
They're scrimming, man. Practicing the C execs.
Very much so.
Autumn does have his ult. Needs to stay alive though. If he wants to use it in this, any chance of it. A tap from the rate with the spike. They are trying to force out at least some util, maybe the ult out of them. Now sticking and committing into it. Ground setup. Backing them away with the rifles here. Karmine Corp. It is quite passive position, just giving up basically the back section of the site.
Does Autumn choose to ult? Down 4v5.
Would be a crazy one. That's essentially a solo swing there from Lysol. Not really set up for it. Life onto the flank. Lambot notifying the team of his position. There's not too many more pieces left for FPX to do anything about it.
And these last 2 rounds have been just what the doctor ordered for KC.
Clinical, yeah.
It was looking on a nice edge that it could spiral out of control. And instead, they've kept it so clean, only that one round going the way of FPX.
And they have the Fade ultimate to work with too. What a nice shot.
FPX are going to have to try to come up with a different way of holding on to C. You look at how Karmine Corp are taking mount control at the start of the round. Shin throws a smoke, they get a teleport into the smoke, they have double faces in case anybody's playing aggressive. They can use Fade utility there as well. Prowler when they get in. It's all very rigorous.
And we see FPX setup changing. Now they have 2 people on C and only 2 people on A. And now it's a bait.
If there's a paranoia, they can hide inside.
But they are deep A. FPX is like set.
Safe haven for them to play around.
They're gonna have to re-clear Hubble.
But they haven't neutralized the danger on the opposite side of the map.
No, looking for a re-clear here, but it's a high-low setup. Safety, at least for some of the players. Nanaswarm got to respect that one. Berlin dropping down. Nightfall now being used to clear.
The portal should come
off.
off.
This chaos. Berlin, man, he was setting up another one-way smoke. Still with the rifle traded. Shin.
So 1-for-1.
From him. 50 seconds left. Quite efficient.
That ultimate.
Around here for Karmine Corp. Plenty of time left if they want to take a pivot.
But the problem is, the more the time ticks, the more Autumn's ultimate becomes a game changer. You do not want to get in a situation where you're trying to exec with only 25 seconds left and there's a showstopper on the other side.
They're gonna go back to C.
Any stack over towards C would have been dismantled at this point because of all of that rubble pressure.
Feels like they're going to be pivoting into a B, A to B almost, with them opening the door up, but
high-low.
Set everybody out towards C, and the players, they're running away, but they hear it jumping around. Autumn, it's popped off the old high-low setup, not expecting it. The rate's already there, Dizzy avoided, but no, just catching onto him. 15 seconds left, has to deal with this player. He's got the spike in his hands, no teammates. Nowhere near at all. He's got to try and force his fight out. The Ray wins it.
He can't plant.
He's going to get this plant down. And it's being covered. Surely no spam. He does. An extension into the round.
Monstrous from the Ray. He's 22-11 in the map so far and trying to win this round almost on his own, waiting for the cavalry to arrive.
Horn spotting it. Avoiding it. Bullets hailing down onto it, but his head just peeking out and over. No, right, can't be stopped, man.
Nice.
Just disgusting.
He deserved MVP for the series, like what he did on Xbox and on Notus now.
Dumpstering people.
No matter what he plays.
Playing like this flex initiator role. Sometimes we'll see him on Duelist, and you can see why when you look at this guy's talent. So many duels here that weren't favored, where it looked like an FPX player had caught him.
Ooh, Marshall. Marshall, can you look at me for a second? Oh my god.
Yeah, Shin's happy about that one.
This time Karmikor setting the sights over towards A.
And the push out C from FPX, they knew they had to change something up. And now Magnum's got the read on it. All right, so they were aggressive on C. Let's try and push it into A fast.
What is that? Spam through, catch onto Berlin. Didn't stand a chance there. Will they catch the C push yet? Magnum is watching for it, knowing that.
Thank God it was just
could have found the timing, and instead the
sheriff
comes out on top, readjusting the aim.
It's fallen to pieces. Ayang makes a good go of it there. Looks away two of them, but not enough to withstand the pressure for all the players there. Now a deep push from Live. He's the last one left. Hold up, rotations, players are...
It's gonna get timing.
It's a timing game. Shin's seen the barrel. He's seen the barrel and he takes care of him. 12 rounds. Now game for Karmikor. One step closer to taking the series entirely.
An 8-4 half. And as soon as KC got onto the attack side, navigating danger, putting together some excellent rounds. Chaining ults, punishing the C defense, reacting correctly too.
What a nice shot.
Yeah, we thought that this would be one of the least even matchups on paper. FPX came into this one hoping to be able to get at least a map, maybe a match win, show the global stage that they were capable of so much more than they've done in the past. Now they're one round away from getting knocked into the bottom portion of our Swiss stage.
Face your fear!
9-4, suspended once more. Prowler connecting, Magnum holding, watching. What is that by Autumn?
Those are amazing.
Hell of a time to come alive. His team definitely needed it, and the kills are just being collapsed upon. Shin has got his ult, picks up the spike, repositions now, but guess what? Berlin might be one step ahead. He's running his way back over towards A, anticipating this kind of reaction. A plant, though, won't be pushed back. So Shin has a chance to close the case entirely. 1v2, Ayang has the ult, a lot of util. Shin reveals his position, Thrash. No bunny hops online, wide swing and face there. Paranoia repositions out wide to the side. Shot, connect.
5 bullets.
To it. Shin will not find it.
Another clutch. Lost.
Ayang is the one to do it.
The one against the chamber and this one.
Recovery in that round for FPX to find 4 kills off the back of Guardians. 2 players, the 2 star players, Autumn and Light, just being able to pop. Those initial kills though, Autumn, again, I keep wanting to mention, he was 12-3 at the beginning of this map. He's still only got 17 kills. If he can wake up, FPX can still bring this to overtime. The big, heavy hitting firepower from FPX has got to come online now when they need it most. Otherwise, KC are going to win this series.
First time we're seeing a bit of aggression on the defensive side here from Life. Horns dealt with, smoke forward, so many positions to look for here, but a Boombot now, look at the levels to it, the layers to it. Boombot Prowler, you have to respect it, rendezvous back now, and here comes the C hit. Pressure there, Martin was vulnerable up, there was a nanoswarm at his feet, but now there's a snake bite to try and respond, and a flood defense by FPX is caught. Dizzy missing wide, facing Lysor. He's got his 2 there, the rate. He's eager to take the challenge straight to them. He's eager to put an end to the entirety of this series, but a spike has been dropped into the middle of nowhere.
That's the big problem now. Extraction is the name of the game. KC, Magnum's trying to cause some chaos, see if he can pull people away from the C site, threaten some kind of wild lurk, but would they really push through Waterfall here to retrieve the spike? Or is it all a fake?
Subterfuge being thrown into the mix. There's a Haunt to clear the way, but Berlin is back up onto the space, into the angle, an essential kill, but it goes missing. And now Waterfall control is theirs. Autumn is there with a crosshair placement. And White now have to deal with these players. Carmine Core! It's all down to 1v1. And this is it. Again, continuation of the series, or will it be that slam at dunk? Tomasi wraps it around, 20 seconds left. Spike still not retrieved. Tomasi! He finishes the
Let's
job
go.
on their feet before you know it. And it's a 2-0 wrap to the series for Carmine Core in their opening match of Madrid.
And that's my first
That's a great way to
pick
get the
him
nerves settled early.
confirm.
And showcase that you can do it on the biggest stage. The Global Masters stage. These players.
It was a good performance by FPX, honestly. Like, they are expected to be like the worst team, and KC is expected to be
FPX certainly pushed them, but no map win for the Chinese
probably
squad,
one of the
who still
best
only have
team.
one so far in these 3 global showings. They'll have more chances. This Swiss system gives them future opportunities as well, though they have no idea who they'll be facing next. You could say that about both of these teams, though, because to be honest, when you look at the other matches that you've got coming up, it is difficult to predict who the favorites are. And just to revisit that topic, Bren, we were saying at the start, this should have been on paper one of the most one-sided matches you could get, and yet we had a 13-8 where things looked very close. We had it wrapped up at 7-7 and then a 13-10 on KC's map pick. Parity may well be the key word here at Madrid.
FPX definitely bringing it and testing at Carmine Core, but they come out strong. It's a 2-0 actually in terms of that map scoreline as well. And like you said, I mean, a series of unknowns leading into it. They don't know who their next opponent is going to be. It's up in the air. They're going to be paying close attention to these upcoming matches, including the one that we got coming up even next. That one is going to be a certified banger, man. I mean, Genji versus Loud, who knows which direction that one's
So
going.
It's impossible to call.
It's 6 PM my time.
They got that win under their belt early. It's
But the next game is 7
opportunity
PM.
to watch these other games that
So
are
are they
happening.
like
They're a team that loves to prep, loves to practice. They were talking about the fact that
gonna
it's been
queue
difficult
it?
to get that level of prac under their belts here. So that's a great start to the tournament.
Or do we have a 1 hour wait?
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined by Mimi once again. What a fantastic win and stuff. But it is for K-Corp, of course. For majority of these players, Mimi, they've never even played on a global stage before, and they just 2-0'd FPX.
Yeah, I mean, even like in EMEA, there's a lot of the big matches they were playing. That final against Heretics was online because the player wasn't there. For them, this match, I think, meant a ton to really get acquainted to that stage, to a bigger crowd, to a new environment. It's a lot of new stuff for these players. And honestly, I think they came out swinging. People can critique that it wasn't the stomp a lot of people predicted, but I think that was people underrating FPX. Like Eng said in that first halftime interview, this team has shooters. They'll catch you off guard. I think they're a real kind of test team that pushes you just enough if you're one of those top squads to be worrying, but it's about how you bounce back, and they absolutely did.
Yeah, I was getting a little bit worried there towards the end. Honestly, I felt like FPX, they might have been able to push them all the way to overtime, but the fact that KC actually closed it out, Mimi, especially for, you know, a player like Madam, who everybody used to...
I hope Knight
not
gets
being
the
able to close
MVP.
games out, for being a bit shaky in those moments. I think I'm getting on the KC train really
Are
early.
you bringing back like the
Really
2021
early.
fraudnatic narrative about Magnum?
But I'm saying that that's no more, right? This is a new look, and I mean, we were watching the games. You were telling me, Nare, MVP of the tournament already, early shout.
I'm kind of feeling it. I mean,
MVP of the
reactionary
series
random,
for sure.
but this guy just came out and absolutely impressed. The second half especially, I think they had a great read. They realized there's not a lot of soul in this comp. They just kept pounding this C site. And for me, honestly, when you see this team go for an exec, they commit so perfectly around the utility. Just really clean stuff here from Carmine Core to kick off Madrid.
Yeah, and speaking of Nare, he's standing by with Kakuka in the Verizon post-match interview.
Bienvenidos a todos a la primera entrevista después de haber ganado Casey este primer partido aquí en Masters Madrid. I'm here joined with Narrate. So first of all, congratulations on the first win of Madrid. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay. Let's try, okay?
Yeah. Buy the KC bundle.
Thank you very much, guys. I mean, the crowd has been amazing, so thank you very much. Now back into the interview and the actual questions. First of all, how do you think this team has been different from everything that you've seen in EMEA? How the preparation has been different to, you know, adapting to a Chinese team?
Well, obviously we have, like same thing with every team in this competition, we have a lot of info on them. So it's not really any different from any other team we played. I would say that they're really good at like making really good individual plays. Just absolutely, if you make any mistake, they will punish the fuck out of you. And it's like, it's really hard, to be honest. Like, we can play perfectly, but if some guy just finds a perfect timing, he's gonna kill all of us.
Okay, le he preguntado qué tal ha sido, ¿no? Prepararse para todo esto, para equipos diferentes a los que está acostumbrado en EMEA, y me ha dicho que la verdad tienen mucha información en los equipos, pero que la preparación es básicamente la misma. La información está ahí y sienten que FPX les ha castigado bastante, ¿no? En cada error que podían cometer, ahí estaban ellos para poner la bala. Of course, you had a brilliant performance, let's call it like that. How do you think this is going to translate into the rest of the tournament? Because of course, you guys are the least experienced in some senses. Do you think that gives you that underdog power?
I mean, to be honest, we don't really see ourselves as underdogs or overdogs. We're just a team that we're gonna try to play every team as well as possible.
They're just hot dogs, man.
So
Super
I don't think
hot
it's really gonna
dogs.
affect us. Like, even though like you saw at EMEA that we don't need stage experience. We're just the players that we are. We don't crumble under pressure, and that's it.
Dice que no se derrumban ante la adversidad, que no necesitan esa experiencia y que todo el torneo debería de ser así. No se consideran que sean débiles o que vayan a sufrir por todo eso. Real quick, before I let you go, Chamber, Reina, of course, a lot of things that we do not see in EMEA. Was it hard for you to adapt onto all of that, or was it just the duels?
To be honest, like, it's not that hard to adapt to. Like, obviously we knew their comps before we played them, just because they played them in like Chinese League. And so like we kind of knew what we were going into, but also I feel like a lot of EMEA teams also play kind of crazy stuff as well. So it's not like, we played against a billion different comps and scrims, and it's just preparation, and our preparation's really good, and we know what they're gonna do, and yeah, we just execute.
La preparación también por encontrarnos agentes como Chamber, como Reina, cosas que no solemos ver en EMEA. Dicen que la preparación ha estado ahí, que estas composiciones ya han jugado contra ellas en scrims, en EMEA también, así que se lo podían esperar, sabían cómo adaptarse a todo esto. Well, thank you very
People
much.
play Yoru and Neon and shit in EMEA. Like,
Not go anywhere, because that's Gen G against Loud coming up next.
is the series, is this next game, next series, actually gonna start in an hour? A little bit less of an hour? Because if it does, I'm gonna take a quick break. Go cook something. We'll see. I'm gonna wait after the ads.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Two minutes. I hope they don't like fucking they don't speak for like 45 minutes. It's gonna hit me so hard. Okay.
Welcome back, everybody, to day one of Masters Madrid. I'm Yingsu, once again joined by Mimi and Kakuka, and it's time to talk about the second matchup of today. It is Loud versus Gen G. Let's start with Loud because, Mimi, we talk about, you know, teams missing out. NRG are not here, DRX are not here, but Loud are always here.
They absolutely are. The color was blue before. We're back to being green because this team always shows up to international events, and what makes it so impressive is that it seems to consistently beat a new roster. Loud looked great last season, and they made changes in the offseason. They lost a player who a lot of people considered the best in the world in Ospas, but now they've picked up QCK instead, and Sada, as he seemingly always does, has reinvented this team and made it back to a global.
So it would be normal to think that if you have not been following Americas and you see this change and you see that Aspas is no longer in being such a staple for the team, that probably Loud has suffered. And maybe, you know, not seeing them being seed 1 is all that we can account them for. I understand that we've seen some funky compositions, you know, here and then. They rely a lot on the Viper. We've seen some Phoenix. I think that, you know, coming into the tournament, that might be considered a weakness.
Viper is probably the most meta champ right now.
Most of them into those international events, and the effect
Probably with Raze.
trajectory has to put into play today.
Yeah, let's talk about
And
those
Omen.
calls, because Sadak has clearly been cooking. Do we like it? You know, is it our flavor or is it an overcook?
I think that it's something that can work, but I don't know for how long is the thing. So they're playing Breach Phoenix on 4 out of the 7 maps that they're playing, which is crazy to say the least. But the idea behind it is you have double flashes. You can go around, on example for Ascent. You can be splitting into a site, use flashes on both sides, overwhelm teams. You have great retakes, you have strong site hits, but what you give up is you have no dive agent. So if you're playing into a heavy Sentinel comp or a team with a lot of stall, you really can get punished for that.
Yeah, exactly. Also the double controller or on Ascend. Maybe we even see the Phoenix there. But I understand why they want to choose the Phoenix. I understand that the ultimate is very powerful. The flashes are very weak, in my opinion, because of how they stand. And I think that it is, from the outside, pretty easy to counter. But once you're in-game, there are so many things that you need to remember once you're going up against this combination, that the conditioning actually favors Loud. And that is one of the reasons why they managed to make it so far with this kind of compositions.
Yeah, we've seen teams counter them out. EG, for example, did very well at that, even though they lost the series, pulling out the Odin, shutting down because there was no dive to get through the stall. It is possible to counter this out, but the thing is, the comp has a lot of little intricacies, a lot of little flash combos, little plays that can still catch you off guard, that I think give it more depth than kind of initially looking at it would lend you to believe.
Yeah, of course. This is the 7th consecutive time Loud have made it to a global event. A lot of other IGLs, they didn't make it, but somehow Kakuka, Sadak, many iterations of this roster, he's always here. So talk me through why he's always making it, and can we confidently say that this is the greatest
Holy, what the fuck is happening?
IGL in Valorant?
Hello?
Inside and outside of the server, being that kind of reliable figure that can put you through the tough situations and make you a winner, because it's very different, you know, to just be able to roll with things, to improve things, but actually, Selak is the kind of player that makes and creates them winners.
He certainly is, and it's not just the 7th consecutive Loud that has made it here. This guy has brought 5 different... Nope. This extremely loud, incorrect buzzer, wrong. What is right is that this guy has brought 5 different individual distinct rosters to international events. Twice with Vikings, 3 times with different players on Loud. He's the ultimate talent developer.
Yeah, and I also think that we can probably just give him the hat, right? The greatest IGL of this game. I'm quite happy to do that. I'm not sure about you guys. But speaking...
Probably.
and speaking of...
I mean...
speaking of Sadak, he's actually standing by right now with Mika Fabs.
Him and Buster. And maybe, like...
Hey Sada, can we pull you in for just a really quick question? I apologize, you have to drag your bag over here as well. So this is the 3rd variation of this team, and you consistently keep making it to global events. I mean, how do you keep doing this?
I think it comes down to us having fun. I have great teammates, so it's kind of easy when you have amazing people around you to do amazing things. So yeah, pretty much it.
Well, excited to see you guys have fun out there. Good luck.
Amazing people.
I mean, they must be having fun playing some of these comms as well. But what's in the suitcase? What do you think?
His strats.
Yeah? All of them?
Yeah, it's like the nuclear football he carries around. He has
It's Aspas, just in case.
I don't think they'll need him. I don't think they'll need him. Because with QCK coming in, I feel like he's adopted the way of Loud very nicely. And Mimi, we have a quote from him as well. He was talking a little bit about how he felt about Gen G. He said, I know that Gen G is one that's been showing a good game. They qualified by winning against a very strong team. This is a team
It's gonna be a way closer
The thing is, the QC
series than the last one, I feel like.
It's not the Loud with Osboss way. He's not Osboss. He doesn't play the Jet every map. He's not an incredible, perfect dive player in the same way Osboss was. He's instead flexing around, playing the Phoenix. He's fitting into Sadok's system. And for that reason, this does feel like a very different Loud than the one we talked about last year.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this is another reason that makes Loud the team that, you know, a lot of people support and love. It's the fact that if you change these pieces, you can see a new version, but it is still a version that works. And they're not just fixated into, for example, Paper Rex being crazy, just playing the crazy comms being extra aggressive. No, with Loud you can see very different iterations and they still make it work. So it makes it in time difficult to adapt and play against them.
Yeah, Loud, very familiar team here on the global stage. But today, Kakuka, they're going to go up against what I would say epitomizes the surprise element we've seen in the regional leagues. How did Gen G get here?
Well, basically, they beat DRX to qualify here, and it's been a very long
who did
time.
they beat in the finals? Just some small team, right?
Yeah, just a small team. You might know it. Something about paper.
Oh,
Paper and dinosaurs. Dinosaur
yeah,
papers.
That sounds
Paper people rise up. Paper people rise up.
No, but Gen G, I mean, insane that they made it here after what? Only being shown at Lock-in last year.
Yeah, exactly. So that is the thing. First of all, we were surprised when you look at the global news and you're like, oh my god, DRX is not making it. And when you dive into how and why Gen G managed to make it here, how the individuals play within this roster. Lakia also back into this international stage that is going to welcome him with open arms. There is many reasons to believe that Gen G is the threat, and especially after what we heard of Scrimbugs, that they're winning everything out here. It is a team to fear.
Allegedly, the streets have spoken, and Gen G hasn't lost Scrim since coming to Spain, which
they
is
said it
Wow.
themselves, right?
Yeah, they said it themselves. Reliable narrator, myself, but it is possible that they have because they were so good in Pacific. If I were to define the way this team plays, it's just doing the basic stuff incredibly well. They're mostly playing old default comms, the good honest Valorant stuff, but they execute on it incredibly well. Their synergy is great. They're very good at adapting, and then they also just have players who, 3 of their 5 players seem like they were having life tournaments in kickoff.
Yeah, exactly.
One of those players is the ultimate rookie, I feel like, coming into this. And let's send it back over to Mika Fabs, who's with Karen.
Hey Karen, can we pull you for a quick question? Pacific's Golden Rookie. So this is your first Masters event. This is your first global event. How do you feel going up against the former world champions in Loud?
I wasn't playing when they won champs.
Oh! You gotta love that answer. You gotta love that answer.
I wasn't playing when they won champs. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
If they win after saying that.
That's crazy. I mean, it is ridiculous how good this guy is. Let me tell you, they would not be here if it were not for Karen. Their qualifying match against DRX, very close game. And then this guy on Lotus won like 4 or 5 clutches in one game, continually stole away rounds from their opponent. It's his first year playing Pro Valorant at this level. It's his first Tier 1 team, and he was out there dunking on the very best of Pacific.
I think that what it's also important to remark is the way that they play. You were mentioning, Mimi, the standard compositions, and actually a very standardized and different way from what it's usually played in Pacific. And when we think about, you know, it's probably the perfection version of DRX that they've been trying to achieve for years, but actually didn't make it. This Gen G has done it. And the fact that they can win against PaperX, remember, the PaperX that, you know, they might sound crazy, they might run these funky things, but they always make it far and deep into tournaments. Do not forget about that. So if they are able to interpone, to just be better with the play-in standard, it means that they master what they do.
Yeah, my question is, where does Karen compare to the other rookies? Because there's some great rookies. We just saw Narrate, Mimi. Do you think he's going to be up there in that kind of caliber?
I absolutely do think he is. I think that the performance he showed in Pacific looked as good as Narrate. The thing is, how do you rate between those two international leagues? Because I think we have seen the level of Pacific to some extent not be up to what it was last year. PaperX not playing to the same level, they've said it themselves. DRX not even making it here, whereas I think we saw a lot of teams leveling up in EMEA. But I don't think that means he's going to come to an international event and not play well. I think he can keep this up. The question is if it's at the same utterly ludicrous level that it was in their last 2 series in Pacific. I think that's a lot harder to achieve.
But honestly, I don't think that we cannot, expect him to do super well. Also because of the rest of the players that he has on the team. You have the Munchkin, you have Texture.
I mean, Texture finally on a team where he can just play the role he wants to play. He's just on Jet and he's great.
Yeah, exactly. So it is very simple to, even if today he doesn't have the performance of a lifetime, I think that we have to be fair with them and do not expect every rookie's debut on a big stage to be like Narrate's.
I expect every rookie's debut on a big stage to be like Narrate.
Well, yeah, me too. I expected him not to lie to me, and he did.
Agree.
So.
I mean, we talk about rookies, right? I mean, at least with the players like Narrate, he played in Americas. You know, we had
Tier 2.
Yeah, but Minibu again coming through Tier 2. But Karen, officials-wise, only has 17 officials ever. Sadak has 46 global games. Not just
global.
Just globally.
And if you tally up his time in Brazil, his time in Americas,
yes.
like.
So this is insanity, the kind of rookie going up against, you know, the old guard we're talking about. But is this going to be the one that settles this? So if Sadak wins today, are we still believing, you know, the old guard, they're here? Or if Gen G wins, is it time? Maybe time's moving on?
I think we also need to think about solos. Yeah, I like it. I think that, you know, we were mentioning all the upsets and surprises that we have throughout the year. This could be a major one, probably one that is not in many people's votes for this match. But I think that we also need to think about what I was saying, solo, joining the team, having that experience, and maybe changing things up and giving this team a different identity.
Sure.
We have to be fair and talk about all the coaches that we think make the difference. And I think after seeing them today on stage, maybe we can draw some conclusions about it.
To answer your question though, Sue, I think that I haven't moved on, but I think the world has moved on. Valorant has moved past the old guard, the old teams. That's why so many of them didn't make it here. The teams, though, that are still here with those IGLs who have been here since day one, who have been grinding, that's the proof of the pudding that those are the cream of the crop, which Sadak has already proved in event after event. However, that's not to say that if Gen G plays great today, that's not more faith that there is so much talent out there in younger players. Because I mean, how many times do we have to see that? We've seen it with KC, we've seen it with this team domestically, we've seen it with like half the teams here having rookies debuting.
I mean, the interesting thing is, you know, we talk about how Karen wasn't there when Loud won the championship, but if we want to cast our eyes back to old, not just old guard, but like old guard, Lakia was there. Yeah. Lakia was here from the beginning.
He's like the oldest guard.
Yeah, but are we counting him as like the old guard, or are we counting him as a new blood?
I think that it also says a lot about him that he is able to adapt into, you know, newer times and just playing with the youth, right? So I don't count him as old guard.
I count him as old guard.
He was there before Sadak was there, I feel like.
No, he actually was.
He was there before Mimi was born.
No, honestly, when the last time we saw Lakia at a global event, DRX was still Vision Strikers. That's not even like a troll. Like, that's just what it was.
Yeah. And they also didn't qualify to a global all the way back then. That was when Lakia was on New Turn. I mean, so much has changed since this guy last showed at a global.
Yeah, and what do we expecting from him then? Are we expecting him to come out and have that experience and have a stable performance, perhaps?
Consistency. That's it. Like you say, Lakia is a steady player. He's always good at the initiator. He has good initiator utility. He sets up his teammates well. He also brings the level of experience that I think will help to kind of keep the rookies stable out there. For those of them that this is like their biggest match, their biggest debut.
Yeah, and I think we have to dwell a bit more into that initiation. We know from what the teams have been playing and how the meta is reshaping that initiators, just because of there's less and less every time, how important it is what you do with the information, how you gather the information. And I think that having someone like Lakia with all that experience is probably what this team needed and probably one of the keys to their success.
I do want to talk about Loud again for a second, and I want to just take my moment to go crazy about Les, because for my money, coming into this tournament, he looks like the best player in the world. Like, just straight up. I think
so.
He
Les
looks like
2023.
Yes, they are building their comps on Loud in a way where he gets to play the role he's comfortable with. Every single map, the guy is playing Viper, and he is odds out the best Viper that we have in Valorant. The guy's mechanics and aim are
I don't know, man.
sublime. You don't need me to tell you
Like,
that. Watch any game
that's his Viper on split is pretty
timings he
clean.
chooses on lurks are ridiculous. Yes. This team lost Osboss, and that's everyone wants to have Osboss
And
on their team. But what we
I
get
think
instead
Loud is a
is
better
people
team,
to see
but
how
like,
good Les has always been. Now that he's the real star of the show.
We can draw a comparison between what Les is doing with Viper and at the beginning of the game when everybody was playing Jet. I mean, you at least like one dedicated Jet player. How good and how fast they were escalating and how fierce the competition was to see who's going to be the best Jets. I think that for Viper, Les it's very difficult for him to have a competition because there is no other player that only plays Viper on every single match.
No, I'm not just saying he's the best Viper. The best player.
The best player in the entire world.
Yeah, he was my number one.
Yeah, I had him up there last year.
Did you forget Zekken again?
No, he's
last time.
Last number one.
I mean, I'm actually fine with that, but I do think we should quickly address, because losing Aspaz, as you said, is a big deal. And we talk about how, Lakia is back, what we expect, but surely QCK is under the most pressure ever from the fans, from the expectations, because he's got to replace Aspaz.
See, you think he would be, but I really don't think he is.
well, they're gonna talk like that for an hour. Actual woman.
That makes sense for him, and I think that with the experience of the rest of this Loud team, they are the type of team who will do a good job at shrouding him from that scrutiny, not making him feel like he has to fill in for Osprey. Sure, that might be the case for the community. There's definitely going to be fans who are putting that pressure on him. Don't open Twitter. It's not that hard.
And not only that, again, I think that we need to be fair. The fact that QCK is not having probably the Aspas performance, can we just remember for a second that Aspas is Aspas? Like, no other player is going to be on that same position. He's because less is more. But seriously, I think that this tournament could be literally like eye-opening for many people and probably big in his own development, because we cannot expect someone to just arrive in here and be Aspas number 2. You don't need that.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why Loud have reset themselves. That's why they're a new Loud. Loud was Loud before Ospas, back when it was a different team, but now they're back to it again. They actually never were Loud without Ospas, but it was Sadak. But it
was loud, and it was kind of loud.
But they were loud, but they weren't loud.
Okay, we have Loud. We have some old guard. We also have the old guard.
But we don't have the guard.
In Lakia, we don't have the guard, but we do have map select. So let's find out where our teams will be headed for this best of 3.
All right, welcome to match 2 map select presented by Omen. We will go ahead and jump in. Genji, you are the higher seed. Would you like team A or team B?
We team B.
Team B. So Loud, you will be team A, and we will start with your first ban.
We ban Lotus.
Lotus, your ban.
We ban Sunset.
Sunset. And map
No
number
ban
1 from
Breeze?
Loud.
Icebox.
Icebox. Side on Icebox.
We attack.
Attack. And then map number 2 from Genji.
We pick Breeze.
Breeze. Side on Breeze.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, next set of bans starting with Loud. You have Ascent, Bind, and Split.
Split.
Split. Your ban, you have
They're gonna
Ascent
go
and
to
Bind.
Ascent.
Ben bind.
Ban
Yeah.
bind. Okay, so we will play map number 3 as Ascent. Loud side on Ascent.
Defense.
Defense.
All right.
Yeah.
Good luck to you both.
As expected. That's a interesting picks and ban for Laon. The fact that they let Breeze open the first pick Icebox, and then they ban Split and not Ascent. I think they're okay to go on Ascent. Very interesting.
This is Gen G's Masters debut, but they have to take on the former world champions in Loud. But hey, this is how they got here, by pulling off upsets. But the question is, can they do it again?
It's going to be tough. My question here in this match that we're waiting to be answered is, how good is Gen G's prep? Can they figure out a way to crack this Phoenix breach stuff that Loud has been pulling out? They are playing a style that no one else in the world
I don't
is
even know
doing
if we're
right
gonna
now.
see
And I think
it.
this is really going to be a test for this Gen G
Honestly,
team on
with
how
the
well
map
they come up
pick.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about the game plan, I think that we need to go back to that map, Vito,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, I was very surprised, and I think Gen G was just as surprised when they saw Loud finding something else that wasn't Breeze. And of course, they needed to take a minute to digest what is it going to be the plan. Not only they decide to find something different, I think that if this was a bait and that Breeze had always been ready, Gen G just bit right into it.
I think it is really interesting to see Loud leaving that open, going into that one. A lot of teams,
I wonder
when
what
they
Les
feel
is
like
going to be playing.
Probably Viper. Very
Thank you, Mimi.
surprising.
God,
Yeah,
thank
you're
you.
really welcome. Yeah, but I think it is really interesting to see them go into this map that can a lot of times be more flippy. It can a lot of times be one that is one more of gunfight, individual performances. But let's rewind and talk about Icebox, our first map in this series. I think the comp head-to-head here is really interesting. Loud play the Harbor Viper that they have played for a long, long time. But Gen G are going into it with a Gecko KO composition, which I think could actually play up against that really nicely. Those flash combos, I think, are better than with that, say, the Reyna Gecko that we saw in that first matchup. It's a comp that you can kind of flood through these walls, fight forward on your defense, and Loud doesn't play against that a whole ton in Americas.
Yeah, we also got to mention that this is the first time we're seeing Loud playing Icebox on the global stage once again since the heartbreak they had to deal with
the incident.
in Brazil. So
The Icebox
Kuka,
incident.
yeah, I need to see them come out of it here more confidence and not to throw away a lead.
I see. That's how I'm gonna call the incident. But I think that this is probably the best testing ground, the best. You know, if you want to turn things around on an international stage, this is the
Gen
moment to
G's
do it,
jackets
the way
look
that you do it. It has to
pretty
happen
cool.
on Icebox. And to go back into the compositions, I think that that is going to be a very, very big clash, and it's going to come down to a lot of the preparation. And it's going to be like the match that we previously had into how to read onto the opponent and adapt bit by bit, because of course you're going to have your ideas and they're not going to align with what you see on the server.
Yeah, and for Gen G, you know, they have to come out here and prove that they are the #1 seed from Pacifics. You know, DRX didn't even make it here. So for me, again, I'm looking towards them and seeing maybe a closer and more competitive result.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Loud, I mean, we talked about this as a team that deals with pressure well because of the experience. But I think they definitely will want to prove themselves that losing that final to Sentinels was just an upset, that they still are the kings of the region. They've never had a moment, be it back in Brazil or once it came together into the Americas League, where Loud wasn't the best team coming from their home region. This is a rarity for this squad.
Yeah, exactly. They have a lot to prove, not only today, but throughout the rest of the tournament. They know that the world is watching, but we also know that most of the teams, by getting those reps into kickoff, they actually developed a lot more into how to read their opponents and how to overcome every single problem that they see on the stage. Now, I don't know if Loud has had enough in my opinion, I think they needed a bit more.
But this is Loud we're talking about. I mean, we've spoken a lot about Sadak and Les, but they still got Tui's there, they still got Kawa there. These players, they don't really crumble under pressure.
I've made the mistake a lot of times of doubting this Loud team. Yeah. Every time you doubt them, seemingly they come out no matter the roster, no matter who's on
Every time I doubted, I was like, when did I doubt them?
I think everyone has made the mistake at least once in their life, you know?
No, mate.
Oh, not you?
No,
You've never doubted like...
Who can tell you, when they were playing against Fnatic, I literally went and take a shower, and then suddenly Fnatic just won.
Well, let's talk about this agent select here. You guys have mentioned it already, and this is what we're going to see.
Yeah, exactly. But when we were talking about Loud, no, still having the Sova,
The Harbor.
a little bit of his effect. I think that maybe when you combo it with the Harbor, you can have a little bit more of that sectioning.
And it's a no flash comp for Loud.
But I am a huge fan of Gecko, and especially
Gecko
with
kill.
I think he can have the right edge onto how to Genji can win this map.
On this attacking side, Genji is going to be really willing to fight forward, especially on their B hits, flashing through, taking space in Snowman. I'm looking to see how well Loud can contain that aggression and play up against these flash combos, because their strength does come into those light rounds, into the retakes, when you have this super oppressive double controller utility to work back in.
Yeah, and also we don't know what we're going to get on Breeze either, so I can't wait to jump into this map. We talked about the old guard, the new guard. Let's send it over to some new kids on the block, eh? How do you guys feel about Pansy and Hypok?
Oh, it feels good to have you back, Michael. How you doing?
Yeah, it's good to be back.
Yeah, missed it?
Short little stint vacation.
Love that for you. But you have a great matchup to come back to here.
What a delight. To start on Icebox as well. I mean, some really interesting points from the desk. For me, this composition is such a beautiful head-to-head. And it's partly due down to what we saw from Texture, obviously, regionally, and how this is kind of just designed to counter 2Ease's utility and put Texture in that danger zone.
How fun to see him really under the microscope here. But we have to kind of talk bigger picture a little bit. It'd be a miss. A lot of people at home have been rating Genji.
The stocks are high. Yeah.
Talent, analysts backstage, I mean, everyone's been talking them up. Now, it's been quite a few people's first and last mistake to doubt Loud in the past. Am I wrong to still put so much faith in Loud here? I don't know where I sit.
I'm kind of with you. I haven't bought in fully to Genji, but I think this matchup is the one that could potentially validate a lot of that hype. If they can come out here, even, I mean, dare I say, in a loss, put up a good performance.
No, I think you're right. I think it is just kind of how do they look? What does Genji look like on that international stage, which is what this is all about. Does it translate well? Have they got what they need? We know that Loud can do that. They've got, you know, the previous reps. So there's a little tick in that box for me. But beyond that, we wait and see how they look, because it's not like they've been flawless throughout their regular season.
And that push mid from Loud.
But we digress. As the round does begin, of course, that will mean that Genji are on the attack, Loud on the defending side, and actually we've got a triple walk up middle. That's going to be Munchkin's duty to try and deal with it, at least note it early enough, but the plant's going to come through. The attention is there from mid as well, so Kawanzine doing well to dismantle Munchkin and open up the options of pinching the site. But I like what Genji are doing.
And they are taking the side.
Yeah, taking some space elsewhere.
In Snowman.
Ahead of now coming back through, but Sadak found two here for 3 onto Texture, and she's potentially getting a third.
The knife?
There to shut it down. Less
he's 1 HP.
The view's already coming through here, Lauren. The beautiful cleanup from Loud.
What a nice retake from Loud.
Unable to really convert that space.
That push mid was like very cheesy.
And you've got to say Sadak was the big proponent of that, right? The one who kind of cracked back through, dealt with that site pressure. It felt like it was really just lucky at kind of taking that CT space in the end. He kind of fell a little short when it was only him doing it. And as I said, you lose so much of the presence on the site itself. But again, explosive start for Loud here. That's a nice way to shake off any sort of doubts. You're like, all right, we got a good little beginning. Buyback here, though, for Genji coming in on the Stingers.
Yeah, interesting to see what the plan's going to be. Well, I'm just going to run it down towards A site here, stacked up outside. Some bodies in position here for Loud.
Who is it? We've got, what, Tui's just with the Ghost. Counting does have the Bulldog, so there's
And that's what they have prepared.
well. So actually
they pick Icebox, they expect the enemy team to pick attack, and then they have a cheesy gun on.
Drops, right? And it's going to be about now. Texture going to note it, 1-for-1 trade out, less on the back line. Dealing with luck here, but now this is the problem, right? Can they still control this? Can Genji break into securing this deeper part of sight? There's so many bodies here.
I mean, the fact that actually they've been able to maintain control. Tui's going to find
Tui's.
ETO will fall, and there's 2 left to find here. So unfortunately, well, Munchkin does find one at range there. I was going to say now that
he's going to get traded.
Down, Genji in a tricky position. Cowan has actually got himself a Bulldog here.
And he's been one of the players to watch, right? I know a lot of people talk about texture, but Karen's mechanical capabilities off the charts. Not going to get it this time, though. Sadak again, just kind of adding that little full stop to the round. No threats in the end. They do recover the Bulldogs that were maybe brought into question, but they're fine. They're back in hand, and they weather the storm. And Gen G, that Stinger bite, where'd you rate it on this?
I mean, again, if they're able to convert that into getting a little deeper on site here, once this utility kind of fades out, and Loud have these open sight lines, that's where the Stingers then become a little more difficult. Once you're still stuck ahead of sight, nobody's in nest, nobody can really pressure towards spawn or towards heaven. Stingers feel a little flat at that point.
Yeah, they fall short. Now we're going to have the Sheriff round coming out. Again, beyond this, I'm just looking for the game to almost settle in. The tempo is very high right now, very brawly. They're both willing to challenge. I want to see if Gen G do tempo pace at all, or if they continue along this sort of trajectory. This round not really going to be the highest indicator of it, but it's a good time to test, isn't it? You look across, see what Meteor's up to, see what he's finding out. What can he maybe derive from these sort of setups that Loud are playing? Can they pull these rotations? Where's the space?
I think Kaunzin maybe spotted 2 or 3 members, Gen G there. Happy to give up the spate, but Sadak actually almost catching the cross back here, so Loud with a very good read on Gen G's reposition here. Meteor didn't find anything on the other end. A very, very lax hold towards B, putting QCK in a position here, but delivers on the first. Munchkin will fall.
Yeah, he's not backing away yet. He's still good for another. Yeah, decides can't fall away from yellow. That's not particularly a problem.
There is the Lurk Kitchen.
Utility to support him. You've still got Sadak controlling middle. The one thing I'll say is that Meteor's got some good info here. This might have to then be an adjustment for the round following, that if they've noticed the deep setup coming out from the KJ, rather than maybe keeping more of an attentive look towards tunnel. Any more damage to be had here? Lakia with a good attempt. No connection. Now just 1v4. Spike could not be further away, and Comfy for less.
A clean start here for Loud, a 3-0 scoreline. So Gen G toying with a little bit of investment here to maybe try and catch them off guard.
Any ults nearby?
Nothing really on the brink for Gen G. A couple of ultimates on the brink, though, for Loud. Kaunzin, one off the Hunter's Fury.
Lovely.
The lockdown next in line after that. Need to see a response here from Gen G, though, because the credit's starting to stack on the side of Loud. Themselves very comfortable.
QCK looking like he wants to go for the operator too. Kind of considering the options. I mean, he was up to 7k. He has every right to fancy his chances, but again, very different setup. Hard to get a bit of a beat on what Loud are up to, and it looks like Munchkin right off the rip wants to take space. Sadak has to respond, respect that he can't do this alone, because again, look at where they were pressured, where they were looking at the start. Sadak just waiting. He's got the support now. Calling Kaunzin 2Es as well towards CT. So they've responded. I don't think that knife was going to really locate much. Clearing close, so they know that yellow is the next step.
Yeah, not a massive towel on the back of that. Usually still going to take the space here. Loud happy to concede. Doesn't really seem like there's any pressure point here for Gen G to try and exploit.
No, I'm looking for that late mid presence, right? Meteor maybe starting to drift that way, but Sadak will be watching it. Whether or not he can win the fight, yet to be seen. Looks like the deep flash is being set up. Anyone going to try and utilize that? There's the high flash going in, and Sadak does find Lackey, but that's not the mid lurk. Texture breakthrough towards CT, and he looks to secure some space. But again, remember, roll your mind back. The pressure on the site was too much before for Gen G to handle, and once again, from a similar position, less punishing. It was Sadak before, it's less now, and his Texture with a world of trouble. Less out on top, and this again, Loud have lovely positioning on this side hold.
A great awareness from Loud to understand how Gen G are going to approach versus this composition. We talked about the possibilities behind Munchkin and Lakia to set up Texture. You see Loud just concede all this space. They anticipate exactly what's going to happen. Sadak actually shutting down Meteor at the perfect time as well.
This position is going to be the death.
Even that didn't even catch that. The recoil pinging just behind the wall, anticipating Gen G had stacked up, ready to challenge 2Es' utility.
Did they note the operator? I don't know if that, I don't think I heard it rattle, because it was QCK mostly holding towards A solo, so I don't know if they've quite got that. Maybe understanding the possibility, but see if they're fully aware of it now. Time to shine. QCK. 5 potential victims. So Stingers again, happy to run this. And the right read from Loud. They have the 3 players here. There's the flash to force them away. That was a kill and a half.
was a
He got the chance, but lovely side pressure. This is lovely. That's much better from Gen G. Look at how comprehensive that take was. It's forced them into a retake. It's taken away the operator. This is very nice.
Hunter's Fury and the lockdown available here for Loud, though, if they choose to invest. And actually, weapons haven't been recovered. So these Stingers need to tuck into sight here. still find value. Tui's caught off guard here, will fall.
Love that from Texture, staying a little bit deeper, willing to put his life on the line, and they're just willing to brawl it. Willing to fight it out. Sadak trying to take the space back, but there's still so many players. This was outstanding by Gen.G, really turning the screws on that side take. They want Sadak dead. Trying to get out with the operator, but he's hunted down. Texture close by. Can he keep hold of this? Sadak desperate to. Trying to leave a little note for them on the way out, but yeah, it looks like he's made it away for now. I'm just keep eyes on this, because that is a prized possession, and Munchkin's got it out of his cold, dead hands. Now, Mike, that side take, that pressure, there was no safety there for Loud.
I mean, you can see the value from the utility. I mean, both players force off these early angles. Nothing really from the operator, no pressure on an early angle. And straight away, Texture and Karen find kills, and early on we see this was the intention with that earlier Stinger purchase, but this time around able to find the value on the way in. And Loud have to respect it.
Yeah, that was really quite special to watch.
With a response there in terms of a kill to trade back for Loud, they have tools, they have the Hunter's Fury, the lockdown to come back into that, but didn't seem feasible for them.
Well, they found something that worked. Might be running it again. That was a MasterCard Thrifty too, in case you missed it. That was still those Stingers, those Sheriffs, and now with a little bit of the ults behind it, they should be able to clear sight very comfortably. Gen.G showing us what they can do here. Obviously known for the individuals, but this execution works well. Now we see Loud with numbers though. This could be the difference. There's the lockdown. There's the counter utility. They're starting to build back in and force them away with the spike planted. How do they deal with the back line though?
So what did Loud get done whilst this lockdown's going through? The Hunter's Fury posted as well.
Oh!
The flank found by Texture. Beautiful headshot here, and Loud seemingly just get nothing but space. Look at the HP bars here for Gen.G, but less will remove Lakia.
Good shot, but they're still not on the spike.
No.
The defuse still not started. There are problems here for Loud. Sadak with the first tap, but it's traded. Again, still numbers sitting well enough for Gen.G. They've got to break that back line. Cowanzine desperately trying to do so. Texture, he's on it, and he's absolutely belting in this game so far. I've got to say
So active. He came all the way back through there and found a kill in mid.
Wow.
Closes out the 3K on site.
Yeah, maybe picking Icebox and leaving Breeze open against Texture.
Said it was crucial, really, what Loud could.
Maybe wasn't the best map pick. We'll see though.
Or anything with the Cove. Early timeout called here from Loud.
Probably the right choice, because I mean they've been presented something that they don't have a solution to yet, and that was with
a Thrifty
and Fury and a lockdown.
Yeah.
That was meant to be the one where you think, oh, okay, well the last one they caught off guard, maybe didn't have the opportunity to use all that util. Okay, well this time they're still on the full buy and they've got everything they need. That still worked out just as well, so credit where it's due, and starting to see Texture warming up here. That's another tick in the box.
And I don't believe this time I was really to make many adjustments this early on, especially with this scoreline, maybe to just quell any sort of momentum Gen.G are going to get off that Thrifty and a fast hit. Definitely keep our eyes on what the response is if Gen.G decide to continue with this pace, because now, obviously Bladestorm invested, there's the pit available, a lockdown of their own in the hands of Meteor, Munchkin off the null command as well, so definitely tools to continue with that sort of pace and seemingly get our site for free off the back of the lockdown and secure with the pit. Now I'd have to have a bit of awareness here. Well, they want to dig a little deep. Obviously QCK now no operator to play with. A little bit of a broken buy actually if you look at Cowanzine.
Yeah,
on top of that.
2 players be able to get that full
X2's is brought down to 600 as well.
And it looked like Gen.G were considering readdressing that B site, but back to what worked, and a more proactive beginning on the B side of the map as well for Loud, already going to post up QCK and drift back over, so maybe a little bit of a different look, but Gen.G have tools now. They have that lockdown for themselves, so once again should allow safe passage towards the site.
That's the response there, yeah. Les going to put out the pit to try and prevent any sort of value on site. Can he get back into the
Look at
Texas, look at the challenge!
Look at that guy! Oh my word, Cowanzine!
Oh goodness!
But he took down Texture at the very least. I guess you're gonna have to get what you're given at that point. But Lakia didn't relent. He didn't fall away, and he still got 2. And now into a 2v3. Numbers.
2v3 with a pit. I don't know, man.
To break. What can Tui's and QCK do? Luckily, yes, QCK did get a rifle now, so maybe a little better equipped. But that back line, it's always that last sentence in this Icebox chapter. How do you get around it? 'Cause look at the util again. QCK with a glimpse towards the spike gets warded off. Meteor willing to live close by. Again, the utility poured in. Meteor getting closer, just ensuring it. He doesn't want to even let it go to chance or lose his life, but the time's already lost. And again, Gen G showing off a little now.
Texture with a hero play here to shut down any sort of re-aggression from Loud as soon as that lockdown's expired. I think it's actually a second ahead of it as well. So he's catching maybe a couple of people with their backs turned. We know here, yeah, Karen's it. That's unfortunate. To obviously lose less in that situation because he did post the pit. I was curious whether or not he had the timing to get back into that to maintain, but
oh, they're loving it.
one more round to tie things up, and even with that broken purchase previously, Loud able to maintain rifles here.
Very interesting arbor wall.
Ridiculous that they can get a buyout, right? It just felt so out of kilter.
Texture catching a stray there.
It's the first time we're starting to see Gen G re-explore a little, already show something towards B. It's not a great deal yet, but the pace feels different.
Oh, and they had the ping on the jet, so they know.
They're also going to hear QCK fall back from B main here. You can see Gen G stacking up behind this, leaving Meteor the solo lurk. So QCK will be called upon here.
This is a lot to handle.
Oh,
and he takes the scalp of one.
nice timing. Removing the Viper, which means no wall.
They did lose less on the other side of the map, so almost trade out here, right?
But the Killjoy, they're gonna go back towards A. The drone is gonna spot him. They know.
They can try and pull those rotations, and a lot of faith being left in QCK because they're going back towards A.
And now with a decent read on this, on the back of that information, Karenzine's our drone, but are they expecting everybody? Yeah, it's a very late hit here too. He's throwing up another wall, but the null command will be the catalyst here. Gen G going to try and brute force their way on here. Texture to lead the charge.
Karenzine's so blind. Again, these side takes between Larkia's flash, between the flash
oh my god. Genji's exacts are like
so well crafted that even in those final seconds of the round,
really nice.
It still looks comfortable. This asks a lot of QCK. He started well, he's going to have to end even better. Third. Oh, yes. Oh, my word.
Could have gone on.
Yeah, I thought he might have that, but Meteor there, safe pair of hands, and Gen G looking like the real deal here, Mike.
I mean, able to overcome Loud in a situation where, like I said, they actually timed that. Gen G really struggled with some of these later round hits where, you know, they don't win out on the initial plan. The perfect example here of something maybe they've cleaned up in the downtime.
They're happy with it. QCK trying to get in their faces, though.
Oh, the knife deny.
The awareness, obviously the knife has pinged him, so diligent by Gen G, but Meteor, a very deep position already. All the way up to Boiler here.
Stop dipping. Not what you wanted there.
That's
no support.
That's a weird play.
Nothing. And there's Meteor striking as well. They've just found layers to this. They found availability, right? They're starting to really turn the screws. Sight still. Oh my word. A little bit of damage, yes. Don't get me wrong. It is a 1v3, but you look at the HP. Look at what Les is working with. Barely breathing. Gonna wheeze his way out of this round probably. Texture though, he fancies his chances. Deeper angle. Tricky to clear. Diligent from Les. Doesn't matter though, does it? Gen G tipping the scales now into their hands. 5 now to the good. And Loud haven't had an answer. And I love seeing this kind of little bit of a look back towards, you know, testing middle a little bit here. Didn't do it instantly after learning of that space that Meteor garnered way earlier in this game. And now starting to flex into it into round 9, starting to really punish this stack that they've had to put towards A, but still not able to break Gen G's approach.
And just coming back to what we did see regionally, it was on the attacking side where Gen G looked a little lost for, you know, any sort of mid-round ideas, how to really pivot out of tricky situations here. I'm not even really seeing what their win condition was, which was Munchkin kind of dominating late rounds on solo efforts, Texture doing the same thing in the early round. A little bit concerning here that Gen G have relatively easily taken total control for the first half of Icebox here. It's only 1 round separating them though.
Deep flash, trying to work off the back of it. Texture
quarter, yeah.
Yeah, a little unfortunate, and we've seen that position do well. Yeah, Loud still seem to have such a good read on this B take. But anywhere else, if they go away, they're screwed. Yeah, Loud just with a quick reminder of who they are here. The Munchkin, rough position. Does at least have time on his side, but he's got a lot of targets to handle. Goes up, lovely adjustment, but now there's problems. 9 HP and a bit of a dream, and that is not where you wanted it to go. Still got to do more here. Pressure, up close and personal. QCK gonna close out the round with a few 2Es, but again, Loud's problems weren't on B.
One
it was
HP.
that A take that we saw Genji running against them that worked.
It's similar to before where we see them.
I mean, it's an attack map. Right now, Loud is doing the job,
They
right?
anticipate all of this aggression all the way towards Snowman. Less actually the one to shut it down, seal the deal on that control. But Genji already built up a bit of a bankroll with that string of rounds. Comfortable in the purchase. Just about getting back towards some of these key ultimates coming online. On the side of Loud. Kawanzin and 2Es, who have theirs available. Operator back in the hands of QCK as well. Curious what he can get done now.
Okay, well, it's been noted early, and it's a 3-2 split for now, right? So they're going to try and keep touch on both sides of the map. But Sadak, are you ready for this? Absolutely not. Karon was holding this. We've seen a couple of rounds of them holding deep like this. It got checked on maybe once, but it's not every round. So a little bit of variety, catching Loud out once again, opening up that opportunity towards A.
They lose all the Kidra utility too, so...
The timing is everything, though. He's got support, 2-3 players all looking towards middle. This is massive! And a great shot from him. He needs to play this out! He needed more than that, but luckily for him, there was support, but Karon again still there. Still getting the favorable trade, still getting the spike back to hand, and it's just less now. They have no idea where he is fully, right? They're gonna lose track of that, but with 50 seconds, what does less do?
I'm curious now of whether or not he's even caught a step. Knows that obviously the turret was removed previously. Whether or not they have a read on where Meteor's utility is going to be, I guess by default. We'll be here to hear the plant at least.
He's guessed correctly. But it's just... Oh my word!
Oh, so close.
This guy is impressing me. You got Texture kind of the headliner, right? The guy towards the top of it, yeah, absolutely ripping open some of these rounds, but Karon mechanically looking sharp to close. So again, very impressed with Genji here. Very impressed.
And I'm curious if this is kind of something that Loud want to drill with Sadak to be the one to force the issue all the way out of B.
And we have an Arbor ultimate.
The heavier lean for Genji is outside A here, and Sadak's going to
So we can play a take for
or
Loud.
maybe somebody lurking up towards spawn ramp. But shut down so quickly that it gives Genji so many options.
And another interesting wall from the Arbor.
Just checking if anyone's getting up close. Not going to be rewarded for that, but again, kind of Genji slipping into more of a default, right? Maybe expecting that Loud to be going exploring, which they've been rewarded by in the last couple of rounds. That mid presence, that lurk up B. This is they've truly got that kind of I'd say understanding of the tempo that Loud
definitely
wants to do.
Almost trying to bait it out here with Lackey posturing a little bit with the Odin, but Loud not biting. Obviously less down on the stinger, so whether or not you see any sort of aggression here or wait to maybe retrieve a weapon off a trade or something like that. The knife going to give things away. Up on 45 seconds left here for Genji, but their sights set towards A.
4-play stack. High flash goes in.
Gold Command's going to come out here.
Yep. That's going to be ready to go. So again, we were crediting and complimenting these late round hits. Loud have numbers, but do they have the ability to stop the roll from Genji? Already, sight is theirs. It's so comprehensive from Genji. Viper's Pit 2, what are you going to do against this?
So many tools.
Oh, they found the Viper.
The pit's down.
Oh
Lockdown's going to expire here, and actually the re-aggress here on 2Es and Kawanzin's ultimate.
Texture, hold on, still in a good position. Oh, the time
Sadak.
ridiculous. This is how Loud
gave them the lockdown.
Okay, and there it is. Genji forced to respect it, have to drift away. Still trying to keep eyes towards the spike. Where is this? Great shot towards 2Es. Wants the fob, gets the fob.
Oh!
He got detained.
Oh no! He just jumped a touch forward. Munchkin now forced to go in here. Has to hold it together. He can't do it. Loud fighting back in the last round of the first half.
That's a good defense side play. 6-6 is decent.
The final round
On
of this
Icebox,
half.
like.
So many ultimates in play. The pendulum really swinging. And such a crucial kill to shut down the Viper's Pit. That's the stranglehold that Genji had, Lauren. That drive-by is ridiculous from Sadak.
It just felt inhuman. You know, Loud will give you a couple of those, I think, but I think credit where it's due. That 5-round run that Gen G went on was masterful. Outstanding. Let's see what the desk thinks of this.
Oh, I'm so happy Icebox is back. What a start that was, and a great half of Valorant. But it's time to jump into our HyperX Reflex of moment of the day. And this one goes to Texture.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this is probably the moment where we see Gen G back into the game after Loud gets all of those rounds. And it's Texture getting all these kills and doing so in a couple of rounds in a row, actually being that determining piece into, hey guys, I cannot go alone. I need you to follow right after me because they're very well positioned. But if we overwhelm them, we can make it through.
Texture and Karon, both these players who were great in Pacific, showed up here in the first half. But I think what made it for Gen G was that flash combo and how they built those execs. The KO Gecko combo, especially when going A, was excellent, and Loud was always forced to play into retake. But towards the end of that first half, Loud's retakes really started to step things up. In particular, some of these rounds where they're kind of intentionally playing back, waiting till they hear that flash combo, and then instantly swinging forward to flood. It was really great adaptation by Loud to bring a half 6-6 that really seemed like it was going to be dominant for Gen G.
Yeah, exactly. And now thinking about the switch, like how is this going to look from the defense? I want to see Texture just jumping up on them. I want to find that balance that I've seen from them in many other maps, just knowing when to aggress and knowing when to give the space. I feel like there was a bit of overheating coming from Loud in some of these rounds, just because they wanted to show they're the better team, they have the upper hand, and I think that calming things down probably gave Gen G some advantage here.
Yeah, Loud on this attack side, when they're playing the Harbor Viper, they're really good at kind of playing the mid round a little bit, using the cascades to take extremities, and then having these powerful late round sight hits. But again, this is going to be about the retakes. The Gecko KO comp is really strong at that. Gen G honestly should be favored here.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys. I smell a little upset coming up. But let's jump into back into the second half and see if we are indeed going to get an upset.
Yeah, Sue, I completely agree. Smooth on that one.
It stinks in here. It stinks.
You can smell it. The upset is in the air. 6-6. There is something in this game that we can't ignore. Gen G coming out looking good, backing up the words they were happy to bring out that, hey, we weren't here when Gen G, you know, when Loud were winning champion. None of that. So it's like, okay, we'll see. We'll see if it's actually there, if it's all just a little bit of hype talk. But for now, quick pace coming out from Loud. Making no secrets of this, but Texture, Lakia, they're all there, and they are all winning out these fights, leaving just Quarantine and Texture. He's going in!
A smile on his face as
Is that the second pistol
This guy is getting fired.
for Gen G?
And this is a pistol round that's almost designed to take control back, get themselves back in terms.
Oh no, the first one was down.
After that first half, but Loud absolutely shut out of B site. Bodies in place here from Gen G. A good boost for them as well to try and carry this across into the second half.
Oh, that's huge. All the things that can go right have been, but this is quite audacious. Loud could punish this.
Holy fuck.
Apparently Munchkin just gets away with murder. Eventually goes down to less. But he's just left a massacre on the ground by A. Gen G going to be smiling about this one too, looking clean enough. Certainly not flawless at this point, but still. What can less do with this anymore? You can maybe claim pride's sake. He's being toyed with though. Texture's going to back off from that one. He's not liking what he's seeing, but still, what a start here.
Here's Munchkin really putting up numbers versus Secret that individually just looked absolutely phenomenal. Have another performance like that here with that round 2 of the second half. Already off to a good start in that regard. Les is going to be given a consolation here.
Maybe.
He's got to make sound to drop off here. That's Karen to be the first, but once again, shut down here. Gen G. 2 rounds to kick off the second half. In early response here. So how quickly Gen G were able to carry away once they did get control in the first. That was after Loud started 4-0.
You can't ask for much better, can you? You have your probably, you know, your big name players. Texture already having a great start. Then you're pumping up Munchkin as well, starting to feel out the game. I mean, Munchkin's one away from his ult.
Yeah.
It's
in round
right
3,
there.
yeah.
Wow, got to answer back here.
He's going to get it. So the orb retrieved here outside A.
Job done.
QCK had a chance there to swing onto Lakia, but respecting it.
Careful.
So contact found, and QCK actually dashes all the way out.
Yeah, they're drifting across already, going to pull those rotations in.
And we still have an outlaw on texture that could do a
Once
lot
down
of
to 55
damage.
HP, but obviously with the ultimate, maybe a second chance at life here. They do decide to invest. 2 Guardians, 2 Bulldogs. Next year with a scope in hand, so a little bit hesitant here.
Yeah, there's a
from
pause
Loud.
here.
I mean, they have successfully baited out the ultimate, but Munchkin still delivers. QCK will fall.
And you know what? If he didn't just get that round he had one prior, I don't think he's swinging that on the HP, but he just delivers it again. Caron on the back lines, great shot towards Sadak. And they've just capitulated. They've faltered, which is very anti-Loud. And they pick it up here. Munchkin is still down low. County's gonna find Meteor, but no, Munchkin's still gonna hold
Munchkin
that
is
perfectly.
on fire.
He's still holding. He's buying time for this flank. Look where Texture is. Look at the minimap right now. Come back to watching Munchkin. If he can buy a couple more seconds, precious time, that's perfect. So he's going to tuck himself in, make him try and hunt him
They get
down.
spotted. They spotted the rifle.
He's cleared, but there's Texture. That's what it was all about, trying to buy time for him. But now the position's noted. But 13 seconds, this puts two. He's right under the gun. He's got to get that plant, or he's got to toy with the time and try and catch out Texture. But Texture's looking ice cold. He's looking like a killer. He's moving in, closing in, and he's got him dead! Gen G off to a flying start in the second half.
And they win their bonus.
Munchkin
Damn.
running down.
It's gonna be tough for Loud.
Actually, the kill comes through. It's traded out at the perfect time by Texture. Tui's just so many question marks after
I
that.
mean, Loud at the same start
Tries to bait out with the first tap of the spike, but Munchkin
on
man,
defense,
this is
but
15 HP, still delivering, digging his heels in here. That's a 3-0 start here. Loud back down to a broken purchase. Some pistols, a stinger. Tui's an ultimate to work with, but not much else really to pin your hopes to.
And this point, unless, you know, Loud do rekindle a little bit here, that's
oh my god.
That was ambitious and didn't work out. Now down to the 3. This is when I start worrying about the larger picture of the map pool, because we are walking into the unknown after this.
I didn't want to talk
early.
about it. Yeah,
It's
but
early, but it's looking like 10's just around the corner. So it does make me worry about seeing Breeze.
It does.
So I'm sure the desk will, you know, hit on that afterwards, and we will, I'm sure, harp on about it. But this is certainly scary times for Loud and the fans, as Gen G looking meticulous,
And the flawless.
in this.
Double digits already here. Loud. I mean, very precarious in terms of their finances here as well, because they're going to buy back in here. Potentially, if they concede this, it's 11. This is a pivotal round in terms of the outcome of map 1 here. Sadak's unable to really convert the damage through the wallbang there. Again, I don't think it really would have made too much of a difference. Gen G well equipped on both sides of the map.
They're having fun. Every round just seems fun to them, which is, it sounds silly, but it makes such a difference.
Yeah, and the concern being coming into round 17, there aren't enough real playmakers in terms of the ultimates here to string together for Loud. They need to do some heavy lifting here to find their way into this. Yes, Tui's is there, but feels a little flaky in a full 5v5 execute to throw that ultimate out.
So early.
Texas spotted it out as well. I mean, look at how deep Gen G are pushing now.
Yep.
They're so happy to continue this limit testing here and forcing Loud. I mean, look at the minimap now. There's no other options really.
Too risky to go anywhere else. So
Well, Loud are still considering. With 60 seconds on the clock, they're going to potentially re-explore mid or A.
I just feel like I haven't seen Loud play like this in a long time.
It's hesitant once again. Noted it in the first half.
Which is bizarre. It could prove a nice little fake, having Sadak do this to
Picking
leave your
sound
to
and
show,
shit.
but you're leaving the rest of Loud, you know, QCK, Tui's, to walk into A and just hope they succeed. There's still 2 players there. They haven't pulled these rotations.
That's a big kill though.
That is huge, but again, I'm looking at the 2 players on A now.
And they
let's
find the
call
jet.
Texture. That's the one that mattered. There is still a man close by. That being Lakia. Can he do any damage? Can he be the man? No, not this round, not now. QCK with a quick behead.
Nice call from now,
Control
Nick.
this site. Make sure it was worth it. A long played fake coming out from Loud. Very valuable and very well handled. It's just Meteor now. Position is noted. And Loud looking like they clawed one back here.
I was going to say, need to keep it clean here. I just want to see Meteor getting any other consolation. A must-win round for Loud, and they deliver. Containing 4 rifles, a little bit better in terms of the progress towards these ultimates now. A crucial kill from Sadak and Kawanzine to remain outside B site here. Try and catch a rotation. It just so happened at pretty much exactly the same time.
Yeah.
The other half of Loud did find success on A as well, catching, I believe it was Texture to full first, and Makia second on the chopping block. Operator back out for Texture here, Blade Storm in hand, but I said with that round victory, actually Loud now with the upper hand in terms of this ult cycle. Nothing available just yet, but look towards the Hunter's Fury, obviously the pit and the lockdown in this composition. All within touching distance.
Well, the mid-walk will have limited success, at least initially, because of the turrets. That should alert Loud that there was an attempt, but no one particularly fussed by it just yet. Still very focused on this approach. Again, these 3-2 splits.
There is an early, very early drone to clear on A.
4 players in response. This could be quite, you know, the masterclass if Sada can keep calling these fakes that are pulling their own lucky. His timing was just out of this world. QCK caught unawares. But
it's raining.
Back it up, so still going to keep players close by. But now Loud needs to strike, right? They need to kind of find that timing to hit B here.
They do.
Caron is holding.
They need to capitalize because Munchkin's slowly edging, making his way through mid, under tube. Plant will come down. I don't think Karen can deny. Oh, nearly catches Sadak on a retreat though.
Okay, they got what they wanted.
We do have a late Hunter's Fury here though, so whether there's any backline awareness or Munchkin's going to be the one to potentially try and shut that down.
Sorry, you little homie.
Much invested, but not going
Very
to find
shallow.
Yeah, not going to find anything on the back of that.
No, so now we wait and see. Does that pressure
And
start
he
mounting?
threw him towards yellow when he could have like
They've already pulled Munchkin back
picked him
towards
back
the
for a
standardized
second
approach.
clear.
This is now going to get scary, right? There's the Hunter's Fury, going to be drawn out from the tap of the spike. Spray from 2Es is good. Follow-up is better. They're holding on to this. Munchkin going down on 2Es.
2 very impressive rounds from Loud. Very mastered. Like completely in control, even though they just like start their half 0-4.
Maybe that's why we see the timeout here.
Like,
You have to string something together, but really well coordinated here.
this is why like I have Loud as the favorite of the tournament.
From maybe slipping into a more dangerous position.
They're showing so much dominance, so much control.
Achieving great success on these kind of fakes. To an extent, I say fakes, but it's just kind of showing presence on the other side of the map. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
it's
just a widespread default that they are finding value on both extremities.
But it is so widespread, and it does make me slightly nervous. For now, it's working, so I'm not going to doubt it, right? It's silly to doubt
And we have a
it is
timeout.
fruitful, but as said, when you saw QCK catching some really bad timing, fortunately,
First Genji timeout.
But it's quite precarious. They're willing to make these risks, which is working out for them really well here. Forcing the timeout from Genji. The gap getting close enough, they thought, okay, let's pump the brakes a little here. We don't want that momentum. Almost a response to what we saw from an earlier timeout from Loud. So very symmetrical in that matter. So we kind of check in on the ult. Almost again, very symmetrical in that regard. Both very close by. So this isn't just back in Loud's control. I think these have been some quite precarious rounds they've run. Obviously, Loud being as good as they are, they make them work. Exceptionally done. Now we're into the meat of it, though.
The concern being if you have somebody that's going to deliver for Genji, I guess across the map and from an individual standpoint, players like Texture, like Munchkin, potentially even Karen in these situations. I mean, it was called upon in the previous round, but not much of a chance to really stop that plant from going down. That's when it feels a little uneasy.
Ooh, late switch as well. Just about, yeah. So Texture going to go for the operator, soloing out A, it looks like.
Ooh, yeah.
And a
very,
massive
very early
push
indication here
towards
of
B.
some aggression on the side of Genji. Loud have to respect it now. I think initially they were going to throw a little bit of U2 out.
Oh,
Texture
that's a whiff.
able to control that op shot. Could have been rewarded on Karen.
How did he get seen there?
Not entirely sure, but both snake bites used, and now doesn't really have the security to play up close and personal. As Loud look to re-aggress, but will shut down the owl drone. So question mark still here.
Audacious from Munchkin to be the one to go back in. Oh, come on. That's filthy. Back-breaking for Loud as well, just to lose out to that judge. They've got the upgrades they wanted to. Karen was willing to die for that. That's fine. He'll take that every day of the week. You guys lock it down afterwards. I've done the damage. Less than QCK now in that position at yellow could be the end of the Munchkin. Still holding on to this one. QCK going to try and check close.
Yeah.
Loses out. And less now. There's
That's
so
the
much
harm.
and so little opportunity.
This is so bizarre. I think at some point Karen spotted whether or not they don't see he's got a judge, I think is the issue. The knife obviously removes the owl drone and immediately Gen G re-aggress. They post up close once again. You see here just under the minimap. Obviously the suppress onto Cow and Zine. Loud just caught off guard a little bit here.
But a nice gambit.
That
right?
fucking
Nice little just,
shotgun,
okay,
man.
Sure.
Get the judge, play up close, see what we can do, right? And you're willing to give it a run. We're back into a more traditional looking round, it seems. I think apart from QCK, but he does have his ults, that's not a problem. But a brawl looking to break out. Lackey, the first one forward, finds the scalp of two. He's looking for the bomb. He's going to get at least an attempt at it, but backups arrive.
What the
Caron,
fuck is
Munchkin,
happening?
all here. Dizzy goes out. Lackey is still buying time. Stanek still putting up numbers though. Body's starting to drop here. Can he do any more damage? Lackey is holding his nerve. I don't know how he's still doing this. Oh, less lovely work from him. But look, you can see the crunch, right? Texture is on the way. Meteor, how long do you hold here? How long are you going to
Look
stay
at the flank
here?
from Texture.
He's on the way, but...
He's already on the outside of this lockdown.
Oh my word, Meteor. Scary to me.
A little bit curious.
Yeah, don't know what the game plan was there. Mike, did I miss something?
A little bit curious. There is a space in that, so he had a chance to at least, I don't know, take a 50-50.
Isn't that the second time he get caught? Like,
Because then Texture's completely
during the
caught off
first
guard.
half, he jumped in it.
Scratching my head a little bit over that one, but I mean, maybe just a little frantic. Maybe
A loud
expecting them to
timeout.
push up and maybe, I guess, lack a little complacency. But after the start of this round, where Gen G time and time again have shown they're happy to be aggressive on A. Yeah, left scratching their head as well.
Maybe we missed something, maybe so did Gen G at that point.
I mean, I did touch on this initially, the plans for Gen G, talking back to some of these series that we saw recently,
Okay, yeah,
the
yeah.
initial plan, and things kind of just going really skew if after that falls apart. They're not really knowing what to do, not really having any direction when, you know, there's sort of a little bit of chaos or there's some questions to answer mid-round and a reaction is really required
there,
from them.
yeah.
But yeah, I'm not sure.
And funny enough, it's a timeout from Loud here. Maybe to let them just...
Take stock of things, yeah. We're obviously getting towards the end of this Gen G up on 11 rounds, but...
Look at the string of rounds, though. It has been the two back-to-back for Loud with those lovely kind of, you know, wider defaults, you know, more exploratory towards A as well. The one right back into it, and then the answer just then, there was, as I said, a very uncharacteristic round, kind of caught us all off guard. But we refocus and we look towards what we're seeing, and Gen G's money has suffered.
Yeah, I mean, two Guardians and a Vandals come into this, but look at what the old cycle is potentially going to be in the next round for them.
Snowball.
Yeah. Lots of things at their disposal. Less than 2 E's ultimates on the other side. QCK, an operator back in hand once again. Gen G happy to continue. I mean, it's 4 deep here on A side. Now going to try and make a quick decision on the back of that.
Oh. Shots.
Les absolutely decapitates Lakia.
Les is pretty decent at this game, isn't he?
Texture going to swing on it as well. Yep.
Oh! The baiting though, they tried to play him in off it, but it looked like Lauder is starting to really get that.
So
lead.
the rotation,
Does feel a bit more
man.
comfortable, seeing a little bit of that diligence, kicking back into place. Meteor and Munchkin just trying to make anything happen, and Les is having none of it really, just free farming now. He's already got his ult. Oh, the moves, not gonna happen there, Munchkin.
Really, really well handled anti-eco here, and that's the sort of composure we expect from Loud to punish these sort of plays. Keep Gen G in check. To say that though, 11-10 the scoreline, still need to tie things up. Bladestorm out of the equation, but these big ultimates still available for Gen G. Lockdown, no command, and the pit.
They are looming.
Are we gonna
right?
see
There
a
is that
pit be
slight
main?
Worry. It's just
Early
kind of hanging
on?
over the head.
I mean, yeah, I'm worried because we're already at this scoreline here.
When do they
To
pull
be
the trigger?
honest, with how Gen G have performed, the nature of some of these round victories, it's been really telling. They were the ones really that set the precedent at the start of this map, and in my eyes have continued.
I agree. Now, operators come out for QCK this time. Looking to maybe work off the back of that owl drone, clearing the space towards B. We do see there is a player tucked in by yellow. And massive rotations, actually. 4 players being called back in towards B. Maybe just off the back of a lack of any audio cues, any presence towards A. Maybe putting stock in this now after falling foul to those A presence plays.
that
But
wall.
already you can see that flash coming in and the fight starts. Karen with a fantastic double. Finding Les, finding Kawanzin, and they are running.
Yeah, Texture. The anchor over towards A. Sorry, Sadak. Ooh,
he's seen him.
Does catch a glimpse. But a crucial 1v1 here.
Does he go again? Texture. You can see him. He was considering it for a second, but he thinks better of it, right? Play safe, play your life. The double pump.
Wait, yeah,
Spike,
Tui's has just completely faked this out with that utility.
Look at that spike running. That's so good. And the lockdown. Oh, and you know what? If Sadak
This is
feels like
devastating.
he's being a Galaxy Brain, get into middle if you feel like he could, but he's going to back up his boys, get back towards the site. They're going to get a plant out. They don't know the level of success they've had, but they could not have asked for a better outcome, making the impossible possible. And now how deep does QCK go here? Oh, that's perfect. Meteor's out of there. Fair now. 3v3. Ridiculous. Munchkin still got ult, still got knife. Not much utility outside of that, though. Where do they find that success?
Yeah, no
QCK at yellow here.
No flash to really open things up here, so it's going to be a dry gunfire on the way back through. Munchkin drifting pretty deep here.
Here we go. This is a scary time. Spots
Oh,
him for a second. A pixel out of place, but he's worried about the fuse.
Oh.
QCK, I thought he saw him, but maybe it was just a stray shot. Tui's now getting paranoid, getting pulled in, and maybe Texture going to close that gap he's trying to. Sadak in the same sort of position, and now Tui's, oh, he's overwhelmed! Gen G! This time is down to the wire!
Oh my god!
No way!
And again, it's a little chaotic there because I don't think the communication is clear on whether or not the diffuse is being stuck.
No, they had no idea. It felt
Both
like.
individual players from Loud, I think, spot out 2 members of Gen G, but they're just charging to. Maybe they think they had the timing
The
down.
timings,
they just need
though.
to get bodies off the spike, but this kill onto Sadak here almost seals the deal with Tui spamming so much. 0.26 will get Gen G to map point here.
Oh, wow. That is a kick to the guts for Loud, though, isn't it? Feeling winded after that one, after calling the perfect rotation.
I felt done.
Yeah, but Texture
Loud had done
again.
everything they needed to.
He's going walkabouts and Sadak. He's missed his timing to catch this. It will eventually show, sure, but by now,
That's
space gone. This scares me. This
yes.
scares me. Look who's lurking, look who's waiting. Texture could be in for a blinding round. Bear in mind, he could get played in Balakia here as well.
Oh, there is a
that
ping.
opportunity.
This is rough because the pings are coming out. You can see on the minimap here, Nest and Pipes have been pinged.
No idea about Texture.
Oh
How long
my
does he
god.
wait? Does he keep his cool?
He just hard cleared under on the wrong side.
Oh my god, they line up! And he almost knocked him down. Balakia swings in at that last minute, punishing Kawanzin. This is looking like Loud is on the ropes in map 1 here. Opportunity dwindling. Less than 2. He's going to have to dig deep now.
Yeah, detained. Up on Pipes here, it's less. Left-standed, but Lakia will fall now.
They need more. That can't be enough. It needs to be more. A 2v3. Spike still in the hands of Tui's, and let's try to control the site.
Does have the pit, but obviously the null command going to remove that. Meteor will fall here. Let's going to get another one. He has indeed. Oh my god.
Let's go, let's. Let's go.
Beast. When Loud needed him, he was there.
And Gen G just seemingly no awareness that he was going to stay tucked into that corner.
Because I thought there was going to be Texture's moment, right? You're looking at that round, you run it back, you look at the minimap, surely gets to bailout from Lakia coming in less. What is
He's
that?
just so clean. I mean, even here to react to Munchkin,
Like,
throwing
tucks the
his
corner
life
as well.
on the line.
God tier, God tier.
Gen G to pump the brakes a little bit after a heartbreaking round loss. And that will break the bank as well. Ultimate's invested. Karen still with the pit, but I feel like Loud.
Second timeout for Gen G.
Definitely with the upper hand here. A pit of their own, 1 away from the lockdown, 2 off the Hunter's Fury as well. And a shot to the heart of Gen G, who probably felt like they were closing out map 1 there, Lauren.
Oh man, yeah, oh come on, you're feeling that, right? Like you, as said, you look at that mini-map, you play that back in your mind, you think, how does that play out? You're putting Gen G up there, right? Yeah, that's, anyone would. But then there's one man less standing
Absolute
there. What a
superstar.
talent. What a talent. And that is again, when you talk about value of kills, Les has got 25 kills. He is currently leading by a country mile. The value of those kills just then have kept Loud alive in map 1.
And the value of round 23 alone, sorry.
And he's broken the money.
Yeah.
Money's in tatters for Gen G. It's never stopped them before, but in a moment like this...
And stack B again.
Those nerves now.
Sadak, if he can sniff this out early on, turret's going to go out. Yeah, Sadak immediately bolting away. Yeah, exactly.
He's like, get the fuck out.
Sadak's calls, I've got to say, have been quite nice, especially on this half. I've been liking what I've been seeing. How much info does he get? Okay, a little bit of info. Not going to have the full weight behind it, but it should be the green light.
Absolutely is. Utility
The arbor wall going in.
Up for grabs.
The drone.
Happy to take this space away. Meteor
They know
a chance.
about the Killjoy probably.
Here, he's only got a Guardian. He's found one.
Massive.
What a nice shot.
And now they're halted. The rotations are going to be in. Loud might have dropped the ball at the final hurdle, but Meteor getting a little too ahead of him.
And they're rotating. The jet mid though.
Texture, the only one actually in a position to catch this. Doesn't overcommit, but it's a little bit of a fake. It's pulled Lakia.
Cool. Gecko and a second.
Cross, but Loud immediately drift back towards A. And look at the map now.
They've been conditioned to respond to this. This is what Loud was doing during those string of rounds. So now it's all on Munchkin. He's trying to play ahead. This is so brave, so bold. He's going to take 1, 2. Oh, I thought a third.
That's
could have
huge,
happened,
though.
But it's massive. The site is open, though.
And another 2 3.
There's always going to be a chance.
And he has a pit to play with here. 1 snake bite left. 2E's commits to the plant.
Plants in. First fight. He's got it. The drop down. Did he spot it? It doesn't matter. 2E's. He's there. And now just Caron. This guy has to step up. He's got to try and do something. But so much against him. And look at the reposition from Les. So hard to find. And 2E's going to try and play his life. But Caron takes it away. 1v1.
He knows.
Where he is. But what
he knows.
In heaven. He's buying so much time.
But can he get a safe defuse here?
I don't think he can actually get an angle on this.
Can he span it? Can he stop this? Because Caron ain't stopping. He's going.
No way!
Oh my god.
Steal away the 13th round. Heartbreak for the hero Les having to watch that slip away.
Caron the rookie closing out with a Red Bull clutch versus none other than Les. What a ridiculous way for this map 1 to conclude. And the penny drops just too late here.
Bloody hell. What a map 1. What
that
a
was
map
ridiculous.
1. Come on, this has been
Yeah.
unbelievable. I've got to have the desk thoughts. I've got to have map 2. Let's get out of here.
I don't know. I think Loud is still more in control than Genji. Like once you move Genji out of their exec, they're like.
No problem. Thanks. Yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
My head in my hands, listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, you is that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. With you is that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon to Vienna, singing piece of amber. Give me a breath like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be inflating till the end. I'm singing. Ooh. Drowning all those propaganda. How do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand back, John, now let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand back, John, now let loose. Don't mind if I do. Help me with some translation. Solo, congratulations on that first map win. And now up next is going to be Breeze. And at Pacific, we know that this is a map that you guys beat Paper Rex on, but it can also be 50-50 for you guys. What's your plan?
일단 첫 번째 세트 승리 축하드리고요. 이제 다음 세트가 브리즈인데 사실 젠지가 페렉을 상대로 브리즈에서 승리를 거두기도 했지만 어떻게 보면은 반반 갈 수도 있잖아요. 어떠한 계획이신가요?
저희가 조금 브리즈가 부족했던 부분이 많아서 저희가 마스터즈 오기 전에 준비를 좀 많이 해가지고 네, 조금 그런 부분에 있어서 저희가 자신이 있어서 픽을 했기 때문에 네, 자신은 있습니다. 네.
So before coming into Madrid in Pacific, we saw a lot of points where our breeze was lacking. So we tried really hard. We put in so many hours to fix those and really add on to our breeze. And I think we made the breeze stronger. So we're extremely confident. So all I can tell you is that we're feeling confident.
Ooh, well, after that map and after that, a little bit of a teaser. Cannot wait to see this one. Let's see if Genji can close this out.
Oh, I can't wait to see it either. Genji, welcome to Masters. What a statement they made here, Mimi and Kukuka. You just can't help but love this team already.
Yeah, I mean, they played incredible. You see it in all of these reactions, just how much it meant to them. But for the squad, it really seemed like they were in control for the first part. But then the last 7 or so rounds of the game, Loud stepped up. Les was out there dropping almost 30. Sadak seemingly couldn't make a wrong call, but Genji still prevailed through that, won 2 critical 1v1 rounds and pulled it off.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, for being a first map in a match here at Masters Madrid, I think it's crazy the amount of overcook and overthinking that has been going into some of these rounds. We know and expect that Genji was going to be a little bit more aggressive from the defense, and actually seeing Loud adapt onto it, as you're saying, like the duel of the minds. Some rounds being crazy just because of it, because of taking not the extra mile, but the extra 3,000 miles.
These teams were so closely matched that it really came down to the little things. There's 2 rounds where Loud plant the spike, go for a reflank, but it's just not planted in quite the right position to win because of it. It really came down to
and what a way to close it.
And yeah, I mean, that clutch, beating Les in that situation to end the match is ridiculous.
There is just something about Loud on Icebox. It just feels unlucky at this point. But let's take a look at Texture and QCK, because we were very, very hype about both of these players coming into this. Kakuka, what did you make of their performances?
I think that QCK struggled a lot on the attack. He was not finding the impact that you would expect from a Jet coming onto Icebox, knowing the support that it was coming with it. And I think that Loud had to help in that regard. I think he went 0 and 4 in those first duels just on the attack. On the other side for Texture, I think that he was one of the pivotal and key parts to making them get into the game and actually find that success later in the game.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't think this was the best map for Quick, but for the other side, I mean, Texture was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think both the guys who are big question marks for Genji showed up. We saw Kara on being clutch. We just talked about
But that's
it, that
with
very last
Gen G, the
round.
clutches always go their way. Like,
But there was the question still of could they continue it against the
True,
best at
true.
an international
Yeah, yeah.
event against
Paper
a
Rex
team
ain't
like
the best.
Loud. Not this year. Not this year. But yeah, I think that they have proven that these players can still come compete at this level and still have that consistency that they did show back in Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, Loud, they have a lot to do now for map 2. But first, let's hear what STK has to say ahead of that map with Mika Fabs.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here once again, and I'm now with Coach Pew and Arthur to help me with some translation. Now, Coach Pew, we saw that Gen G, that map was really, really close. So this roster is a bit of an unknown for a lot of people. So how did you guys prepare for this match?
Então, como é que vocês fizeram para preparar com esse novo roster da Gen G?
Eles foram um time que jogaram muitos jogos na região deles, talvez o time que mais jogou no mundo no kickoff. Jogaram muitos mapas, então, por mais que eles tenham mudado na line-up, a gente tem muito material deles para estudar.
So overall, like they prepared with a lot of maps that they had, like even having like new players or not, that was not an issue for them.
Awesome. Well, let's see if Loud can make a comeback in this one.
Loud, they do have to make a comeback, but they've done it before. Let's not forget that this is a Loud that ended up winning a trophy at Champs, but Kukuka, we don't know what they do on Breeze. What would you like to see on Breeze?
I mean, nothing too crazy. Maybe a little bit of innovation or something that they may have picked up for other reasons. And I love that you mentioned in Champs because that is probably the last time that we saw them playing on that Breeze. It's been a very hot minute. And as we were saying before, they have been banning this map constantly during kickoff. But we can also think that that was a strategy or maybe something that wasn't ready by the time.
Yeah, we have Asia Select ready now, so let's take a look and see where we are going to go. And Mimi, what do you think of this?
Loud is playing the default comp. It is interesting. They've been cooking on 4 out of their 7 maps with the Phoenix, Breach stuff, but I think both on Icebox and here on Breeze, that doesn't really work. You do need that dive agent, and we've seen teams try out the Yoru like Gen G, which is new. And I want to talk more about that composition, because it's Meteor of all players locking in the Yoru here. It's the only flashes they have, and honestly, I really like this comp there.
I love the fact that they're playing this double duelist. We know what the Yoru is capable of doing in this map. The support that is going to come onto Texture, I think that this is one of the most important duos. We know how comfortable they are also playing on that double controller. I think that the way, especially that now that they're starting on the defense, after they're up 1 map, if they have a strong start, if they manage to get those mind Euro games into the heads of Loud, this should be a 2-0.
This is the map, Breeze, that is the aim check map, the mid-rounding check, where it'll go into the most chaos. So for me, I'm really looking at Loud needing to step up. We need more out of QCK as the sole jet on this team. We need to see the Sadak, who is pulling off the perfect calls towards the end of Breeze, or a Gen G, who is looking incredibly hot right now, might have a big upset on their hands.
And also think about it, Loud knew exactly that Gen G might bid into this, but Gen G is not scared. They're also bringing in something new. We were talking about how important the anti-strat, the preparation coming into the match is, but for this one, it's not going to be that simple.
Absolutely, and for Gen G, right? Like, this is a team where I think that element of surprise can help them out a lot. They tend to play a lot of default comps, a lot of normal stuff. Them coming out and having new ideas for Madrid, I think is really good for a squad like this that has shown the fundamentals. I like them taking this extra step by trying to get ahead on the meta and come up with not necessarily an original comp, but something different from what they've shown before.
I think it's funny because we say it's not original just based off what we say for a month. You know, it's like, it's been just a month, but
I mean, a lot of teams play this Yoru comp.
Yeah, but Breeze wasn't even in the map for
sure.
You know, it doesn't really, but if we go into think about how this first map went and how aggressive they were and the success that they were finding into bringing back that chaos that we have been mentioning during the day, I think that this is probably what they intend with this composition. Is not only being aggressive every round, is planting the doubt in your opponent's mind that that might be happening.
Think about the implications for Loud, though. The team that has made 7 international events in a row. They've had events where they haven't done well. They bombed out at Copenhagen. They went out early in Tokyo. It happens for them. But this is a team that has expectations when they go to international events to succeed, to beat everyone else, to be one of the best. That's the pressure that's on these players. And they're really on the precipice of being upset here.
Yeah, it would definitely be an upset, but it also would play into the Gen G story, right? This is how they got here. They upset everybody. Maybe Loud is carrying on the NRG curse. I mean, an America's team has to lose to a Pacific team team on the opening day. That's just tradition. So with NLG not being here, somebody else has to do it. But I want to give some credit to Solo, because we want to talk about old guards. When Lakia was here at the last global event, Solo was his teammate. They played on the same team together.
I forgot Solo was on that team. That's crazy.
So the fact that Solo is being able to kind of go from the playing career into a coach and also come up with all these cool things and structure things that we've seen, we got to give him some credit.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely do. Gen G, if there's one word to describe them, it has been discipline throughout their run in Pacific. They're really good at kind of doing things right in the late round, at setting each other up well with utility, at playing the basics, the fundamentals at a really high level. Sure, it sometimes descends into the clutches, into the madness. They can thrive there too. But I think that's the identity that Solo has instilled in this team.
Yeah, exactly. But hey, this was just one map. I know that we're very surprised by the performance that we saw there at Pacific, but I think that going into the tournament, Gen G is going to be able to learn a lot from their opponents. I think that from this Icebox, even just today, after this day is over, they're going to have a lot to learn. And I don't think they're going to be the kind of team where next team is going to beat Icebox into them and kind of dismantle them. I don't think they're the kind of team that is going to struggle with that.
Well, earlier we asked you guys at home to vote in the MasterCard fan poll on which international league will win it all. I wonder if things might change.
Hey, okay, let's be honest.
This game.
Let's be honest, Sue. Everyone who voted Americas
was you.
Was part of Sen City.
was Sentinels. Everyone who voted Americas is Sentinels. The question's not in Portuguese. It's in English. It's all Sentinels fans.
I am Spanish and I speak English. And you say
that's true. I mean, obviously, Brazilian fans also do speak English.
You're telling
some
me
of
no
them.
one from Heretics voted here because
I feel like you're putting some words in my mouth that I didn't really say.
All I'm gonna say is
I'm sorry, girl.
I want to run this poll again tomorrow, depending on what happens later today, and see. But I'm gonna put a pin in that because the map is ready. We are also ready to dive into Breeze and hand this over to your casters. Here's Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, I don't really know what we're walking into, Mike, if I'm completely honest with you. We kind of theory crafted.
We're free balling right here, to be honest.
Free falling, I
Yeah.
think, is actually the phrase.
Yeah.
But no, genuinely, because we were kind of like theory crafting veto and kind of talking through options and what we thought might come out. Breeze was never in that conversation.
No, it isn't. And to see Gen G now pull out a little bit of a switch up as well is a massive concern for Loud, because through all of the Phoenix and Breach and all of the, call it madness, call it overcooking, whatever, we come out here with this composition on Breeze. So that does actually bring into question whether or not it was left out here, and you know what even happened with the veto. And again, won't speculate until we do get an answer or something in an interview. But was this a potential to see today for Loud? Period. And if so,
look.
What's the response to that? Because if you look at the rest of the map pool with QCK coming in here, and I mean, I was having this conversation the other day with GB, you make anybody play that much Phoenix and they don't come out looking like the best duelist in the world. I'm sorry, they just don't. So to come in here and sure, it could be a bit of a reassurance that we do see him on the jet. It's a bit more of a vanilla comp. Then maybe Loud dial back into, you know, where they're
classic.
Yeah.
Loud. It does feel like they somewhat baited the veto, right? You know what I mean? Like you permaban something for an entire season. Basically, I say entire season, it was kickoff, so let's, you know.
Yeah, which, and again, it's weird because it feels like a small sample size, yeah.
But for what it was their perma takeaway, and then to adjust and leave it open as an option. You know, if you're Gen G, you think, well, surely that's...
Breeze is such a... for me, it always becomes such a question mark on the day. Another team can simply just out-frag you and beat you on Breeze. Unfortunately, that's just the way it happens sometimes. So to have it as kind of like a maybe, that's why I'm hoping for Loud. It's just something. It's something of a pocket pick.
You're hoping so, right?
Is your permaban? Is your permaban your pocket pick?
Ah, my brain hurts and I'm scared because if I'm going to be honest, you know, I'll be transparent. First time for everything in esports. Icebox I thought was going to go Loud's way, just because.
Sure.
From what I'd seen, what I expected, I thought, okay, I'll put it there. Close game, but Loud's favour.
For all intents and purposes, this should now be a 2-0. In my eyes.
If we're going off
don't get me wrong,
what we've seen, what we expect, I don't know.
Gen G didn't look fantastic at this regionally. No. I mean, they struggle versus RRQ, and to come out now with a new composition, something a little bit quirky, which Loud have stood the test of time playing against teams like, you know, international teams, the teams that bring out curveballs, your Fnatics, your Paper X's. Is this going to work? When you take map 1 in the nature that it did, it might.
I don't know. There's a lot of theory crafting, right? We can sit here and just kind of talk it around the houses. There is a little bit of delay. If you didn't notice, there's not like a tech pause delay. Like they haven't done the pause.
They haven't flown a banner. I think they did that
so that's a short
purpose.
One. You know, that's a short one when they're not doing that,
yeah.
Which is a good thing. So sorry, watch parties. You'll have to actually say something to your chat for a little while. You know, get to work. You can just chill out afterwards once the game starts, like normal. Sliggy. But genuinely,
that's
Breeze,
who you were throwing shade. I was curious of who you were directing at. Actually.
Yeah. Gotta go.
Sliggy's definitely drawing something right now.
You reckon? He's on the map.
Yeah, well, he should be.
Let's put just a chair on the stream.
All the dead footage we've got going on here. Oh, for once, they didn't pass back on camera. Usually it must be.
That is because of producer Kevin. We've bribed him enough, and we just start swearing at the camera, so he knows better. But no, we love producer Kevin, one of our favorites. And now you said that, there is a very high chance he'll just throw us on camera. So I'm going to sit down.
There'll be a flash of us ahead of the map starting. I do see.
The countdown's begun.
I do see a clock ticking down.
Sorry for the delay, folks. It's us. So since Mike's back, thought we'd treat you again. But roll your mind back just a moment or two ago. Map 1 was mental. 13-11. Gen
I still
G.
can't believe that ending.
What an end. Les's clutch that diffused around after. It was wild. So let's hope we get a little bit of that. But no one knows because Breeze was Loud's permaban. Gen G didn't look fabulous, but the new comp, it's all unknown now. Loud on the attack, Gen G on the defense. What the hell's going on, Dan?
Sure, and really for me, early on we need to see some sort of comfort from Loud because obviously there were a few hit and miss rounds, a few 50-50s that didn't go their way on map 1, but coming into the question mark here on Breeze, definitely want to see them composed and in control here. And they're going to drift very quickly over towards B. No real confirmations, I mean, other than deep down halls, the whereabouts of Gen G, but with Munchkin and Karen posted up here, as I say that. Munchkin actually drifting out, but contact is found elsewhere.
Yeah, look how quick Les has got to this as well. He was so deep by that point. By
Good
the time he got
train.
contact, he was just by the pillar anyway. Good trade out for Munchkin, can at least keep touch somewhat on this. But again, it's not like QCK is stopping. He's really trying to take a lot of space.
They're gonna
Meteor
spam
in
the
here.
jet, no?
Very close by, but doesn't really make much odds. You're looking at the likes of Munchkin. You're then looking at 2Es. It's kind of, the fight on the fight, but who gets the timing on each other here? And actually, looking at this, Munchkin's got a lot of room. Finally noted by 2Es. Good timing to turn. QCK not going to spot Meteor crossing, and Loud. Very comprehensive pistol there.
What a nice cleanup.
Really in doubt. Trade comes through, and Loud able to just steamroll their way onto B site. See if we do see Gen G toy with the idea of any purchases. Once
We
again.
have a Cypher for Loud, and we have a classic comp for Loud. We have the Sovakeo, Viper, Cypher,
Maybe looking for, I mean, we don't say
and
this often,
Jet.
but maybe looking for some early
So a very
confidence
classic
boosters for
comp.
Loud. So often
But
they never
Gen
really
G,
have to rely on those.
But
they have the double smoke
I think seeing the teams that have come out to this
and double duelist.
not bad at all. Did actually take damage from that too, but
Yeah.
seeing the kind of change of the guard, right? Yes, I'd say that Loud are one of the only remaining old gods here. There's very few who've been able to stand out, and yeah, of course there's roster changes to it, but still at least having a core who's been to previous events. It's a whole different world this year in Valorant, and I think a lot of teams know it. Right now, Gen G showing us a great deal. Good little work from Les there.
And Les is on the
Stays by pressure,
Cypher,
towards pushing out on B.
while
Good attempt in middle. This round
2
somewhat
is
of a
on
throwaway.
the
It feels like it is
Viper.
just kind of that Marshall 2 class.
Interesting.
That's it.
QCK looking to explore though. Hey, Les actually pulling a rotation here, was not Meteor and Nakia considering digging him out, not with the rotation coming through. So Karen will be called upon here. Sadak just turns his head at the wrong moment, but 2Es from the back lines. And QCK with his deep position will punish Lakia's rotation. Meteor just going to try and get an orb. Constellation will find a third from his death. There's some early progress towards it, but really much else for Gen G really to work off of. QCK does catch a glimpse. And a 49 HP though. Did take the tag with the classic. The third on the round for him.
Outlaw.
No flawless.
But still, I mean, it's just like in my mind, I don't know what I make of this yet. It's still so early. I'm still waiting for it to crumble. I think map 1's left me reeling. I'm nervous about this game, Michael.
Yeah, I mean,
Genuinely,
already,
I don't know
like
what
I said,
to expect.
if you look at this video, obviously Breeze's surprise, yes, but like I said, I wasn't buying into it too much, but I still would have expected Loud to come out on top on Icebox. Just seeing regionally where Gen G struggled and where you'd expect a team like Loud and what we know of Loud to really excel at. I mean, Loud losing out on clutches, right? Coming down to 1v1s and then losing a map because of it.
Yeah, that doesn't feel right, but a little bit of a different look here. Loud, straight up tube. No subtlety to it. The Flash gonna ring the dinner bell, and everyone's in response. Actually, Sadak the one to succeed there, taking down Meteor. That opens up the map. That causes such an issue. You put Munchkin now on his own, basically. If they can hold this, make it a problem, Texture's gonna have to bail him out big
They
here,
could
which maybe he
freeze.
does. It is Texture, unless has his eyes away.
Oh.
Surprise, and Texture with the punish. Oh, not quite
Headshot.
there, but the headshot was QCK
And there's a lot of
living
weapon meat to get picked up.
through that. And pressure elsewhere again.
Nice shot to his.
I'm really surprised they're drifting at these times, trying to find this, information or trying to take space. Karen's been noted, so it's no surprise he's here either. They know that he's going to be still around. That spike is still in spawn. This is what I mean. I don't know what to make
That's
of this.
naive from
Tui's
Tui's.
gonna go down, and now Sadak overwhelmed. What is...
I mean, it's an okay
It's a
bonus
really
though.
bizarre setup on both sides of the coin here. Gen G, like you said, drifting out in a number of different positions. Meteor gives his life up early, a rifle retained, but Loud unable to really convert that into any sort of snowball throughout that round. It seemed like a very, very strange round to watch back. Some damage done, but Gen G retain. I mean, as much as they need. Lackey's going to come into this with a Guardian, but it's about as even as you'd expect coming into round 4 here. That's how this started. Sadak the closest at 2 off the null command. Actually, Meteor 2 off his as well with that early orb retrieval.
And it just feels like, okay, previous round, Loud, walk tube. This time, all right, we'll do the same.
Yeah,
Texture.
Gen G, very quick to try and respond to it.
They might-
QCK already top mid.
looking at
Karanzine
Tui's.
in.
Oh.
I was going to say. In a position to support him there, but Munchkin shuts it down.
Yeah, and I was waiting to see if Tui's actually gets played in further on this. Possibly, but as it stands, this is just scrappy fights. Meteor gonna grab that one, but that felt like a 50-50. 5v3 now, Sadak less than Tui's with no real foothold in this map. Losing 2 towards middle gives them very little beyond it. They're gonna have to re-clear tube somewhat diligently. Walking into it late. Eyes wide shut, and now Sadak, gotta be careful, there's 2 players here. Again, individual fights. You're kind of banking on Tui's finding some value here, maybe catching a rotate after Sadak's taken contact. You've got to be looking at Tui's. And yeah, well, it's lucky to go down, and now the round feels...
They know about the second one though.
Feeling like it's all in the hands of Tui's, right? Like, how much more
Oh,
can one man do?
nice.
Great deal, apparently. Tui's can do so much for them.
They had really good timings on
Now
that
in the
round.
undesirable position of having to deal with 3, and his pressure up tube was everything.
I think he saw him in. No? No.
Less down at 14 HP, but a 1v3 nonetheless. 70 for Munchkin. Doesn't even look like he's really too interested in going for this.
Oh, you look at Les's position, even if he just holds it, he'd be
We might
very
even catch
valuable.
Less here.
Oh, I'm surprised Les went that far. I kind of thought he would just hold down by pillar.
Yeah.
Maybe looking to remove the rifle from Munchkin. But again, these rounds feel scrappy. They don't feel as refined as I was hoping.
Definitely not. Again, obviously talking about where this lies in the map pool and the overlap of these two teams. No surprise really, but you'd hope really with this being left
What's weird
as an
that
option,
is
potential
that
to
he
see it.
doesn't have the money for a buy. Does he?
Loud would be well equipped, and at least here with a 3-1 scoreline, they're able to keep Gen G in check.
Yeah, he only has 4,000. So
nonsense
he's
from
gonna have
Meteor
to
on
ask
the
for a
orange
buy
just yet.
if he wants his utility.
But yeah, I mean, Tui's just doing Tui's things here.
That was very nice. I mean, that's how you basically save a round that wasn't his favor at all. I think it was like Sadak. who
And
was-
again, like Loud, very in control in those rounds.
Barriers are, so
Yeah. Well, hero rifle left on Munchkin. That's it. The rest are down on Sheriff's. Light armor, I think, behind it. And Marshall. You got Meteor's ult, but you're not going to, bring that out now, I feel.
Nice.
definitely not now.
No, very little chance of that, actually. Clean work from QCK.
Oh,
And,
and Munchkin
well, we can see the
finds
rifle
less.
shown off there, so Munchkin.
Not a lot of
notes his
work
positioning, not a surprise. I
to
mean, this has been
with
his entire
the
time. It's
cipher
not really
cam, like
you know, head turner really, but it's going to, if anything, maybe force Loud to commit to this a little harder.
The utility sent in towards A here, but no follow-up just yet. Loud happy to get
They play heavily into
explore
walls.
a little deeper. You see the goal here for Gen G. Still a little bit of damage on the way in. Lucky posted up close with a ghost, but yeah. As if Karanzine sends the owl drone out, going to be spotted out very quickly. Munchkin, see on the X-ray here, trying to find a flank, but Tui's posted up for it.
The timing!
That timing is ridiculous.
Oh my god, that
It
timing!
felt like they were pausing for this, genuinely, and now can they get away with daylight robbery? No. Very well aware of the possibility of them pushing closer towards the entrance, and is very
Nice
precise
clean.
towards the site here for Loud. Again, Munchkin was really the only one coming in with a rifle for Gen G this round, so he was the only one expected to
He's
do
gonna
a little
save
more,
it
perhaps,
again.
But again, the post plant very difficult to break. Not gonna happen. Oh!
Nice shot. Munchkin is like
Get out of it, Munchkin! Come on now, you're not meant to be doing that. You're not
already on
meant to be
Icebox
doing
with
that. It's not meant to even
the
feel
KO
that
and
close. A valiant attempt, but it's around
the
for
Guardian. He
Loud.
had like some really good rounds.
One hell
I'd
of
have
an
to eat my
ace,
hat.
though.
My brain was in the next round. That man was trying to pop off. Ridiculous.
How close to the I mean, he wasn't far off.
Was on
He
it
not far
today.
off. Yes, a sigh of relief for Loud to find their fourth. Loud rinse and repeat though, Lauren.
Yeah, but look at this quick attention to middle. It's Larky who's aware. Oh, the drop of that is just perfect. Teed up for it. Caron smartly and rightly going to pressure the
He's
extremities.
alone
He's
with the
actually gonna
spike,
isolate
though.
the spike. That's gone down and it's in his hands, but he needs the rest of Gen G to back him up, and then not. Less than QCK with effective trading, keeping them going in the right direction.
He can res.
Caron is your last line of defense, right? Like, he's the one holding that spike back. He knows where these remaining players are. They know where Sadak was because he was taken down earlier, and obviously QCK with the res. So now how do they approach this? I'm surprised that Munchkin's drifting this far away. And it's going to be Caron on the chopping block, right? Like, how does he handle this pressure? You got presence from both sides. Does he commit towards one side of the fight? Does he try and just live in the corner?
I mean, Caron seemingly, I'm just looking at the minimap.
Oh.
It looks like he has a decent reload, but it's Munchkin to find QCK.
That mid
Sadak,
peak.
60 HP now, has to retrieve this spike. Still plenty of time to work with, though.
I was worried the Munchkin might have left Caron out to dry, but that's not the case at all.
Nice,
Caron held that spike down,
nice
kept
bump
them
throw.
safe for the round, and Munchkin catching QCK just before that impact point.
It's just some really bizarre round. Like I said, Breeze can be whoever frags harder on the day, and there's very little nuance to what we're seeing.
That shot is so nice. It just saves the round. Like
Beautiful.
I see someone. Did I saw someone 06
Yeah.
in Genji?
Yeah, already what I've seen so far.
Yeah,
Obviously
the
trying to
wow,
keep Gen G
that's
on red
so
alert.
is
Somebody's
having
going to constantly pressure up halls, be up towards switch, and really
a
cause some
disaster
problems there.
game.
Potentially opening up the rest of the map for them, but well, Mackie
Oh,
now posted up
and
with a Guardian. Shut down QCK.
I say that
on
and he
very
finds a
mission.
kill.
That's a bit naughty, that is. Oh, Munchkin, though, so overwhelmed. Less with a quick shot. And Texture now
But
feeling
the
quite vulnerable.
texture's
There's a
position
little bit
is
of room
like
that he's not safe.
very
You can see the
strong.
response potentially as well. Meteor getting a bit closer. Lakia trying to apply a little bit of pressure. Trying to give him a way out of dodge here. And Karanzine was so blind, but it's too easy to punish Meteor. And middle is being won by Loud until now. Can Texture change side? He can't. Sadak with just a pistol.
Pistol and it's a
He's gonna put him to
2v1.
bed in a 1v2 now. Caron before did so well to isolate that spike, but I love this quick read from him.
Yeah.
Really smart.
And the
quick
wall.
adjustment. Does it
That
with
wall.
two ease. He does
Whee.
with 2 ease.
Let's go to his.
Snappy adjustment. Loud stretching the lead.
Third on the round for him with the Guardian. Loud coming in, definitely disadvantaged there. Yeah, Gen G may be feeling a little rattled.
And we have a timeout for Genji.
See some investment thrown into it. Loud, yeah, definitely looking like they're happy to just commit to gunfights and feeling confident that in terms of just I guess, the basic fundamentals that they're going to win out in some of these rounds. Will Gen G have anything cooked up in terms of proactivity on the defense that, you know, whether it be around Meteor or anyone else in that regard?
It has been a quiet beginning between Texture, Caron, and Meteor. I got to say credit for Caron there. One of the rounds was pretty much his gathering as well. You know, the nice little catch of the cross as well. But outside of that, a little bit quiet, not seeing those individuals finding that impact.
Sure, I mean, also for Gen G, this could just be damage control in the first half. Obviously, expecting this composition to be able to deliver and excel when they are able to attack. But
sure. But there's
again,
going to be a limit.
that feels very risky, especially if it's such a question mark with Loud not showing anything here.
Well, that's the thing. You can't come in with prep for Gen G, right? There's
no
tape on Loud.
If anything, Loud should be in like the upper hand because there's so much tape on Gen G. They showed everything from the map pool, and yeah, we've seen a little change here, but the fact that Loud aren't really tried and tested from kickoff on Breeze themselves, you can't then just bring that in as well, it's blank canvas, really.
Yeah, and I think Gen G might have to learn on the fly, and I think this is a really good test of can they learn on the fly? Is there something they can maybe implement into this game in this half specifically to be able to try and get a grip on Loud here, because Loud's starting to get quite the firm upper hand, and this round feeling very uncomfortable as well for Gen G, considering they are down to the Sheriffs. I think there's a Guardian there, yes, for Meteor. It's Caron actively playing this, going to play into the smoke.
And he's gonna get checked.
There it is. This is site control. They have rotations, but again, this could be a plant pretty quickly. Wall dropped, and now away we go. Texture here. Already, you can note Meteor has drifted up closer as well. This is a tough angle for QCK, actually. He could be overwhelmed here, but fortunately, he's got the boys by his side, and it's comfortable for Loud. Look at this.
No real threat whatsoever. Munchkin. Oh, Steery's got a trip in front of him.
Oh.
Nice shot.
We didn't see that. We get a kill though? No. It's going to be a flawless coming through here. Allowed to find their sixth. Feeling very comfortable in terms of the pace of Breeze so far. And Gen G not really taking the fight to them in the majority of these rounds.
But this round is the round where they paused. Like, that gun round, Gen G is gonna do something new.
Maybe
I expect them to hold on holds.
Available here. Operator back in hand of Texture.
And that's the problem when you don't have like a cipher on the new Breeze. It's so good at controlling the map.
He's going to be able to retake the angle there, and they are falling off. So now look at where they're starting to commit. Look at the difference. Look at Munchkin.
Munchkin is just charging.
Yeah, and we see that push.
They haven't turned.
Well, it got pinged out on the minimap.
Yeah, okay. Oh, it's laboured, but a 1-for-1 trade. Well, I don't know what Gen G are up to as well. This allows Texture.
Oh,
that's nice. That's the spike. That's huge.
He found the spike.
Win out in middle though. So varying wins on varying fronts. No one's finding comfort.
He's not picking up his cam.
And now Texture trying to control A, but they've lost middle, so you can already see that
QCK finds the timing on Astra.
Lockett playing ahead here.
And they know where the OP is. They know where the jet was.
Allowed able to just pick Gen G apart across the map. This sort of play style not suiting them here on Breeze.
Is he gonna save the OP for
Texture in
QCK?
motion
No.
on the defensive
No
side
OP play
here.
for Loud.
Like I said, was on a mission from the get-go. He was not slowing down. Desperate to look for a flank and commit to it.
But the way you said it then, desperate. It felt very desperate. It didn't feel well thought out. And again, all of them trying to make these individual plays to try and maybe get something in favor, but there's no trades coming off it. There's no space going to be taken off the back of it that's favorable. They look really lost here. And maybe they don't want to hit another timeout, but they've got to do something. Look to a different site now. First time we're really seeing this B side tested. No look towards middle from Loud, so this is going to be quite all in if they continue along this path. Already mid can be taken by Gen G, so hard to fall back away from, but they are. So now do they punish rotations? If you're Loud, you're looking to maybe catch one in middle. You're looking for players out position. Texture may be one of them. Sheriff could sing here though. It's just not going to hold tune at this point. They fall away towards A, and they're just being drawn around the map.
It's similar to what we saw Loud try and do on Icebox.
Yeah.
Show presence one side and very quickly try and catch rotations or even get ahead of rotations. drift slowly back into a little bit of control here towards bottom mid.
Oh, he made noise.
Less punishing
So
on the
that
side, though. Finally
Genji thought he was gonna drop from the rope, and then he took the rope back silently. So now Genji is not expecting someone holds.
Probably the easier target than most, down a little lower. The spam, it works.
Was that completely through the smoke?
I think it was. Okay, now it's getting scary because it's 20 seconds and QCK goes into bailout mode and you've got to keep going. It's 19 seconds and they've got the spike. It's Texture playing bodyguard duty, trying to keep it safe. Pressure from the left, pressure from the right.
They have to
Counter's
plant.
gonna take down Texture and his game on towards the side. Spike should go down uncontested. And what can Munchkin do now? There was a little bit of hope there. There was a heartbeat, a new lease of life, and that has been put down. Less keeps things going. Loud, fully in control here. Genji looking unprepared here.
Yeah. To be honest,
compared to map one,
there's not enough coordination here to really put either of the power players here, this composition, Texture and Meteor, in a position to really deliver. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Lakia can only really do so much on us over here to put his duelist in, you know,
2-1,
an opportunity.
2-10 and 1-10. Like, the only kid he has is the kill in fucking holes that we saw.
The map, and now, I mean, I said it before, they're completely dissecting them.
Oh, they'll lap it up. Tag? Okay.
And he tags someone. Feel like he got tagged on purpose, though.
Potentially, so that could tee him up for some success. They are getting close towards that B site. Munchkin's position, dependent on the judge, would have.
Oh, and the judge again.
Starting to get a little anxious about this. Munchkin. Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh, it's absolutely.
In this one, they get him.
He's not going to be happy about that. Again, individual fight here. Numbers starting to really favour Loud. 4 standing, make it back to 5. Texture going to catch her, I think, through the wall, potentially.
Just off the res, yeah. Sat back on his feet for a second, but immediately shut down.
QCK, with this position, yeah, he's feeling himself. He wants to get ahead. Maybe didn't need to do that. Could have been patient. Deciding he wanted to try and make a bit of a difference. Oh, it's going to go in now. How much of the spike that covers. Kalanzine, though, going to feel the scrutiny here. Oh,
nice shot.
Pulling a pixel out of place, and that's Texture dead. Kalanzine looking for the fault, not going to get it. Meteor with the trade, but it's a little late. But now a 2v2. Tap on the spike and the spray. Not going to get what they want here.
Don't let them defuse, please. Okay.
There it is. Tui's.
Holy fuck, man. The fucking PTSD from that last game.
This is heartbreaking for Munchkin. The consideration from Loud. The null command comes through, removes the poison orb. Basically negates any possibility for Munchkin to find value with the judge up close and personal there. On the brink of a 10-2 half here.
Poison's gone. Yeah, this feels like this map pick is a complete and utter shock. Really, that Loud was so prepared for it. Keep in mind, this is Genji's pick.
Loud, pretty good on their permaban.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's just, it's really bizarre. Like I said, this could have been the intention of Genji to play damage control in the first half and then really try and run away with this composition in the second. But it's a tall order to work back from 2 rounds.
I don't think 2's enough. You know, I just don't think it is. And I'd prove me wrong. I'd love it. Texture. Thought he might fancy a go of it there. Opted against it in the end. He's maybe going to hear some of these rotations. I think he is. So he's really quite poised in the right place.
Right, he's going to get cleared here.
Oh, from quite far away. So he is on his own. Lovely from Texture. That's what they needed. Get him a 3rd, and maybe there's a little bit of hope, a little bit of something. I'd have to see a great deal on that second half. But for now, finally seeing Loud with a disadvantage of numbers. Players in the right place as well.
The spike on Sova might be not
heading towards that A site.
The best.
You can see them waiting patiently. Carry on one of them. Divide gonna come in.
They're gonna.
Oh, Kalanzine, the
nice
foul.
foul.
That is just rotten to handle. Texture still trying to be pivotal to the outcome because Loud are clawing this one back. He's down to a 3v3 now, and he's just out of it, and Les gonna lap
How
that
are
up.
they flipping this?
I don't know, but Meteor just right up in between them now, surrounded on both fronts. Tries to take a fair fight, but there's nothing fair about that. Munchkin now just too late to the party. Tries, and actually might do a little bit of chip damage to Tui's here if he doesn't get himself out of danger. And Tui's taking a lot of damage from
Both
this.
of them.
That's a little surprising as Munchkin now ready for it.
Oh my god.
The tiniest of margins. 3 rounds, Mike. I don't know if it's enough.
They'll have to have something crazy to execute here in the second half, but they said the margin is so small for error. It's a team like Loud who just look, I mean, they've come out map one looking pissed off.
Yeah, they do.
Like they're happy to just dig their heels in, commit to these engagements. Nothing really too special or much flair to Loud's gameplay.
Simplistic.
Either. Very simplistic.
But
It's what
well
you'd
drilled.
expect with this composition coming out.
Yeah, very vintage, classic, good spacing, good executes, nice pull of rotations, but as I said, nothing that's going to change the world. But 3 rounds, that is a lot to pull back from. They're going to have to really pull this one forward into that second half. We'll go to the desk.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. Loud, they've not played this map the entire kickoff, and Genji, they picked it against Mimi. Do you think they walked into a trap, perhaps?
I mean, I think they walked into the aim test map, and thus far they have not passed the aim check. Loud's players have been looking so good individually, and I mean, I think they were clearly spending some time practicing this one. They are playing the default comp, they're doing the boring stuff, but the protocols looked good. Everything you expect from this Loud squad, they were showing on first.
Yeah, exactly. And on the other side, we saw a
I mean,
Genji
if
that
it's
was
a-
over pushing time and time again.
How
As you're
many
saying,
times
I
did
hate
The
it.
most solid comp,
Ripped
like.
down B main like a psychopath.
Yeah, exactly. Time and time again. And the duos are so isolated one from the other. Loud had to do minimum work to get the entire map under control. I saw no apparent impact from the Euro. I don't know about you guys, but you know, in EMEA, it's a force to be reckoned with. Here, it was nowhere to be found but on the death counts.
Yeah, lot of depths in that regard out of this Euro pick. But it seemed like when Genji was running out of ideas, they started to go for these aggressive plays, like Munchkin running down, like some
Yeah,
of
but
these
why is it
forward
Munchkin's what I
fights.
mean? Like, you have a Euro,
But the
he
thing
can
is,
be
that's
aggressive
Munchkin.
and then go back.
He's the ultimate feast or famine. If you're from EMEA, you know Angel. Same guy, I'm convinced.
Let's
But-
talk about Tui's real quick, because it's not less on the Viper this time around.
But same Vipers for Loud, evidently good. Tui's filling into that role beautifully. This guy was so sick in the Americas kickoff, and he's continuing that here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that his position and his off angles, how he's using the utility, everything is definitely looking very good for a map many people did not think we were even going to see from Loud.
Well, Night 3 is a fantastic start. Surely Pansy and Hypok, Loud will never lose a Night 3 lead.
Why have you done that, Sue? Huh? I see that smug little look. Don't turn around. I'm next to you.
It's an interesting throw,
Yeah,
that.
all of the desk are being obnoxious right
Yeah.
now. They're like, oh, they wouldn't come back from this, would they? Not a chance in hell, Michael.
Let's see the first few rounds, and then I'll
You're willing and
I'll
ready?
either overreact or say I told you so.
Look, I'm the play-by-play caster here. Let me be the one to overreact. Excuse me? Texture just came bounding in, and he's still alive. Okay.
And he's dead.
was
That's
short.
looking
And that's
very.
God, what?
That's a 10-3.
Munchkin's a mile away from being relevant to the outcome of this round now. Spike is so deep in enemy territory.
I don't know, man. Going on a Cypher Viper
If you lose this, I'm going to be honest. The odds become
freaking
near on insurmountable.
B-site on Breeze,
It's
gun
really a
on.
shame. Pissed around as an
Like-
indicator here. It looks like Genji have worked on a couple of maybe geeky executes around this Yoru, but I just don't think we're gonna have enough rounds to see him. To be honest, Texture looks like he TPs into sight there, but unable to really string anything together with Meteor, and Loud just absolutely dismantle them.
Yeah, he knows it, dude. You see a little smile starting to come on Sadak's face. He's like, yeah, we've got 10, very early. I think
Oh, and the
this is,
Cypher trap.
difference of having
The adaptation from Les.
to a massive extent.
Instantly.
Completely walk into a trap. This was Loud saying, oh, did we leave our permaban open?
Oops.
This
Oh,
this
Roxy,
little
that's
trap
on that.
here, that's in between the two. Instant adaptation.
And now, well, you've got 3 rounds and Loud of 10. So, it's a long old road back, Michael.
It starts with a ghost in the hands of Meteor.
This isn't Cadian's clip. This isn't how it goes. You know, this isn't it. It's not Mirage, right? It's not. Do you believe Meteor is the one? You think he's gonna what?
No, I think they're gonna walk into Lester's crosshair.
Ooh.
But they make it out alive.
That's on the first one.
Then what happens in the story?
They're gonna drop someone nest and push tunnel.
As I say, Texture actually almost finding on the backside here. Cow and Z.
And they found the Yo with that trip.
Munchkin will fall, but the plant should come through here. See an opportunity to reset at least. Texture don't jump onto that, but does find a tag. That's down to 24 now. Are able to stabilize a little bit.
Timing for Caron as well here. Okay, Lucky, that's not bad. Here we go. Yeah, okay. Okay, see, if you'd followed up, if you'd committed to the bit, Michael, this could have been quite outstanding. Considering we are now down to a 2v3, and Lucky is still hitting with the classic. Dewey's left reeling with the Bulldog. This has gone any other way than he expected. What a ridiculous round, and Gen G. He can catch Lakia, that's fine. You still had to get past Karen. You still had to get past Texture, and you don't have a chance at it. Time to back away, try and keep that Bulldog in hand. What a turn of events here. Gen G, they're not out of it yet.
Wow. What a nice eco from Gen G.
I mean, now, I don't think saved enough to really get SMGs or comfortably get anything back into this, but I mean, Lakia, double D's got. Definitely the Gen G.
Gotta be.
Hitting a little different there from range. Oh yeah. Was that a right click? I couldn't actually see the.
What a fucking nice gun.
Beautiful. Love to see those.
Okay, one Bulldog, Sheriff, a couple of classics. Oh.
And they know about the jet.
There we go. Okay, Gen G getting fired up here. And they make it to 5. Tui's was the danger man. He has done damage, but takes a fair bit himself. So, yeah, Texture's just been let off the leash, hasn't he? Really? So go frag, go get some kills, get the game going.
Now we did see that on Icebox as well. The first round that Gen G actually won. We saw what Loud call a timeout at 4-2 to their advantage to try and slow down the momentum of stringing together a couple of pacey hits. Well, Gen G going to try and repeat that here on Breeze. They definitely need to. The 6-round deficit soon to maybe be 5.
Texture's had a round.
Yeah.
Go on, find less. All right.
Those are the momentum builders.
That's a lot of money, and it's a lot of orbs on a jet.
Here, but there won't be anything left in the bank after
that has
that
almost has a knife.
Gen G on the brink of a blade storm. Texture already taking control of this second half, and QCK unfortunately just face plants into the bricks. Able to get away from that, but for the purchase here, you do favour Gen G.
Okay. When do we? It's early. I'm asking. Wow.
Spirit's still high.
Yeah. They're mapped to the good. That'll be all right. Maybe. It's not scary yet. Loud still have a 5-round buffer.
Hang on a second.
Nice.
Is just ripping them apart, and as our Gen G, this guy has been truly let off the leash. Straight in there, no messing about. Ferocious on approach, and the site's theirs.
Absolutely sweeps a site.
And if you're QCK, you're saving, right?
Oh, definitely,
that operator's not going to be risked. For less, what do? You got 350 credits? Cool.
I mean, maybe do a little bit of damage. You got Munchkin and Texture down, but Meteor's found QCK.
How's he done that? Was he actually peeking out from like?
And now the problem is Les has to try and hold on to the rifle, or I mean, Gen G maybe expected him to go towards the operator. But a beautiful continuation of this pace by Gen G. You can see Loud just get absolutely sucker punched, to be honest. Completely caught off guard.
And it was almost so disrespectful how confident he was at getting in there. Like, 1, I was like, oh, fair play. Well, 2?
Again, seeing, I believe Sadak flashed up behind yellow there.
Yeah.
Was that off Meteor, or is that maybe a high flash from himself? And, Gen G get ahead of that utility?
Hoping we can see it again here, if possible.
There was obviously a stun set up here for Texture. Oh, it was just the stun, actually.
Yeah, it was the stun that caught.
But the snake bite landed, made it very easy. I think Sadak trying to relay now what maybe the game plan is for Gen G, whether or not they have a read on it, or actually how versatile Gen G can be with Meteor on the Yoru here. We talked about maybe being the approach of damage control in the first half. This is where Gen G can run away with it. They become the question mark here, not Loud.
Exactly that. And a second attempt for Munchkin there. Gonna note Kaunzin spotted him on the first attempt, and a pace change completely here. Gen G shifting gear, a lot slower, a lot more curious across the map. Maybe looking for those adjustments, looking for those changes. Because they've been somewhat in their face, almost brash about it, and it works really well, but looking to identify the adjustments from Loud. Maybe tube the next port call of at least a few of these players. 3-2 split, it looks like, and there's the ult.
The Yoru ultimate.
3 players up tube here from Gen G.
Are they trying to catch him? Are they almost hurting them back here as well to an extent, right? Like, Loud are sitting deep on this. They don't want to get caught, so the site will now go to Gen G, right? Like, that's just a straight exchange. So now the problem is QCK.
Nice shot.
Belting shot towards Texture, who has been an animal in the last couple of rounds. Can anyone else from Gen G step up? You still have the likes of Caron here, who has been known for those clutching capabilities, but pressured out of position and nowhere really to go. Loud starting to flex a little on the retake as Meteor now left on his own towards Yellow here, towards the back of sight. Gonna note the footsteps, spot the player, and the wide swing, it works to an extent. Tease up Kaunzin.
Lakia does have the Hunter's Fury here, but certainly in terms of the clock, it doesn't feel comfortable. Kaunzin actually going to send one out of his own. He's going to find Munchkin. Lakia now, you can see him shaking his head. Doesn't feel comfortable about committing to it. Will have to concede an 11th round to Loud, who just peel away from this so quickly. Gen G almost left, you know, wondering what to do with a free site.
And again, Loud very in control.
But it's more how they almost held back utility for this sort of play.
Wow.
Right? Completely clearing their way back through perfectly, understanding that they can't hold it frontline, so play it on the retake.
Well, look at the comparison. Coming out of the previous Sadak's like, yeah, I mean, we just got overwhelmed. There's nothing we can do from behind Yellow there. This is the other side of the coin. Loud, once again, happy to concede space. We saw the same thing on Icebox as well. A good read on what Gen G wanted
And a good
to do.
use of utility by Loud. Like.
Much more comfortable scoreline. They have a few more rounds to figure it out, should they need to.
That lineup though,
Definitely
to have the Viper Orb on fucking Nest.
Bladestorm, Hunter's Fury to work with. Comfortable in the purchase other than Texture, but...
They've been trying to be quiet about this, patient about it. Beautiful control and a beautiful follow-up. Can't quite make it a third, but the damage is done. Early information, everything they would have wanted. So the 3 remaining, Lakia, Munchkin, Meteor.
But the rotation is cold.
Foothold anywhere on the map here, Mike.
Yeah, a little awkward on the spacing. Gen G punished for it. They'll find themselves in a 3v4. I mean, Loud
Oh, I
elsewhere.
could hear the Viper, I mean.
It's only really going to be Kaunzin that's going to get...
They have the
annoyed,
camera though.
The rest of the utility from less in position to really spell out what this post plant will look like. Gen G commit to the spike now. In 30 seconds left, Kaunzin already in the back lines.
Oh, this could be criminal. This could be criminal. So little safety.
Oh, no.
Munchkin, that's a heartbreaking moment there. Kaunzin closing in. He's going to say bye-bye, Lakia. And now Meteor having to find something, no value to be had as Munchkin now. After what was a moment possibility that slipped through his fingertips there. He's going to be kicking himself on that one.
It's a round-winning moment there for Munchkin.
Clean rounds
Just
from
too many
Loud.
targets to shoot at. A little bit of a fumble, but this will be Loud on 12 now.
Diffuse?
I said Gen G were comfortable in the purchase, but now no room for error. Has to be flawless.
We could see an ulti main
Otherwise, we will be going
from
to
the Viper.
God.
Or B main.
And I was almost hoping we saw the moment from Munchkin. As rough as that was the swing moment. Yeah, you can see it. There it is. It's so difficult. What was it, 3 players up there? What a difference that could have made. And it would have been a small lifeline, bearing in mind that Gen G were working.
Yeah, there is a
up the
Viper
hill,
on
to
A,
say the
but
least. This has been an incredibly hard game to come back from. That first half was not good. They're probably not very happy with it. Second half started off with a bang eventually, but then somewhat slowing down. Losing a little bit of that spark to it. You see Kate looking to take heads. As Texture creeps closer up middle, but he's alone. This is a solo somewhat endeavor. Yes, with a little bit of utility help from Caron, but that's about it.
See how quickly Sadak's over here to try and
what is he looking?
support
Oh,
the
he's
team.
looking for the
QCK.
cam.
So holding on to the backside of Nest as well. We're almost there with Lakia jump spot and is trying to put Texture in a position to punish that operator. Loud, pretty well equipped for it.
They got the tape.
Knife, probably
We
caught
found no
three
one
there,
on
or
the
two
knife.
at the very least, I think.
But
Now the pressure's starting to come
reveal.
towards the site. 3 through middle, 2 through main. Flash there, Sadak goes in, gets handled.
One
by
for
one.
one.
Trade out, Texture still alive. Gonna let Meteor work his way in here. It's gonna be less holding from CT, 1 on site. Still some problems to try and clear, and less making himself the problem. Good trade for Meteor, but he needs a bit
Thanks
more.
for the
Plant
follow.
gonna come down, and they still haven't fully cleared site yet.
Karen's still here.
And that's...
What?
Okay, Lark, yeah, fair enough. That's the kill you're gonna get. No worries. Didn't expect that one. But QCK's position might be unraveled. Munchkin this time should be good for it.
Munchkin will have heard that drop. Was baiting up here with the wall. A crucial kill for him, and it's a freebie. QCK falls. 2E's now left to try and recover.
Nice.
Back here to seal the deal. 7th on the board now. You need another couple to break the money. Loud able to still purchase comfortably, and actually with the pick coming online here, an opportunity for Loud to maybe counterbalance that a little bit, leave 2E's in a position to anchor here, because Gen G have slowed things down. There's an opportunity for Loud to maybe exploit that. Go exploit, they do have rounds to play with. Well, they're happy for, I mean, Gen G to continue making, in their eyes, mistakes, I guess.
Are they going back to what we saw before? Or no, definitely not the same pace to what we saw, but looking to maybe deal with QCK. Yeah, they've been noting that jump spot that you've mentioned, just that round prior, but that has been a constant. This time punished by Texture with the operators, not able to kind of do that same presence in middle, but look at this. On the other side of the map over by Elbow, Cowan's even going to spot one. That could actually cause a little bit of confusion almost. For Loud, do they continue to commit to being close? They're going to be both spotted, surely. They've got to make a run for it too. He's got to get out of danger. Texture trying to close the gap a little. Cowanzine does find Munchkin, so the backline worry should be gone. Ult going to come in and Meteor plays ahead. Big pick towards 2E's. But again, they didn't expect Sadak so close by. That flash, does it bank in? I think it might do. But the plant is in, and they are going to sit deep on this.
See already now, tricky position for Loud to try and recover from. Actually, get the tag onto Karen here, so some of that utility outplay for the time being. A miss from Texture, 39 HP.
The timing isn't going to be great now. They've got to get back to having that presence on the spike, and Sadak with a great read, but Lucky with greater positioning. Going to catch Cowanzine. Another tap on the spike, and now it's going to get so difficult for Sadak. 1 in front, 1 to the side, and no time to play with. It's 8 for Gen G. Step by step, they are not out of this game just yet.
Bring it through, and I mean, a couple
Where's
of
the
members of
money?
Loud yet, still above 2K, but now starting to struggle just a little bit. That's expected to see the timeout at this point. The last few rounds, we've been saying they've had rounds to play with. The investment comes here. There's a chance for Gen G to really turn up the heat here.
Yeah, this is when it gets fun, isn't it?
Yep.
Because you might get... I want to add into this as well. We've got 2 ults already on deck. We've got Meteors and Munchkins. Then you have Lakia not too far away too for his. So these are big ults, round-changing ults that can completely turn it. So they're going to have that as, a fallback plan if they need it. But if they keep going like this, they've got some nice little reads. Again, just that almost assassination of QCK holding Tube, completely isolating the rest of the players.
Which is exactly the sort of thing you want to see them. If they are going to slow things down, you want to see them have tangibles to action upon. Find somebody to be able to isolate. So that's a huge positive. The problem being is there enough? Like I said, with absolutely no margin for error, is there enough for Gen G to really fall back on? I mean, now you've removed the operator. Maybe there's not as much of I guess, a requirement to find out players like QCK, dig them out of spots.
3
What the
rifles, 2
adjustment is
shapes.
for Loud coming out of this.
Okay, so they've got
Tempered
No
purchase.
armor.
They're trying to keep, I mean, play their cards very close to their chest.
So your danger players, Les, Sadak, and Tui's. Tui's no armor, keep in mind, so Les and Sadak are your heavy hitters. Actually, switch up?
Yeah, I was going to say, Less's utility now. Flash sets QCK in motion, but does spot Karen. Ballsy on the repeat there. Lucky not to get punished. Gen G almost anticipating a little bit of aggression to come out here.
Oh, the timing on this. Texture, did you miss him? You absolutely
did.
So now Karenzin's been let off.
What? He's rechecking it.
Oh, the guy's just Texture.
And it's at the perfect time. He was about to shoot Karen in the back there.
That feels almost...
But he did. Karen's down to 5 HP.
I don't know how he felt that time. Maybe hearing a step, but it felt like he was already on that trajectory. So now QCK fancies another bite of the cherry, but he's going to miss the window. They're already heading away from here, but they're hurting them. 3 players going to be waiting on that B site. Sadak only has a classic, though, again, but the rest have rifles.
A little bit of a misread here from Gen G. Loud. Be able to position themselves to maybe be in a position to punish this.
Can they still be so diligent about it? It gets so dangerous, right? The slow, oh my word, too. He's going to isolate.
He gets a weapon now.
Held at the door, 30 seconds now. They're starting to run low on time, and there's no...
And they are running towards A.
He pulled the trigger on the first, which I'm surprised by, but it's an issue. They have to clear him somehow.
seconds.
They just have to run. You can't stop. There is no...
He's gonna go
now.
door.
The QCK... a little short on the day there, just to, needs to... There we go. Does get it through. Spike gonna go down. Nothing should be able to stop that here. Karen's just gonna try and play out his life, buy some time for this. Oh,
But it's a loud round, yeah.
problems. Now it's down to 2. Texture. Oh my God! A chance! A glimmer of hope! Can he hold on to it? Can he do it for his side? Keep them in this game. Oh, a snap, but it goes astray. Tui's the one to break him in this game. And the one to take Loud further in this matchup.
There's a world there.
There's a world.
Where Texture's able to compose himself after that collapse, regain his footing. But Loud able to close things out, 13-8. Just that first half, too dominant in my eyes. Gen G maybe feeling a little, I guess, apprehensive to really commit to some of the, I guess, mystery around this composition. Unable to get it really going in the second half, and a shame really, but wow, I mean, the question mark of Breeze all settled now.
But now we head towards Ascent, and I cannot wait for that one.
Watch me dance.
Loud, they were down, but definitely not out. You cannot count this team out when they are 1-0 down. I'm back here with Mimi and Kakuka. Bit of a fake comeback, I kind of believe, for a moment. What about you guys?
I don't think it's a fake comeback if they win like 2 rounds.
It was a bit more.
Like 3?
A bit.
It was like a 9-3.
4.
Yeah, it was like 6. It was like an 8-13, right? Like coming in from a 3. I'm so happy that you can count.
I've really been working on it. I've really been working on it.
Carry on.
No, that's the highest I can go. Sorry, it only goes up to 6.
All right, well, they got more than 6 rounds. So I feel like, you know, maybe kind of a fake comeback, but nevertheless, Loud, they closed it out, which means they forced them out 3.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that first half, you know, let us know a lot of how Loud was exploiting the fact that there was no Sentinel on the side of Gen G. We know that Cypher is incredibly strong on this Breeze, and not having it on that side, I think that it gave them a lot of leverage to do a lot of things. On the other side, when Gen G turned into the attack themselves, I didn't see that impact from Meteor. I think that Munchkin and Texture had a couple of very crazy rounds that might have given us that feeling of that fake comeback.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the rounds they were winning were off of the individual stuff, off of the players kind of finding timings, going crazy with the multi-kill. I mean, Texture in particular was looking ridiculous for most of that second half. But Loud, I think they play the normal comp that everyone plays for a reason. Cypher makes it really tough to mid-round on the attacking side when you're playing against him. The Viper is great first off. Tui's, by the way. It really slotting into the role that Les has owned this entire year, and he looked incredible, right? Like, this guy in Americas, I feel like, is the new slept-on player for Loud. It's like he's the next one down the totem. Ospas was talked about, so no one talked about Les. Now Les is talked about, so no one talks about Tui's. But Tui's as well has just been a really consistent player.
And whose fault is that, Mimi? Whose fault is that?
For what? Only talking about
No,
Les?
I'm
That's on me. That's on me.
we'll
But I really like Les.
We'll see what Les can do and Tui's can do on the next map, because Ascent is going to be that map when we're finally going to see QCK play something that isn't the Jet Bear.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
I mean, that
are
is
we?
what exactly that
We
is
will.
the question. Maybe we see some changes coming into. We were talking about a very short window of time before coming into this tournament, so we can anticipate that. No, but hey, honestly, I said, you know, at least we know what Les is going to be playing in Breeze, and I clearly didn't know. So what do I know anymore?
That's true. So this is the map where Loud is playing what they've kind of made to be their standard throughout the kickoff in Americas, where they're running this Breach Phoenix composition that no one else is playing. They were playing it on this map, but in my opinion, it was the weakest showing of this idea. Like we mentioned earlier, EG counter strategy. The way they did that on their defense, a lot of using 2 Odins, constantly spamming and pressuring mid, and also being very proactive to re-clear that space. This comp relies on getting mid control on your attack side, then splitting into sites. If you try and strong take through main without dive, 9 times out of 10, you're getting destroyed by stall utility and losing the round. So I'm really interested to see if they take the risk in going back to this comp, or if maybe they try something new and like go back to the default comp, because I think that's also an option.
Exactly. Stalling utility, it has like double effect on them, because they do not have, they're lacking all of that mobility and all of that explosiveness into sides. 1-3-1, as she's saying, on the attack is going to be the common thing. And at the same time, they do not have a Sentinel of their own to be covering on the defense. So the same thing that Gen G struggled with on Breeze, they might struggle with when it comes to the defense and that mid part of the map. I think that if Gen G is able to spot that weaknesses and come back a little bit also mentally for what happened on Breeze, maybe, you know, this could go their way.
Yeah, Gen G's a team who I think definitely will have been watching those VODs and have looked at how EG managed to best this comp, likely expecting to see it in play here. They're a team that has really good fundamentals, is solid on their attack at playing the slow mid-round setup, right? I mean, that's the defense solution. On attack, you just kind of have to feel out where these flashes are, bait out util, and not lose out to these strong retakes. But let's spin that around. Those are some of the downsides of this comp. Well, then why the hell is Loud picking it? Because the amount of flashes you have gives you a ridiculous amount of options for mid-round reclears, taking extremities way easier with this comp, stun combos with a Phoenix Melon, that's really strong. Your retakes are much better than with the default comp, again, because of combining all the different flashes, but you're giving up a Sentinel, and you're giving up the dive to do that. What comp do they choose? Oh my god!
We have a Yoru
Everything goes down.
It's not Jet. It's
and a
not
kill.
Jet, but it's also not the Phoenix. Okay, so they're still playing Breach. They're playing Viper still, but they've locked in the Yoru instead. This actually doesn't change the idea all that much. This is basically the same comp. You still have flashes, they're equivalent of curveball, but now you actually get dive with
better
it.
flashes.
Yeah.
You also have a lot of mobility. Maybe they know that we're going to be playing on the Phoenix. They might be playing to cancel those orbs.
We have a classic comp for Gen G.
Online all the time, and maybe to twist some things around because everybody has seen us playing this.
I mean, they have the Jet instead of the Raze. I think on Ascent you can prefer Raze, but
at cooking things up, at having creative comps. I'm so excited to get into this.
I can't wait to get into it either. Sadak has been cooking, and on the other side,
I really like that comp by Gen G.
It will be a tremendous effort and an upset.
You're absolutely right, Sue, and I think at this point, no one can then.
It's gonna be
question
tough
Gen
for
G.
the team
You look at Breeze being in the mix, it's a bit weird, and you
that
know,
loses.
close could have got. Nah, if you can beat Loud here, and they've adjusted the comp that a lot of the people had issues with, and they still come out on top.
Sure.
10 out of
For
10.
me, it's a huge positive to see Loud come in with this because I think the desk have absolutely nailed it. It addresses some of the main issues with that Phoenix. Now, some sort of pressure towards the backline possible alongside Kawanzine and QCK, but I mean, both teams pulling out the curveball.
Ain't it wild?
Yoru on map 2 and 3 here. Definitely excited to see it and fitting for the closing of this series.
Oh, Mike, I can't believe it. And I'm not mad about it. Not mad about it at all. Sadak, not going to spot Meteor there. So
Timing's perfect for Meteor, yeah.
I'm just going to find value from it, though. Trying to bait it in almost. Too lucky at trying to set something in motion, but yeah.
He made a lot of noise.
Which is always a little bit of a disappointment. Oh, the
And he's
swing!
gonna get picked.
That flash to the swing was fantastic. Lakia is incredible to at least trade.
But they have a
back
free
into
A
touch,
side.
But at this point, Gen G have already got side control, right? So Plant's going to come down. Bit of a strange exchange in middle, but also look at Lakia's positioning.
Oh, and they lost Sadak
I
too.
did note that QCK was chasing him, but now in a position.
His timing's.
Yeah, to cause an issue back towards short. QCK trying to deal with
Good paranoia.
the door on the way back through. Yeah, slowing things down, but you noted it before. Look at Lakia now.
It's got to get there in time because Munchkin's fallen, maybe very late, but I guess the plant is for it, right? Look at the plant position. That's perfectly placed for it. Karen's done really well here. Texture trying to keep their attention. QCK wins the fight. Now we got to look at that plant position. Does it come into play? Lakia's gone down. QCK over-delivering, overdoing it, and Karen's getting in it. The Clutch King himself gonna pull this one off. And Gen G with the first.
I don't know. That push from the less
Gen G. I just think the whole time that
when you know he's there and you know your teammate doesn't have time to like.
dealt with very quickly. Beautiful aggression from Loud to come out.
He has to defuse, right? He has to stick. That push is a little bit like.
Here, but forced into a
It's a little
very tricky
hint.
position. Try and stick through this first half defuse. Gen G pissed around on the board. Only a ghost.
But then like, again, Sadak dying like to end that Sova and giving
Resistance
3
there is
sight
here.
maybe is like.
Only noting one as Sadak to drift away from main. A preemptive rotation comes through from Loud. Definitely the firepower suiting Gen G though, as we've said.
You know, have a smoke? No.
threats yet. You can see Lauda poised very nearby though, just at that jumper point. Oh, the timing. How has Sadak lived through that? That feels like Texture was good for it. Paranoia.
Sadak's 1 HP.
Oh yeah, the Paranoia actually catching so many. Sadak and less though, finding value from the door, and now Texture feeling a little bit pinched here, and the shots aren't clean. Loud turning this one back on its head.
That's a
Muncher
4v2.
Yeah, they're both at the same spot. This is rough. The HP is really low though, and Gen G just need to try and weather this one
2v2?
out. Les doesn't have the HP to play with, but he does get himself a nice little upgrade here, so
2v1.
could do well. He knows it's coming though. He's read.
Oh,
you
wow.
can read that one though. A really nice attempt and made it very costly.
Nice
Touch
lineups.
and go for a moment there.
Yeah.
I think with 2Es falling when he did it, if there was a smoke coming up or any possibility to cut sight lines here. Obviously noting the fragment and the nano swarm still available for Munchkin and Meteor, so yeah, Loud definitely making things work. Like I said, Sadak swinging back through 1 HP and finding a kill. Some damage done. Obviously Gen G be suffering from that. Just 2 guardians. Well, actually now Meteor rifle in hand as well. The Sheriffs to round out the purchase.
Doesn't feel as a threatening of a bonus, but I want to see what they can do with it, really. Rifle with Meteor is the interesting part to me, and a pace change. Very quick to this. Sadak is going to get the drop on them, sure, but does get to keep away with his life. 2E's going to try and post the Paranoia. Texture's ahead of it, though, and Sadak's going to check him. Just straight body check him on the corner. Texture's going to go down. Nice still underhand. Flash again, still stalling out here. Costing them a great deal. Sadak is being a nuisance. But he actually gets caught.
Oh my god.
I thought he was good for it then.
Maybe with the door would last another second or two. Cowan Zine is the better Alakia. Now brings it to a 2v4. And Sadak, the only one that NG able to really pin down.
Timing.
They have the spike.
Brilliant
They
from
know.
Les. You'll take it every day of the week. You're smiling with that. Caron saved him in the pistol. I think this might be a little too far. Although Cowanzine really wants to give up his life. Does he expect less? No, he doesn't. Les catching crosses twice now. And happy with it. Loud going to make it through that first hurdle. It was the bonus for Gen G though, so how'd you keep 3 rifles? They'll be okay with that. This is the big test though.
Yeah, great work from Sadak and 2Es in the last round as well to isolate, really create some space between Texture and the rest of Gen G's numbers. As I said, Meteor doesn't actually land the molly to try and force Sadak out there and is punished. If that's a focal point for Gen G, because every single round here, Loud running with a different setup. We know how they like to play around the breach, create as many possibilities as possible, but a big crunch outside here. Meteor can't pin anything down.
That's actually horrific for him. He's going to be gutted with that lucky. Oh, QCK right nearby, and they are just getting mauled to death here. Loud in their face, aggressive, pushing them in spawn. Loud, unrelenting now. Caron, again, in a similar position to before, this time in a worse scenario, however. Sadak is low on HP, and they're drifting back. They're falling away.
Try and run the clock down now. Still 60 seconds for Caron to work with, so plenty of time to make something happen. We've seen the clutch ability of this player in this series so far. This is a tall order here. Les, Sadak, and Cowanzine to overcome. There was ultimate available, but obviously question marks as to exactly how Loud have retreated.
The whole map feels like a threat.
I mean, you see he's clearing every single angle here. And those 60 seconds now turn into 30.
Where does he go with this? There's no smart guess, because there's no way you can put together where they are, right? There's no way you can just gamble an informed choice. It just doesn't work. So you're going to try and bait it out with the smoke.
Nobody's going to see that smoke, though.
So not really going to have the impact he wants. 15 seconds now, and he's walking towards the site with 2 players.
They're both tucked in hell as well.
Yeah, and he's leaving it so late. There's almost no time for adjustment. There's the smoke, and they're going to close the gap here. Yep, he knows it. He's a sitting duck. He takes down 130 HP now, and he's unthreatened. Spike is in. Oh my god. Oh my god, I thought
he was way off that. I thought he was way off that plan. Oh, regardless.
Okay, all good.
Unless
all good.
Seals the deal here. We'll give an orb across to Sadak. The Caron man.
Whoa, you
those
saw
last
a window,
5 seconds
didn't
look like 10 somehow.
God. How did he get away with that? Even the fact that he just stood there. Bullets flying past, tracers just real close by. Giving the old nose job at that point. Just barely making it out. Wild. But again, this whole round, Mike, they're literally pushing him in spawn.
Yeah. Beautiful setup here from Loud to open things up. Sadak catching his breath after that. We'll see how much Loud have cooked. Again, because a lot of these set pieces they have, we'll hold that thought for a minute.
It's pacey. You can see the exchange of the knives, both going to note each other's positions and progression towards it. Texture disrespecting the utility. Doesn't care, goes straight through. Stinger in hand, still wants more, not going to get more. Meteor follows up towards QCK, but there's still Tui's, and Tui's is holding on, and he's holding on damn well. No,
oh, wow.
Tui's.
Another good round from Tui's.
Genji have previously run away with a few rounds like that in this series.
Honestly,
well handled, well maintained here by Loud.
With the last game, he could be MVP for Loud.
He's up short so quickly, all the way into tree. Unfortunately, nobody from Genji able to really make too much progress on the other side of things. Sadak slowing things down with the fragment. Able to keep things in check. Maybe a little bit of aggression outside A here. I've seen Cowan Zine set up.
Oh yeah.
Flash of the TP comes through.
Commitment behind this.
Above?
Above you. Both! And he gets both! He waited so long for that as well. Real patient play from him there.
Can't even really say it's a little complacent from Loud. Cowan kind of waits out both pieces of utility. Munchkin now looking to re-aggress with him. There's still two members of Loud on the other side of this.
You're surely thinking, no one's going to be sat here, right? Like, you're doing your diligent work here from Munchkin. You know, he's checking, but Genji, I mean, the aggression has been there, and they get rewarded for that heads-up work, that diligence in play, and even might catch that mid-look. This is lovely. Genji reading Loud like a book, prepared perfectly, and delivered. Scoreline looking much, much more even.
Absolutely, but a full house.
Yeah, it's a huge hit to Loud's economy too.
Plenty of options for them now. The other side of things, less obviously one away, Karen Zine 3 off, but Karen able to turn the tides on this early round aggression, tie things up. So with this lineup coming through, Genji might look for a pacey set piece. Well, Sadak can do the same thing again. It's been too easy for Sadak to slow down some of this aggression previously. Once his Fury invested as well.
Oh, but Munchkin ahead of it, catching Sadak on the back pedal. And I'm looking for the lockdown, it's there as well. That's looking like the site is very comfortably theirs, but I'm looking at the spike though. And
well,
it's
Karen's
drifting
TP'd
away.
onto B, yeah, this is just a fake around the lockdown.
I reckon Tui's can do anything about this.
Tui's just TP'd ahead. Oh, he actually cancelled.
I thought he might commit. I was almost hoping he does, but decides to back away. Won't have much info from that then. But his positioning's good to catch Meteor potentially. No,
Such
really
a small
tough.
Angle.
Now less with the spray, pulled away from the dash, but gonna have to fall off from this respect the cross. Spike made it to sight.
Yeah, really strange round here.
Yeah.
And you still have the fucking KO on A.
CK now looking to try and find some information. The stun on the back of that info and punished by less.
Okay.
The value found here, but Munchkin responds.
And then you got to look at the late positioning coming up from Meteor as well. Good positioning on this. The weird spot that's going to be coming in from Munchkin. This is all, oh my word, Tui's. Backhands him on the way towards the side. Now you look at the backside. This is Karon, the guy who's super clutch, the guy who gets some great work done, and they're doing it right now. Munchkin falls, so now they know where that last player is. Tui's. Can he close the gap? Can he find them? He can, but it doesn't matter. Karon is so sharp with it. Yeah, that round was bizarre, Mike, but it works out.
It's a very well invested fake. Obviously with Karen the one to TP across early. Does confirm obviously Loud's reposition, but I mean again, something goes wrong in the mid round here. Tui's commits to that TP for some reason. Somebody catches off, you know, catches the rotation, sorry, through Link. It feels very, very uneasy. Looks snappy from the other POV. It looked even worse from Karen's.
He's stepping up, he's warming up. We've seen a lot of, texture moments here and there. We've seen a lot of the other players as well having their time, but Karen, this map, certainly leading the fray. And we're looking at what they've got. Pistols, Stingers, Guardians at most for the Loud side. So a little rough around the edges and hoping to maybe find an advantage where there probably isn't one. At the moment, Tui's is currently holding back two players who are looking for the orb there. No chance to really do any damage on it either.
I have the spike.
Gen G just trying to get a good feel of the setup here from Loud. That's obviously semi-committed towards this. A stun off Karanzine, maybe on contact here. Could set things in motion as Gen G are drifting as 5.
This could be quite nice.
Yeah, into this choke point. TP's already sent across as well, so QCK can be here pretty quick. First one there, and the stun does slow things down as well, Lauren.
Fantastic. Isolates one. That gives them a chance. They pull the rotation, 3 players on the side now. It's going to be difficult for Gen G to cleanly take this. They've still got a little bit of kit, though, to play with. Not a massive amount, but Munchkin and Lakia's kit is in play, but they've got to be careful.
They're going to push CT.
CT. Sadak's here, though. This is becoming messy. This isn't right. This is going terribly
What?
wrong. And Tui's comes out of the flash just behind Munchkin, though. Going to lose his life. And now where do they go? Do they go back towards A? Do they run it down towards B?
Yeah.
They're going to go into the unknown, and it's the right choice. Munchkin holds them back.
And it's a
now
1v1.
1v1. There's upgrades around, so QCK going to get himself the Phantom. Karen with the plant. This guy has been good. Leading the board for Gen G.
It's open as well, so plenty of opportunities for Karen to reposition, play a number of different angles and plenty of question marks for QCK.
No kit for QCK either, no additional utility to maybe work with.
And the time probably going to decide this one, Lauren.
Feels like it, doesn't it? Unless it's a fumble from Karen, but it feels like that guy is not making mistakes there. And you're right, the time, you can hear it. Clock's starting to tick faster, and QCK has to at least get this to half. He knows it. His options are very limited. That open plant, he's got it to halfway. That's not bad. Oh, Karen with a wide swing across, dragging QCK's aim way out of the comfort zone. He's going to get the round. I mean, this guy's worth his weight in gold currently. 11 kills, 4 deaths, and a good couple of rounds that he's been tipping the scales on.
I mean, already what he's done so far in this series, but delivering here in map 3 versus a team like Loud, you can't ask much more of your rookie. Composed in the clutch here once again. And giving it on stage as well. The energy's still there for Gen G. Almost riding the wave here. Loud, I don't want to call this a desperation timeout. It's a 5-3 scoreline, but
they do feel behind the curve. If we're talking about, I guess, round pacing, the way the rounds have gone down, I mean, it's 3-5, sure, but it's been a correction from Gen G. They brought it back from those 3 rounds on the trot that Loud claimed. They've got a good grip on the game. We're seeing the individuals show up here. I'm not seeing Loud determining pace, it feels like. They're a little bit behind on that, which normally I credit quite highly towards Loud.
I mean, they're behind because their economy got hit hard. Like.
So seeing them a little bit behind the curve here, still want to say a little bit more from that Yoru coming into play, see if I like a bit more of it. It's not had masses of time to show.
No, there's been a couple of small pieces we've seen around. Obviously the ultimate, the fault line coming on the back of that. Obviously that early aggression with QCK finding his way all the way into tiles and pressuring into Gen G's spawn, but certainly have it. Again, we're not really expecting too many switch-ups. Obviously the Yoru...
And you see the red pings on the map.
On the attack.
They're pinging towards market.
Addressing the back line and...
Give it an operator.
Yeah.
Well, this is set for his success, right? He is in the place for this if they do continue on this pathing, but there is that question mark.
Nice shot.
That was a very wide peak from Caron to stand
Similar to the last round.
Yeah. This time a little earlier in the round than before, but now Meteor with 3 on the platter, going to stop first and slip across. He does have support there in the form of texture.
No way they retexture.
Surely not, especially by finding Munchkin, right? Like this, if anything, plays him in even further, but he's going to play patience, and it's going to pay dividends. Going to find one, and Lucky claims less. So this battle in middle is somewhat going Gen G's way. QCK tries to
Oh, what?
That's heartbreak. But the second bite of the cherry potentially could be the one. This could be it. Could he find him? Oh, the angle is rotten.
Oh my fucking god, man.
Leaving Chewy
Yeah, stuff in hand, walking mid. Nice. Dude, Loud!
Weirdest rounds of Valorant today.
Focus, man.
I mean, such a strange exchange in mid here. And Lucky are finding that. I can't even remember that. I mean, I think it's the kill onto Les, if I'm not mistaken, that really throw things into disarray. And like here, dashing past, and then Tui's expecting them to commit towards B. Gen.G really starting to feel themselves.
Oh yeah.
And getting a good grasp on some of the chaos in the mid round here.
That's an elusive thing to be able to do. It's a very small list that people have been able to handle. Loud in some of those more chaotic moments as well, when they try and get in their faces too, because we saw that aggression from Loud in just a couple of rounds prior, and they were literally pushing them in spawn. So they've weathered that, but now we go again. We look at this. QCK, quite aggressive towards B, but he's going to fall away from this because all the attention is towards A. That knife is very, very important.
Problem being, R2 lurks elsewhere, so Les has to consider the possibility. You can see he is trying to get a feel for things elsewhere. Gen.G drift away from this, sending 2 up catwalk.
Yeah, but they're gonna hit A.
Caron to...
They are pinging the positions to clear.
The rest of the setup as well. Now tucked into the corner. Oh, come on, committed here as well.
Okay, Texture. A whole lot of targets and very little time, but they are damn good at this. Clearing through well. Tui's still going to draw blood, but it's Gen.G sweeping the site perfectly. Lucky on the follow-up, and it's QCK tucked away.
Million.
Quietly waiting this out, but there's problems here. He was noted on the knife, so what are you
Loud really needs to like play something else. Like.
And hounded, look at Lucky. That's cruelty. That's what you get for trying to come ahead of the reload. Oh my word. Got a little
headshot.
Down to 12 HP there. But a 7-3 lead for Gen.G nonetheless. Loud missing everything but the null command committed in the previous. Gen.G, a Hunter's Fury, Blade Storm, and a TP of their own. Really looking to stretch Loud out in this first half of Ascent. Almost can't believe it, but a string of rounds unanswered here.
5. That's huge. And again, oh, look at this combination. This could be really nasty. They have seemed to make it out alive. Caron does find Tui's in the meantime as well.
Oh, he's drifting out short here. Look at where the death marker is.
They can't stop succeeding, it feels like, this team.
QCK, though, look at the ping.
Oh, and they are pinging his position already.
QCK's repositioned to.
They expect a push.
I want to see
the awareness is here from Gen.G.
See how well you clear this. Oh, that's how well. A pop flash. He does turn it, so QCK so quick on that. Can't do much more, though. Finding one is really valuable, considering they already noted that position. They were already heads up about it. That is wild. Gen.G. Bloody impressive this side.
I think only noting texture there, but maybe a little bit of a red herring. He's noted towards short. Especially with the smoke coming through now. 2 other members of Loud have committed towards this B site hold. TP will come through, will confirm presence on back site. Cow and Zine and Les do here. Rolling Thunder to work with.
That could be catastrophic.
25 seconds.
That's big.
Time. It's running short. Spike is still in the hands of Caron. He's the one to keep him in the back of your mind. If you see that player, look at his position. More stall going to be invested here. They've got to move further ahead. They can't sit back and wait anymore. The plant going to come down. They can't deny it. It looks like they're going to be held at the back of Boathouse. They can't escape here. And now it's a firing squad. But Loud onto back. Caron and Meteor in perfect unison. And it's Sadak slowly working forward. Finally gets towards the B site.
The one-way goes up as well.
That's half of the entry points gone, removed. He now knows that Meteor was playing a little bit closer, tucked by the boxes. But so much to clear and so little time. And you can hear it, that spike ticking. His time dwindling, running low, looking like another 8 for Gen.G here, who are under the gun. The smoke just coming back up. This guy has no hope in it. Gen.G playing an exceptional game here against Loud.
We could be in a similar situation to what we saw on Breeze, which is just too few rounds to really make this comp change, you know, get limit tested.
Give fair chance. I just don't know if it's enough. Maybe 4?
6 unanswered for Gen G. Caron now 17-5, leading the charge.
What a game from him. What a map from him. Good series. I think Tex should be up there for series. But this map, he has been exceptional.
Get out of my way.
Right place for it too here, though. Quite a lot of Loud on the other side on A. Let's see if they fully commit through this. Gen G tempering the pace a little, allowing Texture to probably get a little bit of work done with this operator.
To slow things down, maybe anticipating the lesser purchase from Loud, equating to some form of aggression across the map, but as smoke comes up, a fragment comes out from Munchkin. And follow up on this paranoia. I was just looking to slow any progress from Gen G.
I mean, the thing is though, Gen G is so happy to do late executes.
Yeah,
it doesn't even
I think I'm gonna go mid again.
It feels like they're still gonna be happy to hit in 20 seconds.
TP sent out by QCK as well. So ready to rotate. Gen G have got themselves set towards it, and it's Caron again. Sadak will fall, at first blood will open up round 12 here. So he has to respect this now. We'll still have QCK here, but tricky spots to work from.
Kaunzi maybe. Has he got what it takes? Oh, the flash, the little delay on it as well, bouncing off the wall. He couldn't even turn it in time. Last only good for 1, and they're succeeding everywhere. Now it's QCK and Tui's split between the map and hello! Turn around! Texture gets there first, removing QCK, opening up the site for a plant. And Munchkin
I don't know.
takes out Tui's.
Loud looks out of it.
Mike. Breeze was a different deal, but seeing the scoreline like this.
Look at that timeline.
Look at it. Look at that. What can you say about it? That was a masterclass from Gen G there.
Absolutely is, and we do still have the questions, the composition in the second half, if this is what it's designed for by Loud, but I mean, coming out of that, it's a tall order.
The big question now is 3 rounds enough for us to even have a chance to see what that new Yoru is going to look like, what they could do on this? I'm not sure it is.
We never know, Pansy and Hypok, we never know. But the thing is, in terms of that Yoru and this comp, Mimi, what do you think about what we have seen so far?
I think we saw a few cool rounds, right, where they had these preset plans and they were working well. But I think where Loud got diffed was later into this game when it came down to the fundamentals. This is an example of the good, right, for Loud, where they have this really cool kind of variant of almost a shark attack, where you're crunching into B main and punishing Gen G for it. But then as we got later on, we still saw Loud going for some of these ideas, but making little mistakes, not clearing the corner in pizza, not looking up when they're going for that fight in A main. Gen G players are sitting there, they punish. Gen G, I also thought, did a really good job of slowing down, waiting for this aggression, knowing that this comp lacks information because its only active info is a Kaonek, no Sova drone, no Sova dart, and it lacks information because you have no Sentinel to hold space in the mid round. They just had to bide their time, pick the right moment in the mid round, and they were so successful at doing so.
Yeah, but it's still not enough because on the other side, Kakuka, Caron, he's here.
Hear me out. The performance that we're seeing coming out from him, we were talking about all the names that are going to be back in the stage and the new faces that we're seeing. This is the controller that you want to see. We talked about all the rookies, how Narrate and the rest of KC had a brilliant day, but Caron is on a track of his own. 413 ACS just in this first half. And not only that, we're seeing him on stage going crazy, shouting at their opponents. Even at the beginning of the day, he was like, who's Loud? I don't hear anything. They're very quiet for being called Loud.
Yeah, this Gen G team is looking electric. Texture is stepping up as well. They look on course to upset Loud 2-0. What a moment it would be for Gen G.
Yeah, they're on the precipice of a potential upset here. Pansy and Hypok, let's see if they can bring this home.
That's the big question, is it? Can they? Can they actually bring this home? 3 rounds were all that Loud could claim.
Like I said, we're in exactly the same boat as we were on Breeze. Now we need to see this composition really do numbers for Loud.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Gen G basically have to drop the ball here, because they were in total control that first half.
Yeah.
All starts with the pistol.
I mean, got weirdly close on Breeze, and Gen G didn't even win that second pistol. He turned the next one or something mad, but if we're going to talk, you know, odds and statistics and what you expect to happen, if Loud want a chance, it starts here. This pistol is critical, vital to success. Gen G could hammer in that first nail in this game. Munchkin's about to get a whole lot of info on that. Yep, hello, that's half the team there. Where's the fifth? Doesn't matter, let's focus on the first. Les does find Lakia, so that
Fragment doesn't land either.
might be a bit of a problem here, actually, yeah. Cowanzine gonna find Munchkin. Oh,
And
Sadak as
Sadak.
well. That's gorgeous. Meteor with a lot on his plate.
Starts here. 9 is all they get. Let's go down.
To kick things off here. You see the conversion on the second, but finally a response on that round timeline. Could that be... I was going to say, I don't know how much of Lakia was visible there, but it didn't look like much.
One enemy remaining.
Sadak luckily played in some favourable timing there in that mid lurk.
Round by round.
No investment here from Gen G. Haven't seen it since Icebox.
Yeah, only a couple of sheriffs. I think it's shorty there for Karen, but that's about it. So it needs to be quite the mistake to go astray. And Les isn't particularly, you know, looking like he's trailing in this. He's still got that kind of confidence. He's willing to really brawl out. QCK on the other side, doing rather nicely. And yeah, this is Loud looking almost automated in the way they're working through this. Gen G not really having much of a looking yet on this map, at least. Yeah, done. Go. Get it out of the way. Flawless second here in the second half. Loud. Now with an opportunity.
Yeah, you'd almost hope. Obviously, the conversion is going to come through from this round 3 as well. Make things as comfortable as possible at the start of this second half. Actually, even getting things together here. Two Vandals, two Bulldogs to work with. Not stacked up ahead of the spawn barrier dropping. Gen G may be toying with the idea of getting aggressive outside B here.
Well, it looks like it, doesn't it? And the flash as well, Les. But Les will fight. Les will always fight. Tui's taking a look towards middle as well. We have seen a lot of attention to market going out from Gen G too. But there's a lot of pressure points. Meteor's the first one to draw blood, dropping Cowanzine, and he gets a follow-up on QCK as well. He is dominated short now. That's a problem, because that unlocks all of that stress, and it allows Meteor to roam. He might even get a bit more. He's seen so much here. Paranoia, yes, is going to at least slow him down, but he ran it like a book. Tui's going to be punished on that. That was a round and a half from Meteor, and honestly...
Yeah, I think it's over.
Absolutely. Let's see, with that round loss, let's see what the purchase looks like, or at least the funds look like behind this for Loud now. Double digits found for Gen G. Meteor, the stranglehold gifted the third onto Tui's as well.
Gen G are too clean. I think Loud need to change their comp on Ascent. Their fucking like 7 flash comp is like... It's too gimmicky.
But again, that was the bonus now into the bite. But it was a well-situated bonus, and it wasn't because of the weaponry. So, you know, we wait and see. Texture willing to go walkabouts. It's a bit of a look. In the meantime, we've got that mid-control. Oh, the timing!
That is ridiculous for Meteor.
Oh. Makes your stomach drop a little. You can see Sadak wants revenge, but the Aldrone's going to check him. They know the position now.
Really solid protocols on display here from Gen G. Meteor might even be played onto the second. It's a stab at it, but doesn't overcommit.
It feels like middle's off the cards. You can't work that anymore. They're 2 heads up about it. So where do they go now, right? You've still got a little bit of room on A, but they don't know about any of this. They don't know about Munchkin's position, who's just about to get his knife back as well. So that's going to be the grand reveal. Unless he actually gets shoulder checked first. Oh, it gets denied. He doesn't get the full picture. Now Texture. Oh, that's clean from Texture. 2 big hits, 2 headshots. Spike dropped and predicts Tui's just as well.
Oh.
Texture, get another. Show us what
Yeah, it's fucking over, man.
This guy is absolutely
Loud is not coming back from that. Well,
finds Gen G their 11th round.
I mean, I said it was gonna be a closer matchup than the first game. And indeed it is.
We talked about it being maybe concerning if Gen G have to rely on these individuals, but in rounds like that, it just looks so clean cut.
It does. Really does. Oh, they're ecstatic. Absolutely elated. 11, when you string together 2, it really turns it, 'cause you know the Loud's money now is going to feel that pinch. It's not going to be in a good position. And they pump the brakes. Loud know it. This game was, you know, recoverable on the half. They did what they had to do. They got that pistol, but the second those rifles came out, Gen G re-emerging.
I mean, really, if you look at bringing this composition out, the fact that QCK is the first to fall in the previous, it takes away some of those options that, you know, Loud maybe did have cooked up. Now they come into the next round 5 of the second half with no ultimates to really fall back on. I mean, yeah, QCK won away, but he's going to have a stinger maybe to make something happen with. But I noticed it in the previous, the defensive protocols here from Gen G, really well drilled. Nobody overcommitting. Players delivering in positions they need to. And Meteor, the prior example, Texture here, another. Really, really caught off guard. I said the map veto, the first curveball of the day, some of the compositions along the way, but Gen G have thoroughly impressed me.
Yes.
Loud, unfortunately, falling a little short in my eyes.
And not
but
because
it's not
of some
often
of the
we say that.
No, exactly. And it's not just solely, you know, oh, we didn't like this comp, we didn't like this. It was genuinely, I think Gen G outplayed them here. Quite hard as well. But as it stands, we come back in with a shoddy buy for Loud. Stinger, Sheriff, and that's about it. The other side.
They pretty much have to make something work in this round.
Yes. The one bonus, they do get the ult for QCK online. That was the initial purpose of that play towards A, so that is in pocket. Maybe the Yori ult makes some difference, maybe not, because Karen's already found less.
Less. Maybe gives away a little bit of the game plan here. The Owl drone definitely will.
Hello.
Yeah.
Loud's coming to my site, guys.
He does have an Odin. Opportunity to potentially slow things down here, but not noted just yet by QCK. Now he will be. The stun comes through, confirming that.
But Meteor
Oh my god.
Oh my god, in between a rock and a hard place, Meteor puts himself there. He willingly walks into it. Oh, that's just outstanding from Meteor. Gen G make it to 12, and all of those problems, all those little threats that could have happened get pushed aside, and now it's do or die. Loud have a purchase here. They don't have an instant ult to play with. You got 2 away for Sadak, 2 away from 2. That's not what you really want on Omen anyway. They have nothing to depend on. And on the other side, you've got Knives Texture, lockdown for Meteor, full purchase. Loud, if you got anything, this is the round to show it.
No wiggle room left here. Texture.
Fast mid.
Yeah, very aggressive here, forcing Loud. Well, at least less. Much deeper into spawn.
But the
and a ton of information, a ton of map control garnered on the back of that. Lockdown available. Like you said, the Killjoy utility littered across A site. But already, Gen G are able to make their way over towards A site. The Loud commit here? Then they are.
Yeah, the lockdown, what's the plan for the lockdown then? Still that util, open plant. Can they get out in time? No, Meteor catching him on the cross. Big punish there. Anyone gonna get caught by this too? None detained, but herded away. And look at Meteor, hot on their heels. Larkio who won, down to Count D in less than 2. The defuse, it's going on, they can't stop it. Gen G, Crush Loud in the final map here. Incredible performance. And a lot of us now very much on board the Gen G train.
And if you're a 0-1 team, you really don't want to get down. Like, if next round, if we have like, because tomorrow we have like Sentinel Heretics, so we could have a Loud Heretics or Loud Sentinel round 2, like, and have one of the 2 top team go home, you know, because once you're 0-2, I don't think you can like win 2 games.
I'm quite happy to be wrong in this scenario.
Absolutely, because a lot of people were, and again, if you look at it on paper, you can say, oh, but you know, all of us were worried about Loud, you know, the weird comps coming out, they didn't look that great here and there. That wasn't why Gen G won this game.
No, it absolutely wasn't.
And that's the best part. You even could argue the Loud draw them into a trap on Breeze. They still come out okay, not ideal, but they weather the storm on Icebox. They best them there, which is wild to me. And then absolutely smash them on Ascent. This team is very, very dangerous, I think, for anyone going forward who's going to face them. Certainly someone to look out for.
Absolutely, and coming back to another point we made throughout this cast as well, probably one of the most preppable teams in terms of the amount of tape here. The entire map pool has been shown throughout kickoff as well, and a couple of bumps along the way. Like I said, some of those series that Gen G had to play regionally weren't a walk in the park, and they didn't look good, to be honest. There was some real struggles.
Loud needs to change that fucking 7 flash bomb.
On the international stage, that's what we're looking for. That was the main question coming into today.
Yeah, and I think for us, it has answered a lot of those kind of earlier worries that we had. And it's just going forward.
I mean, they play the classic comp on Breeze, and they play pretty classic on Icebox.
Flex this map pool that they run with.
Yeah.
So far, it looks. I mean, you're beating.
They have really good results.
That's a testament itself. Yeah, again,
I wish Loud played a little bit more classic.
Any team, Loud's up there with one of the teams you want to say, yep, we beat them. Opening series came out 2-1, and it looked pretty comfortable in most parts.
I am genuinely really impressed with this roster. And again, the win conditions we put out between ourselves was kind of like, okay, is it going to be texture? Is it just going to be like Karen having a pop-off series? But it's everything else. We were talking about protocols and how impressed we were by that. And that's the bit that really stands out to me, is that protocol-wise, they looked very good.
Yeah, they really did. And to have a rookie come up here and deliver those sort of clutch performances, those sort of round victories. Bear in mind, roll your minds back to the last round of Icebox to really start the upset here. Obviously, Breeze being the question mark, but yeah, absolutely blown away. And a huge positive to see them carry this momentum across and open things like this in Madrid.
Yeah, and I think for me, when it comes to, you know, looking at the Swiss stage and how this kind of works out, them getting themselves that one win under the belt is massive for them.
That's a massive sigh of relief.
Huge.
Yeah.
And I kind of going to have to draw parallels to who else gets that 1-0 start. How does it look when they go into those next games at the 1-1 marker? Does Loud look head and shoulders above the other opponents? Does that then put Gen G even higher up potentially? It's always that kind of like, okay, it's still group stage, so just trying to figure out where people fit in. But yeah, in my mind, Gen G looking wonderful. Can't wait to see what they do, and I can't wait to hear from them, so stick around.
Menuda partidaza que acabamos de ver. Estoy aquí con Karen y con Jen. I'm now joined by Karen and Jen, who's going to be translating for us. Karen, what a performance that we're seeing here on stage. At the beginning of the
my
day,
pick
you were saying, I wasn't
already
here when they
gone.
were world champions. Is that the same feeling that you felt on stage?
카론 선수 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 정말 좋은 모습을 보여주면서 승리를 가져갔는데 오늘 경기 전에 라우드가 누구냐, 내가 그들이 우승했을 때는 내가 없어서 걔네가 우승한
There are only 22% of the people who had Carmine and Gen G winning.
일단 자신감을 가져야 되는 게
I mean, that's... It's funny because it's less than... It's less than 25%, you know? If you do a coin flip and then another coin flip, you have 25% chance to have like the right combination. But here there is like 22% only.
Dice que incluso estando hoy en el stage, él ha dado el 100%, han estado muy seguros de todo lo que han hecho. Y ahora vamos a
So a lot of people actually got baited by Loud.
Parece ese Breeze que era permaban de Loud. So Loud had been permaban in that Breeze during the entirety of kickoff, but now they leave it open. You decide to dive right into it, but it doesn't go as planned. What is the thought process behind picking that map, and then also what happened on stage?
일단 라우드가 계속해서 킥오프 때는 브리즈를 고정밴으로 가져갔는데 풀어주자마자 젠지가 브리즈를 선택했잖아요. 좀 선택한 이유와 함께 좀 브리즈에서 패배가 있었는데 어떤 피드백이 있었는지 궁금합니다.
일단 저희 하던 대로 못한 것 같아요. 그리고 약간 좀 유리할 때 계속 싸워져가지고 그게 불리한 경우로 가는 경우도 있었고, 그런 부분을 이제 줄이면서 이제 게임을 하자, 이렇게 피드백이 나왔습니다. 뽑은 이유는 그냥 자신감 있어서요.
The reason why we picked Breeze as soon as it was open was because we were super confident in it. And I think what went wrong with Breeze was the fact that, we were taking fights that we didn't really need to. And Breeze just didn't really go the way we planned. And I think it
You
was
need
more
a
us
cipher on
dropping
that
the
fucking
ball.
map, like.
María, que parece ser que lo que pasó en Breeze no es culpa de Laos, sino más bien de ellos, que son ellos los que han dejado, o sea, se ha dejado ganar por así. Well, thank you very much for the interview. Thank you very much, Jen. We'll see you in a couple of days. El día todavía no ha terminado, así que vamos a hablar un poco más de lo que ha pasado el día de hoy.
It's not
Thank you very much
Jova.
for that, Kakuka. Genji, they pull off this huge upset. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi and a special guest on the desk. Hi, Pog, welcome. Jumping over
Couldn't leave you
from the other
hanging.
side.
Couldn't leave you hanging.
Yeah.
Especially after a series like that honestly, I feel a little bad from the conversations I was having earlier about not buying into Genji, but yeah, I'm swayed in one
Michael,
matchup.
they won every scrim.
Yeah, I know,
They
won every
won
scrim,
Pacific.
right? Yeah, that's never steered a team wrong.
Yeah,
at an
no,
international
you
event
just
before.
believe scrim bucks
Yeah,
every
that's
time.
it.
It's never
I'm
let
all in
anyone
now.
astray.
I'm all in. Genji going deep.
Yeah, I mean, they looked so good throughout this series. That just continuing on everything we saw from them from Pacific, the really
the fuck was
strong
that?
protocols, really great, just kind of discipline from the squad. And also, I think that what most people were doubting was if these rookies could come to an international event and
Yes.
keep up the pace. And
back up
my
the talk.
God, did they do
Yeah,
it.
I mean, can you imagine being a player that's only played 17 officials and you're sitting across,
Ridiculous.
from like Les, Sadak, Cowan, etc., and you are
quite
giving
literally
it.
the most
You
experienced
are
Oh, that's
literally
what was-
giving it. As you guys can see from this, there's a lot of trash talk. There's a lot of energy, high energy, and this is what we like to see, Mike. This is what we enjoy at these tournaments.
Absolutely, and one of the things I was talking to Lauren about was obviously the validation of coming to this event. The fact that we saw this sort of energy, we know Sadak can get up, get a little loud on stage as well himself. The fact that these guys are laughing and giving it, brilliant. Oh, nailed that one. Anyway, the fact that they're able to give back up and match this energy on stage and have the gameplay to back it up, for me, is a huge testament.
Yeah, the guys just look comfortable out there. It is clear that it's not facing them at all, being in this new situation, playing against one of the best. And if anything, that confidence is only going to grow after a win like that.
Absolutely.
Munchkin was given it. How many
Yeah,
times have you
exactly.
seen that guy
I don't
give
think
it
we've
a
ever
LM?
said that before.
No. and you know what? He deserves to. I feel like after the performance they had today, they have every right.
Dude,
and
I
especially
love Munchkin. The fact that we don't get Angel, it just warms my heart that we get Munchkin. Just him on freeze, running it down B main like 3 rounds,
man.
and then just turns it around and is like dropping bombs on Ascent. He is the duality of man as a man.
Speaking of
He's our
those,
Angel of Madrid.
Oh,
Yeah.
don't do him like that.
Wait, that's such a
That's-
hard
that's a-
nickname.
that's an accolade.
The Angel
That's a
of
title.
Madrid.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
How do you
That
say
goes
that in
hard.
Spanish?
That kind of angel. Okay,
Yes.
I get you. But let's take a quick look at some of the multi-kills we saw on Ascent, because you had Texture, Meteor, and Munchkin all drop a 4K, as you do.
And it's what they did in Pacific. They do it again here.
And
Like-
that's, I mean, I was really concerned about that as well, because Loud's a team that you don't really ever get
They
the
tend to,
opportunity-
like trade. with
Yeah,
one of them
trade,
guys.
or you never really get an opportunity to clutch out rounds versus Loud. It's like they're strength in numbers. They like deathfall, and they're happy to throw 3 or 4 bodies onto one person. Yeah, that is lunacy for a rookie player to come out and do that versus any team on an international stage, let alone Loud.
Yeah.
It's honestly kind of unbelievable what this team has pulled off. Like, I think that people really did have some reason to doubt. I think everything people said about the Pacific field not looking as great, DRX falling off a little bit,
Yeah.
Paper X not up to their same standard. Okay, they got an upset. Like, I understand the doubters, but I think this is the match to cast all of that aside immediately in Madrid.
It is, and I think as well, coming into this, the questions about Loud and compositions, and do they commit to it? Do they play with it a little bit? This was the switch up here that ultimately there wasn't enough in it for me to feel really confident about whether or not they do address some of the issues that we saw at kickoff.
Yeah, in an interview back in America, Sadak said he doesn't like Sentinels. He doesn't like playing Sentinels. He's against it. It doesn't make the game as mobile.
I think
but
that shows.
On a sense, right? Look,
Yeah.
I
playing
thought
this
you meant the
comp.
team. I was gonna be like, damn, Sadak.
You saw the video this morning. I think they're chill with each
I
other.
thought he was just gonna. He was kind of talking trash
No,
about them.
but the agent, and I think he has
Yeah.
a very unique read on the game right now that I don't know. I think it can work on some maps, but you really got to bring this Ascent comp into question a little bit, because it definitely was Gen.G playing excellently. That is the primary reason why this series went this way. But still, some weird choices being made. I think Loud has to kind of go back and do some reckoning within themselves to see what's the idea going forward.
Absolutely if you take a quick look on your screens here as well, we have 2 games under our belt, which means KC and Gen.G will be playing the next round because they're both 1-0 up against whichever teams that we're going to see tomorrow, because Sentinels will be taking on Heretics and EDG will be facing Paper Reg. So what do you make of those matchups, Mike?
I'm excited. I mean, I'm luckily casting the Sentinels Heretics game tomorrow. That should be an absolute bang.
Did you buy the Sentinels bundle?
I won't answer that just yet.
How much did Celsius pay you?
Not enough. Actually, not enough. Buy the Heretics bundle, everybody. Buy the Heretics bundle.
Jordan just slipping money under your door to have you show the bundle.
Benji Fisher, you know what to do. You know what to do. But before we close everything out, Hypox, since you are a special guest for today, we're going to ask you to ask a question for our special guest for tomorrow. It will be one of the Sentinels or Heretics players. We don't know who, so feel free to instigate.
You look like a deer in the headlights.
Well,
just. Yeah.
Okay, what's the best thing you've eaten in Madrid so far?
Oh, that's a really nice question.
I thought it was just going to be, what's the best thing you've eaten?
Period.
Just ever.
I mean, that could be the follow-up question.
I had this sandwich once. It was fine.
Okay, I'm looking forward to GB having to ask one of them that I show them the question. But thank you very much, Mimi, for joining me for today. Thank you very much, Mike, as well. Of course, Kakuka, who was doing the interview. Lauren and Bren and Sideshow, because if I don't do that, I'm going to get halved off for not naming every single person. But make sure you guys join us again to, oh my God, and Mika, and Jen.
And Sean Guess.
And Sean. But make sure you guys join us again tomorrow for more Valorant action, starting with EDG and Paper X, and we'll see you then. Upset surprises, we've seen it all on
Okay, it's over. Good games. Honestly. Very interesting start. Very excited for like tomorrow and the second round. But man, whoever finds like whoever gets Loud on their second round, it's gonna be so fucking hard. I don't know what you do if you're Loud, like. Do you just swap your comp in the middle of the tournament? Or do you just like commit to it, like?
That's monstrous, and life is nowhere near half on it live. It's Carmine Core. It's all down to 1v1. Wraps it around, 20 seconds left. Spike still not retrieved. Thomasy, he finishes the job. On their feet before.
Because even if PX, like, they showed good stuff against KC.
Match of Madrid.
This is Gen.G's Masters debut, but they have to take on the former world champions in Loud.
You only get one night like this.
The pressure on the side was too much before, but it's less now, and his Texture with a world of trouble. Texture, he's on it, tipping the scales now into their hands. Oh my word!
Remove that. Meteor will fall here. That's going to get another one. He has indeed. Oh my God!
Can he stop this? Because Karen ain't stopping. He's going.
No way!
It's 13 and it is Gen.G! Steal away the 13th round. I've got to have map 2. Let's get out of here.
Oh my God!
If you're Loud, you have a lot to be disappointed about, like.
And he's still alive. Okay, not for long. Oh, God. Texture!
Oh my God!
A chance, but it goes straight.
If Gen.G can pull this off, it will be a tremendous upset.
And Taliska just straight body check. Garon's above you, and he gets full. Oh, the angle is rotten. A Texture just dancing around.
They're on the precipice of a potential upset here.
What a moment it would be for Gen.G.
Lock you one down a county in less than 2.
Anyways, I'm gonna go eat something. I think that's it.
the final map here.
for today. Maybe some PUBG. I don't know. I don't know if I'm in the mood for some PUBG. I mean, honestly, yeah. I think I'm gonna go. Was fun. Was fun. Very hype for the rest of the tournament. So from today until like Monday, we have the Swiss stage, and then in a week, basically, we're gonna have the first elimination game, like the main bracket. How do they call it? The group? No. It's Swiss stage, and then it's the playoffs, I guess. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna go. Do I? I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow for the games. Stay safe. And yeah, see you tomorrow. Bye bye.